So, where exactly did you come from? Aaron looked around, utterly confused. He was standing in a place he had never seen before. The architecture felt foreign, clearly not something from his homeland. He lowered his gaze to his right palm. Between the lines of his skin, a dark, bottomless hole quietly existed. It rotated endlessly, sometimes expanding, sometimes shrinking, its motion dizzying to watch. Just looking at it sent an unexplained chill through his body. Aaron was a Huxia from the Dragon Kingdom. He had grown up under the red flag for 22 years. After finally graduating from university, just as he was preparing to carry buckets into a factory and start working, a black hole had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It swallowed him whole. Inside it, he seemed to witness the birth and annihilation of the universe itself. The moment the endless cosmos exploded was breathtaking beyond words, both magnificent and terrifying. Just as the blast surged toward him, and Aaron thought death was inevitable, he arrived in this unknown world. While he was still trying to make sense of it all, fragments of information flooded into his mind. Black holes were primordial furnaces, newly born beyond the true fourth wall. A conceptual furnace capable of melting all matter and all life, yet also creating everything. It could devour anything, strip it down to its core concepts or traits, and then return them to Aaron in the form of abilities or items. The primordial forge transcended everything, even time and space. It destroyed all things, yet gave birth to all things. In theory, it even surpassed the very concept of concepts. Of course, it was still in its infancy. To complete its initial growth, it needed data. A vast amount of it. And Aaron had become its host. If that's the case, Aaron asked silently, then why did you send me here? He felt speechless. Why didn't you explain first? Why did you just swallow me the moment we met? 1 second he was sitting at home, the next a black hole descended from the sky like an abyssal monster. That world was too boring, came the cold reply. Boring. Aaron scoffed inwardly. And the universe is supposed to be interesting? Then he looked up. His pupils shrank instantly. Holy crap. Stark Tower? You threw me straight into Marvel. Stark Tower loomed over New York City, its unique design and iconic logo impossible to mistake. Aaron's heart skipped a beat. This was a world where gods walked openly. Why not drop him somewhere safe? Why send him straight here to die? I know you're anxious, the voice said calmly. But now that we are one, all we need to do is complete the initial accumulation. After that, we will surpass everything. Aaron's expression stiffened. Am I still me? You will always be you. Your soul and body have been reshaped. Both you and I now hold infinite possibilities. It sounded reassuring. But who knew if it was lying? Aaron couldn't help wondering whether this thing possessed true self-awareness, and just how intelligent it really was. You are me and I am you. I cannot deceive myself. The answer was short. Aaron let out a quiet breath. If that was true, then does that mean, he muttered, I'm just asking myself questions and answering them too? After adapting to his surroundings, Aaron, now fused with his phone-based form, began searching for new targets he could melt down. A casual glance revealed a trail of tiny ants crawling across the pavement. He instinctively recoiled, then paused and focused. If I can melt a phone, he muttered, ants shouldn't be a problem either. After a brief hesitation, Aaron stepped closer, extended his right hand, and whoosh! One of the ants vanished straight into his palm. Worried that a single specimen wouldn't provide enough data, Aaron absorbed several more, then casually wiped out dozens of ants nearby. Beams of light burst from the primordial forge, surging up his arm and flooding through his entire body. Super strength. You can lift objects up to 400 times your own body weight and drag objects exceeding 1,700 times your weight. Super physique. Muscle density increased. Skin defense reinforced. Capable of withstanding handgun fire. Super sensing. You can detect and distinguish complex pheromones in the air. Similar abilities detected. Fusion in progress. Fusion complete. Nest Master, you possess exceptional spatial awareness, enabling you to construct massive maze-like structures using available materials. I'm insanely strong now. Aaron clenched his fist. Power surged through him, solid and undeniable. He felt like he could punch a bull to death in one blow. This wasn't an illusion. He had originally been 1.75 meters tall and weighed around 70 kilograms. Now, after enhancement, He stood closer to 1.85 meters. His weight was unmeasured, but judging by his steel-hard muscles, it had to be over 100 kilograms. A genuine muscle monster. That meant he could lift nearly 40 tons. Drag over 100 tons. Even among the Avengers, with his other abilities added in, he could at least qualify as a named background character. At least in the MCU. But Eren wasn't satisfied. This was just the beginning. He could grow much stronger. With these abilities alone, and an Asian face to boot, he might not even get as much screen time as Blink. He would be lucky to have a single line. No, he needed more power. Let's set a goal first. Make Earth invincible. Thanks to his enhanced agility and vastly improved processing ability, Eren quickly learned to control his strength through brief practice. Only then did he leave the alley and step onto the unfamiliar street. Foreign faces filled his vision. Unfamiliar land. Unfamiliar people. No, I'm the foreigner now. Eren shook his head and continued walking aimlessly, thinking as he went. He needed money. A lot of money. Did he really need to build his own faction? How long would it take to gather everything alone? Just tracking special creatures on Earth would take years, not to mention things like 084 objects or the Celestial Vault. Slow development wasn't his style. If possible, he preferred to take over something that already existed. His eyes scanned the surroundings. What was the fastest way to make money? A supermarket? An ATM? A bank? He dismissed the ideas almost immediately. After growing up under the red flag for so long, adapting to local customs wasn't that easy. And more importantly, this was Marvel. It smells awful. Eren rubbed his nose repeatedly. Cheap perfume. Body odor. Sweat. Garbage. Even faint traces of sewage. Everything blended into a nauseating mess. Worse still, he could now distinguish individual pheromones. Every scent had layers. Dozens, even hundreds of signals flooded his senses every second. It wasn't that his brain couldn't handle it. It just smelled terrible. Eren forced himself to adjust, gradually learning how to selectively suppress parts of his enhanced perception. Then his eyes flickered. What about hacking an ATM? Or kidnapping? His gaze lingered on a nearby ATM before drifting to a little girl walking past. She looked around 10 years old, wearing a white princess dress. Her golden hair was long and carefully styled, her skin delicate. She hopped along cheerfully, full of energy. Curious eyes darted around as she took in the world. She noticed Eren looking at her and smiled. Big brother, you're really handsome. She glanced at him shyly a few more times before walking away, still looking back as she went. Eren smiled politely. Of course, he wasn't some creep. After merging with the phone, his analytical ability had skyrocketed. In an instant, he picked up dozens of details. Custom-made designer dress. Professional hairstyling. Even the backpack was luxury grade. Everything screamed money. Eren linked into the nearest network. A faint smile appeared. Kate Bishop. The future Hawkeye. And her mother was the CEO of Bishop Security. He briefly considered meeting his future mother-in-law. Just kidding. His gaze sharpened. Several suspicious figures were moving through the crowd behind the girl. Well, Eren murmured, since you called me handsome, I'll help you out. A few minutes later, at a quieter intersection on the edge of an affluent district. For disguised, burly men exchanged glances. Then they lunged. Move fast. Get her before anyone notices. The girl screamed as rough hands grabbed for her. At 12 years old, she had no chance against 4 grown men. Her short legs couldn't outrun them. Just as they were about to reach her, Kate suddenly noticed something. A man was charging toward them from behind. One step covered over 10 meters. In an instant, he crossed more than 100 meters. A faint halo shimmered around him. Kate stared, stunned. Mom, I just saw Superman. The men sensed something wrong and turned. Too late. A force like a rampaging Tyrannosaurus slammed into them. Bodies flew. One by one, all 4 were hurled more than 10 meters away, like broken dolls. Less than a second. Eren skidded to a stop in front of Kate and smiled down at her. Hey there, he said gently. We meet again. You all right?
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Big brother, are you a superhero? Like Iron Man, who's always rushing around punishing evil and fighting good. Big brother, do you know the Manhattan Night Owl? I think he's nowhere near as good as you. Big brother, what superpowers do you have? Can I learn from you? Big brother. Aaron regretted it. Kate was like a walking encyclopedia of questions, never stopping asking any questions after he saved her. He glanced at the two burly men with guns beside him, who had appeared shortly after Aaron dealt with the enemy. In fact, even if Aaron hadn't intervened, Kate probably wouldn't have gotten into trouble. However, in Kate's eyes, Aaron was like her angel, descending from heaven in her most critical moment. He's also a handsome angel. It's exactly like what's shown on TV. Little Kate, don't bother your savior. I don't think you want to be seen as a noisy and annoying alarm clock, do you? At that moment, a mature and serious female voice came from afar. Then a capable-looking woman in a long red dress walked over. Mother. Kate rushed over instantly, then, remembering something, stood aside, straightened her appearance, put on a trained smile, and whispered, "Mommy, am I that bad?" Eleanor chuckled and shook her head, but her eyes lit up when she saw Aaron, and she reached out her hand. "Thank you, Mr. Aaron, you saved my daughter." Aaron shook hands with her. "You're welcome." Kate is a very smart girl, and I don't think anyone would want to see her suffer. However, Ms. Eleanor, what happens next? Aaron glanced at the scene. Although he had already stopped using his full strength, the four robbers were already half dead due to the extreme speed. They all lay motionless on the ground, about to go to heaven together. My situation is a bit complicated right now, and I don't want to waste time talking to the police. Eleanor glanced at him with disgust, then gave him a friendly smile. "Don't worry, sir. We'll handle everything perfectly. We won't bother you for even a second. And we also have a gift for you." Eleanor beckoned, and a burly man in a suit came over carrying a briefcase and opened it. $1 million. This is a token of our sincerity, and we hope you will accept it. No wonder she's a rich woman. She can casually throw around $1 million. Even though Eleanor knew Kate wouldn't be in any danger, she still chose to give away $1 million. Just when Aaron thought the matter was over, Eleanor added, "Due to time constraints, this is all the cash we can offer. We still have $4 million left. If Mr. Aaron doesn't mind, you can give us your address and we'll deliver it to you personally." Damn rich people. They actually dared to try and bribe me. You win. You, cough cough, I don't currently have a place to live in New York. I see. Eleanor was very understanding and said warmly, "Actually, I also have a property in the XX district of Manhattan. No one has lived there since it was renovated, but I have someone clean it every now and then. If you don't mind, you can stay here temporarily until you find a new place to live." In that instant, Aaron felt like he was being kept. Is this what life is like for the rich? However, Aaron wasn't too surprised. He now possessed limitless potential. Even now, he possesses an advantage that the Bishop family cannot match: strength. In the previous 21st century, money was king. But in the Marvel universe, individual power reigns supreme. After a brief moment of surprise, Aaron nodded calmly. Eleanor's smile widened as she warmly greeted Aaron. They even somewhat overlooked Kate Middleton. Kate pouted and followed closely behind. After Aaron settled on a place to stay, he bid farewell to Eleanor and the others amidst Kate's reluctant gaze, and then continued with the next arrangements. "Now, I need an identity." In places unseen by outsiders, Aaron's brain is like an advanced computer, listing out a series of arrangements, packaging them into folders, and placing them deep within his brain. It automatically connects to the US network and begins searching and browsing all the information it needs. With a super brain and network control, Aaron is like someone who carries a mobile phone and computer with him at all times. Without the need for other devices, he can obtain all information from the network with a single thought, right in the brain. He contacted a black market dealer who specialized in making fake documents. According to multiple sources, this guy is either backed by the FBI or has connections with the immigration authorities. Having a channel to legally input people's information into the system is neither illegal nor prone to errors. Although Aaron can now easily enter the online world and do many incredible things there, hacking into the official system to input information is not so easy. At least for now, he can't consider all aspects properly. Even now, he cannot discern the authenticity and practicality of all the massive amounts of data on the internet. He is not artificial intelligence, after all. Moreover, his network manipulation capabilities are limited to the features extracted from the latest Huawei mobile phone. Without being able to get rid of his unregistered status, Aaron is now unable to even shop online. He devoted more of his energy to collecting information about the world. He quickly ascertained the current state of affairs in the world. It's 2010 now, and Tony Stark has already proclaimed, "I am Iron Man." But Thor's hammer hadn't fallen yet. But it's probably coming soon. Fortunately, there is still time to develop. If it were to happen at the very moment of snapping fingers, we would really have to gamble on that 50% chance. Even if they can be resurrected in the future, they will have wasted 5 precious years of development time. Aaron thought to himself. He didn't expect these heroes to achieve a victory that wasn't a victory, like in Infinity War. He wanted to take control of his own destiny. I packaged the information from the area near the map and then put it into a folder. Aaron then headed straight for the nearest pet store. However, upon opening the door, a small figure stood hesitantly in the doorway. Kate? New York. Aaron and Kate walk slowly down the street. Aaron, which country in the East are you from? Was that Eastern Kung Fu you used just now? I know Bruce Lee. His Kung Fu was amazing. It said he could kick someone 10 meters away with one kick. I always thought it was fake, but after seeing you easily send people flying several meters away, I realized that Kung Fu is real. Can I learn it? Don't worry, I will pay you handsomely. I can give you money, lots and lots of money. Kate's eyes shone with anticipation. Ever since she saw Aaron subdue those villains as if by divine intervention, she had lost all interest in dolls and the like. She also wanted to have powerful fighting skills and strength, just like Aaron. If you want power like mine, then I'm sorry, I can't give it to you right now. Aaron shook his head. Theoretically speaking, the primordial forge could give other people the same characteristics and concepts. But why? Even though Kate is lovely, there's absolutely no connection between the two. He would never casually bestow extraordinary abilities upon others. At the very least, it cannot be someone who is not related to you. Kate's expression darkened upon hearing this. Can an ordinary person become a superhero? She wondered, somewhat unwilling to accept it. Kate misunderstood, but Aaron didn't point it out. Instead, he said, sure. Look at Tony Stark. Isn't he just an ordinary person who becomes a superhero? Instead of being encouraged, Kate said dejectedly, but I don't have any armor. I asked my mom, and she said it takes a lot of money and a powerful brain to create something that's amazing. We don't have enough money, and we don't have a brain like Mr. Stark. Aaron looked around and casually said, then why don't you be down to earth and learn various fighting skills first, while also exercising your body? Kate pondered for a moment. That sounds good. I'm going to tell Mom to sign me up for taekwondo, fencing, judo, and martial arts. Kate fiddled with her fingers, speaking with an air of seriousness. Aaron chuckled. I suggest you slow down for now. You're still growing, so don't do too much exercise that could hurt your body. And taekwondo. I think you could consider other martial arts. Kate nodded seriously upon hearing this. I will seriously consider it. However, Kate seemed somewhat uninterested. Although Aaron, his senior, had pointed him in the right direction, the thought of how much he still had to learn. She also couldn't quickly acquire the same powerful strength as Aaron to protect her and her parents, so Kate naturally wasn't very happy. In particular, Aaron doesn't seem to want to be her teacher. Kate looked up at Aaron's tall figure. Can you teach me? Anything, fighting, combat experience. Aaron's expression was strange. I don't mind being your teacher, but there's something I know that I really can't teach anyone. For example, Kate asked, somewhat confused. Have you seen Ultramantiga? I've seen it. I've also heard of miracles happening again. Kate looked excited. The children inside can turn into light and help Ultramantiga defeat the monsters. Aaron blinked. Would you believe me if I said I could turn into light too? Huh. Suddenly, the familiar background music of Miracle Reappears filled the air beside them, like sunlight piercing through the night. A new storm had begun. While Kate was engrossed in the music, she was still wondering where the sound was coming from. Then, her eyes lingered on Aaron and she couldn't look away. Oh my God. I see the light. Kate covered her mouth. At that moment, the glow on Aaron reappeared, growing brighter and brighter, and it seemed quite warm. You're Ultraman. Ultraman Aaron? No, you can call me Lord Sheffulin. Seeing Kate's wide-eyed shock, Aaron chuckled and shook his head. His light dimmed, and his still warm hand gently ruffled Kate's golden hair. I was just joking, don't take it to heart. I'm not Ultraman, these are just some minor abilities. But you really can turn into light. Light man? Kate moved her feet like a puppet, still immersed in the scene she had just witnessed. Superman? Ultraman? Or the sun god? A storm raged in Kate's mind as she searched for a codename that best suited Aaron's abilities. As I thought about it, Aaron has already started singing. This time, they switched to a very popular American song that's been trending lately. What surprised Kate the most was that Aaron's singing was exactly the same as the original she had heard. No, it seems even better than that. Every note and every beat is just right. Not long after, Aaron switched to another piece of music with a completely different tone. But it still sounds so beautiful, and the tone changes are incredibly smooth, as if they were made from the same mold. How did you do that? Maybe you could consider becoming a singer? You'd definitely be famous all over the world. Kate suddenly understood why Aaron had said that. This one skill alone would probably take her several years to master, and she might not even be able to. Absolutely mimicking other people's voices. It's so lifelike, it's almost as if a real person is singing. Perhaps you could also be called a mockingbird? Kate rubbed her hair vigorously. It was such a difficult choice. How about I still call you Mr. Incredible? Or perhaps the all-around hero? Aaron waved his hands repeatedly. Stop worrying about these things. I don't want you to say anything outrageous again. With Mockingbird and Incredible Man again, if you keep letting your imagination run wild, you might come up with names like Thanos, Oba, Scython, and Shemaglas. This is Marvel, and if you truly call yourself that, you might attract the attention of evil gods. Do you really wish your father had died sooner, and want him to die even sooner, so you can get a new dad? P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Aaron's ability to mimic voices comes from a special ability he gained after melting down a mobile phone. While the music was playing, he had a sudden inspiration and realized that he could quickly change sound signals in his mind to imitate other sounds. This has proven to be true. He can easily record external audio, convert it into a signal, and then speak it out verbatim. The two signals are almost identical, but there will be errors during the conversion and transmission processes. But that slight error is basically negligible. However, this ability cannot fool certain special beings. Daredevil might be able to tell. The voices are the same, but the emotions are definitely different. An extremely sensitive person can tell the difference between truth and falsehood just by looking at this. We've arrived. Aaron stopped on a street corner. Kate looked up, her voice suddenly rising. An insect shop? You like insects? Aaron raised an eyebrow. Looks like you're afraid of those things. I'll go inside for a bit, you stay outside. Kate hesitated. I'd better come in with you. Hold my hand, I'm a little scared of those things, especially the snakes. Compared to insects, she was more afraid of strange strangers who appeared out of nowhere. Aaron laughed and waved into the distance. A burly woman walked over from afar. He nodded to Aaron. Your target needs to stay outside for a while. Take her to the coffee shop we just passed. The woman nodded seriously upon hearing this, her expression cold and serious as she wore sunglasses. However, she still asked curiously, Mr. Aaron, how did you find me? As a professional, she always kept a distance of at least 100 meters to guard the area. You think you're cool? Aaron rolled his eyes, giving off a keep away vibe, which was perfectly clear to him even from hundreds of meters away. Of course, he discovered that the other party was actually communicating through signals transmitted through the air. He not only discovered the other party's whereabouts, but also heard the other party's communication with Eleanor. This was also an important reason why he was able to identify the other party. Eleanor suspects that the previous attacks were deliberately planned by other security companies. As the saying goes, those in the same trade are enemies. What could be a better way to damage a security company's reputation than someone who can't even protect their own daughter? Aaron paid no attention to these rivalries among his peers. They were all less important than what he was about to do. Aaron looked eagerly at the insect shop, waved to Kate, and went inside. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" A middle-aged man with messy hair looked at Aaron with a bright eye. Clearly his shop wasn't doing well, and he was being a little too enthusiastic. Aaron ignored his overly enthusiastic expression, glanced around, and said directly, "Do you have any green tiger beetles, bats, rotifers, green leaf sea cowrie, sea urchins, Hercules beetles, iron beetles, pistol shrimp, hammerhead mantis shrimp, planarians, etc.?" Middle-aged people experience both joy and sorrow, and may even wonder if this person is making fun of them. "Buddy, this is just an insect shop, not an insect research laboratory. Even an insect specimen museum can't have everything you need at the same time. Like the green beetle, which is a specialty of Dacia and buffalo ants in Australia. Many of them are contraband, which will be difficult to get through customs." Aaron pulled out a stack of rice from one of his pockets. "Is it available now?" The middle-aged man stared at Mikan, who remained motionless. "I remember now, I have some of these things here that I treasure." Aaron pulled out 2 more stacks of cash. "Now, brother, I'll get you something even if you don't have it." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "I have many channels to get you what you want. Even those contraband items are no problem." Aaron nodded, snapped his fingers, and the middle-aged man's phone chimed. "Everything I need is in the email. Now, just give me as much as you can. Get the rest. Get them to me as soon as possible. Money is not a problem." Aaron unceremoniously found a stool and sat down. At the same time, he took out several stacks of rice and gold. "How much you can earn depends on your abilities." The middle-aged man's eyes turned red. A big client. After playing with insects for so many years, his wife was scared away, he didn't have any children, and even his last little shop was on the verge of closing down. He was about to start over under a bridge. Now his luck has finally turned around after playing with insects. "Wait a minute." He spoke almost obsequiously, quickly poured water, then went into the cubicle, fussed around for a while, and brought several glass boxes to Aaron. He looked reluctant. "These are what you wanted. There are a few items that aren't for sale, but seeing your sincerity, and knowing you must be an insect enthusiast, I'll take them all." Aaron glanced at it. 2 large iron beetles, 3 rhinoceros beetles, 2 herring beetles, and several other herring beetles. There were also several spiders of different species, including the black assassin sun-avoiding spider, which is very famous in the insect-fighting world. There were also a few scorpions. "Sir, I paid for these things. $10,000 US. Is that enough?" Aaron pushed a stack of money off the table. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. "That's enough." "Sir, you're far too generous." "That? I hope to get the rest sorted out as soon as possible. The sooner the better. I don't care if they're dead or alive, but they should ideally be alive, and there should be at least 3 of them. Like I said, money is not a problem. I'm in a hurry, understand." Aaron remained expressionless, suppressing his excitement as he leisurely sized up his baby. "Of course, sir. The customer is always right. I will handle your request as soon as possible." Aaron nodded and pulled out a few more stacks of banknotes. "These are all deposits. If you need more money, just let me know. My contact information is in your email. Remember, as soon as possible." Aaron did not explain why he did it. In this money-obsessed world, no amount of explanation is as effective as gleaming banknotes. The middle-aged man nodded hurriedly, looking at Aaron as if he were a god of wealth. The email contained information on almost every type of insect family, and collecting a complete set would require considerable effort. But as long as you have money, nothing is a problem. He's going to make a fortune. Once this deal is secured, given the way this god of wealth operates, he'll earn at least several $100,000. As for what Aaron used it for, what business is it of his? Even if it involves releasing animals back into the wild or causing biological invasions, it's a headache for the government. I guess it's just for biological experiments? I'm contributing to the advancement of medicine. The middle-aged man thought to himself with a smug satisfaction. Aaron carried a large pile of things, covered them with a cloth, and easily carried them out. After looking around, he hacked into nearby public surveillance cameras and immediately started sucking in the black hole on his right. Seeing this, Aaron couldn't help but complain. "It sounds so impressive, but it can't even leave my hands." "That's a bit low class." "Because you are weak. The weather is so nice today." Aaron looked up at the sky and realized that dark clouds had filled the sky, giving it a somber feel. In a daze, it seemed as if several crows flew by, cawing. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Any kind of support is appreciated. By the way, will the smelting process give me some weird or strange abilities? Aaron envisioned a terrifying scene. He was covered in a beetle's thick shell, with a long horn on his head, and several sharp, agile long legs and menacing hairs growing from his back. And at the tailbone is a long tail, almost as long as the body, covered with venomous barbs. No, absolutely not. Aaron likes to become stronger, but the idea of being inhuman is still hard for him to accept. He would not accept that change, at least not when given a choice. Temporary changes are acceptable, right? Rest assured, I am you, and the concepts I interpret all align with your inner conviction. Everything is having a positive effect on you. Of course, if you want it, I can give it to you. Forget it, forget it. Aaron's eyebrows twitched. He couldn't accept that change. Let other warriors handle the inhumanity. This time, several breaths passed. Then several more beams of light flew out from his palm. The familiar power strengthened his body once again. Super defense. Iron Beetle, you can withstand a force 39,000 times your own weight without dying. Super strength. Hercules, similar ability detected. Already fused. You will be able to lift objects 600 times your own weight and drag objects exceeding 2,000 times your own body weight. Spider Sense. Super sensing fusion upgrades. Similar abilities have been detected and fused. You can sense impending danger, keenly perceive any anomalies in the environment, and detect pheromones and signals in the air. Silk Spinning. Capable of projecting spider silk with exceptional elongation, strength, toughness, and low-temperature resistance, equivalent to Spider-Man's webs. Toxin Immunity. You can become immune to some toxins. Toxin production. Your glands can produce toxins at any time, enough to kill a cow in 1 minute. Supervision. Similar abilities have been detected and integrated, allowing you to see more colors and possess more powerful dynamic vision. Static electricity control. You can easily control the static electricity reaction on your body and the surfaces of other objects. Any obstacle is like flat ground to you. Master Weaver. Your silk craftsmanship is now unparalleled. Even more powerful. Aaron clenched his fist and swung it hard, instantly creating a powerful sonic boom. With a slight movement, it instantly teleported dozens of meters, leaving shallow footprints on the ground. I don't know if it's just my imagination. He suddenly felt as if he were in a glass world. It was as if with the slightest effort, everything around him could be easily destroyed. So much so that he had to be extremely careful and control his strength as much as possible. The most significant upgrade this time is undoubtedly the super defense. With his current physical defenses, even if the heaviest aircraft carrier were to crash down from the sky, he would remain completely unharmed. Putting aside whether he could lift it up, it was incredibly hard. The change in strength is not significant, only a few dozen tons more. But now, even if he stood in front of his former self and let the other person beat him all day, he might have already fallen asleep. Aaron thought of Captain America. Hopefully he won't be worked to death. Shaking his head, Aaron slowly familiarized himself with his new power. Thanks to his powerful mind and body control, he was able to quickly master the use of his increased strength. Even if you pinch a tiny ant, you can ensure its safety. I glanced at the time and realized that half an hour had passed without me noticing. Aaron then rushed to the coffee shop, and as soon as he entered, he saw Kate looking completely bored. When Aaron appeared, Kate pushed aside her chair and skipped over to him. With only 2 or 3 meters left, Kate paused as if she had thought of something, her expression feigning calm, but her eyes darting around. Where are those things? Seeing this, Aaron deliberately reached into his pocket, and Kate immediately recoiled in horror. My God, you really put it in your pocket. It's huge. It's huge. Aaron followed her gaze, and his face instantly darkened. He vaguely sensed the wary, shocked, suspicious, or delighted looks from others, and Aaron reluctantly rummaged through his pockets. All right, I'll have him deliver the things to my home. He has nothing on him. Kate was somewhat skeptical. Then this. It's a banana. Okay, let's leave now. Do you still want to keep drinking coffee? Aaron pulled Kate away. If they stayed any longer, they'd probably be seen as perverts. However, Kate was still very curious and even wanted to take action. Aaron rolled his eyes, then, looking at the skyscrapers, a sudden idea struck him. Actually, I have another ability. Do you want to swing on a swing? Huh? Is it here? Kate's attention was indeed drawn, and she forgot to investigate the so-called banana, looking around with a suspicious look in her eyes. Ready. Aaron shot out strands of spider silk with his left hand, sticking Kate to it, and with his right hand, he swung out a long strand of spider silk that stuck to a distant building. After sending a message to the nearby bodyguards in his mind, he instantly sprang into action. Yeah. I'm taking off. As the two turned into black dots, swaying between the buildings, Kate's screams, a mixture of terror and excitement, echoed from afar. Two bodyguards nearby approached, looking at each other and then at the unknown text message that had been sent out at some unknown time. For a moment, they were in a state of existential doubt. When did Aaron take out his phone to send them the text message? Did they still need to chase after them? Looking up, the thought of chasing after him vanished instantly. He picked up his phone and made a call. Boss, Miss Kate has flown away. Eleanor, who was in a meeting on the other side, looked completely bewildered. Kate Middleton has flown away? Is today April Fool's Day? Mr. Aaron sent us a text message, then took Kate into the sky. They're probably about 2 blocks away now. Should we chase after them? Perhaps we can request satellite or surveillance. Eleanor's eyes were glazed over, her mind a complete blank. Actually, her gift of the house and money wasn't simply to thank Aaron. She wanted to win his favor through these material gifts. Perhaps working for her Bishop Security Company, a company with superheroes, would definitely attract countless wealthy people. But now it seems, do they really have the ability to win over such a powerful Easterner? Mysterious, powerful. However, it seems that Kate and Aaron at least have a good relationship now. Even if you can't recruit them, gaining their friendship is still a good thing. Eleanor's mind was racing like a machine when she glanced out of the corner of her eye and suddenly saw Kelly smiling and waving at her outside the window. Then the two of them suddenly flew away into the distance. Good heavens, this is over 20 floors. Boss? Boss? I saw it. Eleanor took a deep breath, her expression constantly changing. You don't need to worry about them, just come back. After recovering, she looked at the group of managers below and suddenly felt bored. Meeting adjourned. Flying. She's a little jealous of Kate. That must be really exciting. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Wow. That's so exciting. I saw my mom's company and even said hello to her. That's my school. They'll be so envious of me when they see it. Faster. That's amazing. I'm flying. Aaron carried Kate in his hand and strolled around the heart of New York City. Spider-Man hasn't been created yet, so they've already achieved the first feat of roaming all over New York. When Aaron and Kate descended from the sky and landed on the rooftop of a tall building, Kate was still somewhat unsatisfied. Tie pants are hot. I have never experienced anything like this before, flying freely, even freer than a bird. It would be even better if you didn't use that thing on me. Kate blushed and excitedly recounted her experience. She wasn't exactly a well-behaved girl to begin with, and Aaron's actions completely ignited a thrilling experience deep within her. He kept pestering Aaron, wanting to play again. Aaron looked at her, her legs still trembling, but she seemed completely unaware of it. Pointing to the setting sun, he shook his head helplessly. Your parents must have told you that children shouldn't come home late, especially little girls. Let's go back. Amid Kate's gasp, Aaron picked her up and swung her around New York City quickly. Although it was his first time experiencing web swinging, his physical coordination was in no way inferior to Spider-Man's, allowing him to easily master this unconventional form of flight. When we first saw Spider-Man, who wouldn't want the superpower to fly freely in the city? Not to mention Kate, even Aaron found it quite exciting. After dropping Kate off at home, Aaron waved to Eleanor and the others waiting at the door, then took a light step and soared into the sky. Just before it was about to land, the spider silk stretched for dozens of meters, stuck to a building, and took off again. Hey, I'll come find you tomorrow. I want to play some more. Kate shouted at Aaron's retreating figure, who turned around without turning back, gave an okay sign, and quickly disappeared into the skyscrapers. Kate. Eleanor realized what was happening and quickly went to Kate's side. Mom, today was amazing. Mr. Aaron is simply a superhero. He can do everything. Kate chattered excitedly. Seeing this, Eleanor could only look at her with doting eyes and listen quietly as she shared her amusing stories. However, the more she listened, the more envious she became, wishing she could take her place. At the same time, he was even more alarmed by the power Aaron displayed. This handsome Eastern man was even more mysterious and powerful than she had imagined. Thinking of this, Eleanor leaned down and whispered, "Little Kate, you mustn't tell anyone else about these things. It will cause Mr. Aaron some trouble, understand?" Kate raised her head and said seriously, "Don't worry, I understand that superheroes can't reveal their identities. I won't tell anyone but you." Eleanor nodded in agreement. Although Kate was a bit restless and interested in everything, she always kept her word. "Then let's pinky swear and even Dad can't tell, understand?" In Manhattan. A young man sat on the school bus, looking out the window with boredom. "Oh my God, someone's flying." "Where?" "Oh my God, someone is really flying." "Is he a superhero?" "How cool." Peter Parker heard the noise from his classmates and looked out the window. A figure flew from one building to another in the sunlight like a bird. He nimbly flew through the city, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. "That's so cool. I wish I had that ability." Peter Parker was filled with envy. Hearing his classmates' heated discussion, he thought that if he also had superpowers, he would definitely become the object of his classmates' admiration. Superheroes. That sounds so cool. However, the thought that he was a loser in real life made Peter Parker smile bitterly. How could such a good thing happen to me? Aaron had no idea that the real Spider-Man was envious of him, the imposter. Aaron arrived at the top of the Empire State Building, once the tallest building in the world, and looked down at New York City. He was filled with emotion. He hadn't even spent a full day in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, yet he had already gained such immense power. What about the future? Does he have the chance to climb step by step to the top and become the supreme and omnipotent god? Aaron shook his head, deciding not to think about such distant matters for the time being. "I'm still too weak. It's only a few dozen tons of force. In the MCU world, it would only be able to play a minor role. Looking at the boundless universe, I am no more powerful than an ant. I want to become stronger." Aaron took a deep breath, and as his gaze shifted, he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar symbol. "That's Osborn Industries." Aaron stared at the Osborn building for a long time, his expression shifting slightly, a smile playing on his lips. In places unseen by others, his brain released unknown signals and successfully connected to the nearest network, then moved quickly through the network world. They successfully entered Osborn Industries' monitoring center. His brain worked at high speed, and in just over 10 seconds, he successfully located his target. The Green Devil, Norman Osborn. At this moment, Osborn Industrial Building Laboratory Building. In a laboratory filled with high-tech instruments, Norman Osborn, wearing a white lab coat and glasses, was recording data in a report. He stared unblinkingly at the white mouse in the bulletproof glass cage before him. His face showed a slight hint of excitement. However, in the next second, this rat, which was much stronger than an ordinary white mouse and acted savagely and wildly, suddenly exploded into powder with a bang. Norman Osborn's face darkened instantly, and he forced himself to write down the data while suppressing his anger. After reducing the vaporized inhalation dose by 70%, Student 759's physical abilities increased eightfold, lasting for 1 minute, a significant increase. Side effects remained the same: violent tendencies and aggression. It is recommended that the next experiment begin with the same dosage as this one. After finishing the lengthy report, Norman put the documents in the safe, sat down wearily, and rubbed his temples. Damn it, why is it still not working? What went wrong? Do we have to go back to the equation stage and start all over again? No, we absolutely can't do that. There must be something wrong somewhere. Maybe the mouse is too weak. Norman Osborn muttered to himself for a while, then glanced down at his Rolex. Harry's out of school. Phew, that's all for today. Just as Norman got up to put his white coat into the sterilization room and was about to leave, the laboratory door suddenly opened. Who? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me while I'm conducting experiments? Norman frowned, about to reprimand him, but paused when he saw the unfamiliar Eastern man standing outside the door. Aaron walked in on his own, and as his gaze moved, he took in the layout and condition of the entire laboratory, including the location of objects, reagent names, and various strange symbols. Who are you? Norman Osborn thought for a moment, but did not recognize Aaron's identity. However, as the company's boss, he can't possibly know all the lower-level employees, nor is it necessary for him to. Who I am is not important. What matters is whether you want to live. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Aaron casually fiddled with the instruments and reagents in the laboratory, making Norman's eyebrows twitch. When he heard Aaron say these words, Norman's lips twitched slightly. He glanced outside out of the corner of his eye and moved slightly toward the door. Are you a robber? Or a corporate spy? How much money? Name your price, and I'll give it to you. 1 million? 10 million? I'll try my best to satisfy you. Aaron shook his head, picked up the incomplete version of the human enhancement serum that Norman had just put down, and shook it roughly. Norman quickly stopped him upon seeing this. However, if you want to do something else, you'd better think it over. My name is Norman Osborn. Even if you're called Thanos, it makes no difference to me. Norman looked puzzled. Who is Thanos? Was he powerful? Could he possibly be more powerful than Norman? Norman Osborn is one of the top technology companies in the United States and even the world. They focus on biomedical technology and also have some military business. They have close ties with the U.S. military, and even leaders of other major powers must give them sufficient respect. Norman was puzzled when he touched the alarm button. Once pressed, armed security guards from Osborn Industries would arrive at the laboratory within 3 minutes to subdue the enemy. Police will arrive quickly within 10 minutes. If I were you, I would never do something so pointless. Aaron looked up at him without him noticing and gestured with his right hand. You can press it as much as you want, I won't stop you. Seeing the other person's calm and relaxed demeanor, Norman hesitated. He wasn't stupid. He suddenly realized that if the other party could easily crack the electronic lock on the laboratory door, they must have strong hacking skills or have similar accomplices. His actions were probably already anticipated by the other side. After thinking it through, Norman simply walked over, and at that moment Aaron had already pulled out his boss's chair and sat down. Who exactly are you? What do you want to do? Do you know the consequences of your actions? General Ross, General Soster, they are both my friends. Do you understand the meaning of these names? Offending Osborn Industries has disrupted the military's plans. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you won't escape the FBI's eyes and ears. Osborn and Aaron stood facing each other, their eyes sweeping over the drawer where a gun was. At this moment, Osborn's expression changed. As he looked over, Aaron noticed something, immediately opened the drawer, and took out the Lolic pistol. He awkwardly cocked the pistol. Osborn instinctively took 2 steps back. Aaron raised his pistol, aimed it, and then suddenly pulled the trigger, pointing it at his left palm. Bang! Damn it, he's insane. Norman roared inwardly. Which mental hospital did this lunatic come from? Could he be some talent from Arkham? After the initial panic, Norman's expression became uncertain and doubtful. He looked at Aaron's left hand, which had been hit, and it was completely unharmed. It feels a bit like being bitten by a mosquito. You use this to protect yourself? Is this all the confidence you have? Aaron toyed with the deflated bullet in his palm, shaking his head in disappointment. I suggest you keep an AK or RPG in the lab. A 9mm toy won't protect you. I really appreciate your thoughtful advice. Do you think everyone is a monster or Madden like you? Crazy, mysterious, and powerful, he actually shot himself with a pistol and emerged unscathed. If the pistol hadn't been prepared by him, he would have thought it was a toy gun. Moreover, the other party broke through Osborn Industries' heavy security and came directly to him, the boss. The company's various insurance measures were seen as meaningless by the other party. If such an enemy were to target him, even if he transformed the laboratory into an armory, he would not feel safe at all. Damn it, could there be a mole in the security department? You're very agitated, your heart rate is dangerously high, and your brain signals are also too frequent. Do you need to drink some water to calm down? Aaron wore a kind smile. Norman nearly fainted from anger. Then at least pour me a glass of water. Knowing that Aaron was no ordinary person and that he had no power to resist, he resigned himself to his fate and pulled out a chair to sit down. These used to be the positions of his subordinates, but now it's his turn to sit here. Aaron, however, sat in his seat as if the other person were the master of the place. Don't be nervous. I'll say it again. Do you want to live? Aaron asked again. Norman then realized what was going on. Looking at the human enhancement potion in the other person's hand, he recalled the strange and powerful defensive ability that Aaron had just displayed. His expression shifted, his voice low but barely concealing his excitement. You mean, you have human enhancement agents? Aaron shook his head, and Norman was disappointed. That makes sense. If human enhancement agents were really that easy to obtain, the military wouldn't have bothered with him. Even those mysterious and special organizations may not be able to produce a truly perfect enhancement agent. However, the next moment, Aaron spoke up. I don't have it, but I can improve it. And, even without this, I can still solve your family's genetic defect problem. Norman clenched his fist, hidden under the table. You're not lying to me? How are you going to handle this? His research into human enhancement drugs was not simply for the military's benefit, but to completely eradicate their family's hereditary disease. Despite their immense wealth, their family has inherited a genetic disease across generations. Each generation of members does not live past old age and dies of illness. He wanted to change his fate, so he invested a lot of money in various experiments and collaborated with many famous biologists, all in order to help his family escape the fate of death. But he was already approaching that age and still hadn't developed a suitable drug. On the contrary, it has repeatedly brought a different flavor to New York's security situation. That's not your concern. You just need to think about what price you're willing to pay. Aaron remained calm as always. He came here to confront Norman, not for millions or tens of millions. His target was the entire Osborne industry. At its peak, Osborne Industries stood shoulder to shoulder with Stark Industries, collaborating across a wide range of fields, especially in biotechnology, where they were truly unique. Look, it's another excellent villain with direct connections to the Green Goblin, the Lizard Man, and others. There are also other frequent prison visitors who have indirect connections, such as Dr. Octopus, Electro, and Rhino. Even Spider-Man was bitten by Osborne Industries spiders. It's truly a place teeming with talent. Norman Osborn calmed down and stared intently at Aaron. He had a premonition that the other man's appetite wouldn't be so easily satisfied. As Norman was thinking, Aaron suddenly spoke up. I want the whole of Osborne. This is impossible. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. This is impossible. Norman Osborn roared like a raging bull, his eyes bloodshot. Osborne Industries is the crown jewel of our family, painstakingly built over generations. Even if you can cure my genetic disease, I will never hand it over to you. And, as you can see, I'm just one step away from success. As long as I can solve the defect problem, I will have a superhuman body, and my body will become perfect and powerful. Even you will not be my match. Norman was confident. Captain America had already proven the power of superhumans. His human enhancement serum is even more powerful than the serum that Captain America was injected with. He was certain that he would become the most powerful super soldier in the future. Upon hearing this, Aaron laughed. Finally, he burst into laughter. Wait a minute while I laugh. Unless I really can't hold it in anymore, I'm going to, ha ha. Norman, I must say, you are very confident, but you will pay the price for your confidence. Aaron chuckled and shook his head. This thing has powerful side effects, far more terrifying than you can imagine. Besides causing violent tendencies, this drug can also induce a person's inner psyche and, combined with the injector's negative emotions, create another crazy, monstrous personality. It will amplify your negative emotions, induce you to commit crimes, and when you are trapped in darkness, it will take over your body and turn you into a madman who only knows how to destroy. Think about it. If I don't tell you, even if you overcome the side effects of your irritability and then happily inject the reagent, what will happen? Think again about all the hard work your family has put in, and think again about your children. Norman was about to deny it, but upon hearing the last sentence, his expression changed drastically. If what the other party said is true, then His fate is unimaginable. Who exactly are you? How do you know about the drug's side effects? Nothing can escape my eyes. Aaron pointed to his unusually clear and bright eyes, then said in a low voice, I also know that this thing of yours contains part of the formula for the super soldier serum that Captain America was injected with. Do you think everyone is Captain America, with their inner justice and light able to overcome evil and darkness? With your modifications, this thing will only become more terrifying, and then it will produce a green demon that is entirely green, or rather, an ugly goblin? I've got it. From now on, I'll call you and Harry the Goblin family. No. Norman Osborn didn't want to admit it, but Aaron had no reason to lie to him. Wouldn't it be easy to find out by just having someone experiment on it? His hard work actually contained such a huge side effect. What if his evil personality, after being injected, injects Harry with the same serum again? Damn it, absolutely not. Actually, Osborn Industries. Norman was wavering, but he still couldn't make up his mind. After all, this is the huge Osborn industrial complex. Even though Tony Stark became Iron Man, and even though his excessive recklessness led to a massive investment in various projects, causing Osborn Industries to suffer severe losses and even showing signs of decline. But Osborn remains that super conglomerate worth hundreds of billions of US dollars. To hand over such a large fortune to someone else, unless he's lost his mind. Even if he were to jump from this height of over 100 meters today, he would absolutely not do it. I can give you a portion of the group's control and shares. Aaron raised his hand to interrupt him, then stood up and picked up a reagent. This is... Norman looked at the blue liquid in the test tube with a puzzled expression. For some reason, he felt that the test tube was somewhat familiar. This is a healing potion I created that can be used to repair human tissue. Have you ever played a game? This thing is like a red potion, a health potion. It can speed up a person's metabolism and increase their recovery speed. If someone is injured, taking or injecting it can quickly heal their injuries. Even if a major artery is severed, as long as a timely and sufficient injection is given, one can escape death. How much do you think this thing is worth? Norman stared at the small test tube in surprise, and after deep thought, said cautiously, at least tens of billions of US dollars. This is a life-saving drug, and it can even be used in many situations such as surgery. Once it can be mass-produced, it will surely become popular all over the world. As for its ultimate value, it needs to undergo further testing and research. You mean? Norman suddenly realized what was happening. Besides this healing potion, I can also create other potions such as beauty potions, anti-aging potions, limb regeneration potions, and anti-cancer potions. There's nothing I can't do, only things you haven't thought of. I have only one condition. Osborn Industries shall belong to me and shall strictly obey my will. I will take these things out one by one. You can study them and mass-produce them. I believe that with ready-made products, it will not be difficult for you to imitate them. Aaron placed the reagent in front of him and said calmly, Actually, this thing was a super-weakened version of serum that he had taken from the laboratory and extracted after melting it down. It contained only a certain amount of restorative ability. Injecting it has no side effects and will not improve physical fitness. It can only temporarily boost metabolism and replenish the energy needed. It's like a health potion in a game, but even so, it's still enough to drive people crazy. In some ways, it's a super drug. In the previous real universe, once it was released, it would have caused a frenzy of buying, and creating a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate would have been a piece of cake. But this is Marvel, and although he's still in high demand, Aaron doesn't even look at him. He needed a complete Osborn industry, and then, to follow his personal will, to become his tool, collecting small items from all over the world. At the same time, he didn't want to put any effort into this tool, so Norman Osborn was the tool he pushed out. Norman was still hesitating, but Aaron was already confident. He closed his eyes and patiently waited for the other party's reply. Norman is a smart man. He knows how to make the right choice. Sure enough, after hesitating for a moment, Norman thought of Harry after school and finally made up his mind. I promise you. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. A wise choice. Aaron smiled faintly and praised. He stood up, patted Norman on the shoulder, and said earnestly, like a boss to an employee, Norman, you're a smart man. You made the best choice. Believe me, in a few years, you will definitely be proud of the choice you made today. No, maybe it won't even take a year, maybe a month, maybe half a year. As long as you work hard to develop my group and serve me, you will have superpower, a long lifespan, and a high status. Keep up the good work, young man. I have high hopes for you. I will give you everything you could ever dream of, far beyond your wildest imagination. Norman was somewhat dazed. These were all his words. Even that chair is his. So, boss, what are the next instructions? After a period of adjustment, Norman asked some somewhat awkward questions. Calling someone else boss. This is the first time Norman has ever done this before. Even this boss seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Aaron listened and pondered for a moment. First, even if the group headquarters moves to the Eastern Dragon Country in the future, we can implement a dual headquarters model. However, the New York headquarters can only serve as an important branch, and the headquarters here must be moved to another city. Norman Osborn looked at Aaron's distinctively Eastern face and understood the first half of the sentence, but not the second half. Boss, may I ask why? Aaron replied without hesitation, because it's safe. It's too unsafe here. I don't want aliens to come and destroy my tools, cough cough, my life's work. Norman's eyebrow twitched. You just said it, didn't you? Tools. Osborn Industries is just your tool. That's the culmination of our hard work. My ideal woman is just ex-slave in another man's eyes. Damn it, I should just explode if I think about it. Norman was still somewhat confused, but he generally understood that the United States was not safe. Is the Eastern Dragon Kingdom absolutely safe? Or rather, New York is the least safe. Understood, I'll go down and put together a suitable plan, Norman nodded. A new broom sweeps clean, and this is only the first one, so naturally he wants to do a good job. Second, you must immediately organize a group of biological experts to analyze the drug I gave you and mass-produce it as soon as possible. At the same time, I will send you an email with the gadgets I need. You must mobilize all the resources and connections in the group to collect them for me as soon as possible. With Osborn Industries, even illegal items could pass through security checks under the pretext of scientific research. Even if someone discovers it, they will turn a blind eye. Norman's heart skipped a beat. I'll make the arrangements immediately and have them get what you need as soon as possible. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. It was easy to talk to smart people. With just one sentence, Norman understood the order of priority for carrying out the tasks. Scientific research is secondary. Meeting Aaron's personal needs is the most important thing. Because Aaron is the boss. Third, there can only be one voice in the company. I don't care what methods you use, you have to get everyone else on board. Although Aaron doesn't care about money, it doesn't mean he's willing to share this pie with other big shots. Although Norman was the one in charge of Osborn Industries, he was actually just the major shareholder, and the other minor shareholders could unite to challenge him. They can even force someone to abdicate at times. Norman was a smart man, but he was also a scientific fanatic who had no interest in fighting for power with the shareholders who were focused on this field. So much so that at the worst point in the group's history, he was almost kicked out by the minority shareholders. He was forced to inject himself with the Green Goblin serum, and a bomb sent them to meet their maker. Norman suddenly realized, hesitated for a moment, then made a throat-slitting gesture. Like this. Aaron rolled his eyes. You're the major shareholder. I don't want this to cause any further trouble. This offer is only valid tonight. You'll be a major shareholder tomorrow. Norman felt uneasy. Okay, now he's a wage earner, running around like crazy whenever the boss speaks. Well, even in old age, we still have to compete with young people. It's truly thriving. Aaron beckoned, and Norman walked up, puzzled. He placed his hand on Norman's body and silently thought, melting Norman Osborn's family's hereditary disease. In an instant, Norman felt something being sucked away from his body, his soul, or his vital energy. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but my body seems to feel much lighter. My body, which had been exhausted from staying up late for many days of research, felt much more energetic. It's like my body has been rejuvenated? You can go now. From now on, you no longer need to worry about hereditary diseases taking your life at any time. Aaron waved. Huh? I'm all set. Norman's eyes widened. It's that simple? Just put your hand on them, and they'll be fine. What kind of tactic is this? What did you think? Did you think I'd have to cut you open? It's a minor issue, so easy. Norman walked out of the lab in a daze, bumping into other security guards and people working overtime along the way. He heard "boss" being called again and again, and he sighed helplessly. I don't know if it was because it was the last day he was the master of this place, or because he was lamenting that his efforts of half a lifetime were in vain, yet none of them were as effective as Aaron's one helping hand. Or both. Once outside, Norman looked up at the sky. Although it was sunset, it seemed so vibrant to him, like the rising sun. He silently repeated it in his mind again, Aaron. He knew that his life had undergone a major change today. Whether the future holds the abyss or the heavens, it all depends on that mysterious Eastern man, Aaron. After Norman left, Aaron also left Osborn Industries. He was not afraid that Norman would renege on his promise and flee to another place. If he wanted to find him, even if Norman ran to the ends of the earth or hid in the depths of the sea, he would have nowhere to escape. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. The next day. Hikami Sanpo. Aaron was awakened by a loud doorbell ring. Without even opening the door, I knew that the pheromones were definitely Kate's, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Everyone's pheromones are different, but Aaron can accurately analyze the differences. They can even control these pheromones to some extent. I wonder if Mystique or the Skrulls could mimic these pheromones in their transformations. Maybe we could try it sometime. A faint fragrance is mixed with the scent of the sea. Oh, and Eleanor too? Then Eleanor's scolding voice was heard, seemingly telling him not to disturb Mr. Aaron's rest. The doorbell stopped ringing. After Aaron got up and finished washing up, he opened the door. Hello, Mr. Aaron. I'm sorry to bother you, but little Kate really wants to see you. She dragged me here to find you first thing this morning, Eleanor said with a hint of apology. Kate, standing to the side, rolled her eyes frantically. Aaron looked up at the sky. Yes, it was indeed very early, and the sun was high in the sky. Doesn't Kate read? Today isn't a day off. Kate proudly raised her head. Those studies? I finished them a long time ago. I couldn't care less about playing with those little brats. I'm going to start my training program in a bit. My mom signed me up for several courses, including Shingi Quan, Tai Chi, Baxi fighting, Sanda, Jiu-Jitsu, karate, and fencing. Once I've learned it all, I want to become a strong and righteous person like you. Kate looked on with adoration. If Eleanor hadn't been holding her back, she would have rushed up and pulled Aaron away. Really? But I think you shouldn't follow my example. Aaron's expression was strange. Why? I'm not a champion of justice. I'm just a free spirit of my country, cough cough, an ordinary person. Kate didn't believe it, but Aaron didn't explain in detail. Anyway, he didn't want Kate to follow his example. He always felt like he was setting a bad example for her. Moreover, he wasn't that studious. Since you're here, could you give me a ride? Aaron yawned, looking rather lazy. Eleanor smiled and said, of course, it would be my pleasure to do it for you. She naturally wouldn't refuse. Having the opportunity to get closer to Aaron would be of great benefit to both Bishop Security and Kate. She could tell that Kate wasn't someone who could stay put any longer. Since she wanted to fly high and be a hero, then let her go. All she could do was offer Kate unconditional support and provide her with strong logistical support and adequate protection. With Aaron around, Kate will be much safer in the future. So, where do we go next? Osborn Industries. That's the big corporation. Are you applying for a job there? Eleanor kept glancing at Aaron through the rearview mirror as she drove. In some ways, that is true. Aaron nodded. How can applying to be a boss not count as applying for a job? Eleanor was somewhat disappointed and kept some things to herself. Bishop Security is rich, but Osborn is even richer. There's simply no comparison between the two. Kate chattered away the whole way, talking to Aaron about all sorts of things. One moment they're praising how smart Gotham's Batman is, the next they're talking about which restaurant in New York has the best food. Aaron spoke intermittently, while Kate did most of the talking. After all, he really didn't know this country well. Even my trip to Osborn Industries yesterday was purely by chance. Let him go by himself now, okay? He'll probably drive around downtown New York City a few times. A short while later, the three arrived at Osborn Industries. A large group of people stood at the entrance of the building, lined up neatly on both sides, seemingly welcoming some important figure. Eleanor looked disappointed. Looks like you won't have a chance to apply today. Judging from Osborn's appearance today, the president is probably coming. Aaron waved his hand. It's nothing. As he spoke, he unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Eleanor wanted to say something, but Aaron just waved to the back of him and walked towards the crowd. From a distance, Eleanor saw several people break through the crowd and walk over. The one in the lead looks like Mr. Norman Osborn. Kate opened her mouth wide and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mom, they won't get beaten up, will they? Maybe. We can call an ambulance." They're clearly trying to get rid of Aaron. I have a feeling something big is going to happen. Eleanor was a little nervous upon hearing this, but the next moment, something surprising happened. Norman Osborn surprisingly shook hands with Aaron warmly and even said a few words to him. The middle and senior executives of Osborn around Norman all wore smiles, not even having the right to speak, their sole responsibility being to laugh the whole time. Who exactly is Aaron? How come she didn't know that the US president had been replaced by an Asian? Have those politicians finally come to their senses and realized the importance of cooperation? Kate scratched her head. Has the political climate changed lately? I've never heard of this kind of political correctness. Then, they watched helplessly as Aaron led the way toward the Osborn building. He looked rather unwell, as if he was very dissatisfied with the scene before him. Norman smiled apologetically, but showed no sign of displeasure. Moreover, Aaron was walking in front, while Norman was a step behind. It's over. The fairy tale world and reality have merged. Kate stared blankly into thought. On one side, Aaron walked with a sullen face into the office that originally belonged to Norman. "I'm sorry, boss. I watched some videos of ancient Eastern countries and thought this was a custom from your side, so I took the liberty of creating these scenes." Norman apologized cautiously, fearing Aaron's anger. Aaron was initially very angry, mainly because he didn't like dealing with too many people, but seeing how careful Norman was, his anger subsided considerably. "All right. Don't try that next time, it's pointless to me." Norman nodded in understanding. Aaron was clearly no ordinary person. The scenes that ordinary people pursued were probably not worth mentioning to him. What he is pursuing is probably that divine position. Or perhaps he was a god in the first place. Thinking about this, Norman became even more reserved. He hesitated for a moment, then forced himself to say, "Boss, there's something else. I've found a few candidates for secretary to handle your work and personal matters. Do you think we should take some time to interview them one-on-one? Where are they?" Aaron thought about it and felt that he needed to find his secretary. Although he did not intend to interfere in Osborn's operations, he believed in leaving professional matters to professionals. But considering that he will inevitably come into contact with some related matters in the future, it would be good to have a secretary organize them for him. Of course, he made the decision not because he noticed Norman's meaningful expression. Absolutely not. "I told them to wait in the reception room at 9 o'clock as soon as possible, and they are all there now. I will tell them to come one by one now." Norman stepped forward and opened a document. "These are their files, please take a look." After Norman left, Aaron glanced at the first file. Gender, Felicia. Gender, female. Age, 21. Marital status, single. No dating experience. Medical examination report attached below. Aaron raised an eyebrow. He was got something. I flipped through it again. Wow, this physical exam is even more thorough and comprehensive than a premarital checkup. Woman, you've successfully caught my attention. After glancing at the profile picture a few more times, Aaron got up. No wonder she looked familiar. This woman was Harry Osborn's secretary in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. I must say, it has a unique charm. The first document surprised him somewhat. Aaron instinctively flipped to the second copy. He glanced at it, and his expression changed. Damn it, there's a mole. Stop the transaction. P.S. The protagonist's cheat ability, the primordial forge, has no self-awareness. It is the protagonist, and the protagonist is it. The two are one. The protagonist remains the protagonist, and can ask and answer questions from his own perspective. I'm an experienced author, and I've been around the internet for a while, so I'm aware of what I might want to avoid. You can read with complete peace of mind. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Thump thump thump. The door's open, come in. Aaron lay on a chair worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, staring straight ahead. A woman dressed in a standard black suit, with long black hair, expressive eyes, and sensual lips approached gracefully. She didn't say anything, but first she poured Aaron a glass of water. Well, Aaron had asked Norman to arrange this, since he doesn't actually drink coffee. But Felicia deduced Aaron's preferences from the remaining marks on the cup. She tidied up Aaron's desk and then sat down directly in front of him. Seemingly noticing Aaron's gaze, she didn't sit upright like the other interviewees, but instead crossed her legs, making her black stockings even more conspicuous. At the same time, he wore a gentle smile. Although her movements appeared fluid and natural, Aaron could still detect a certain stiffness and awkwardness in them, clearly the result of recent intensive training. Height is no problem. He's definitely 178 centimeters tall, and with heels he's almost as tall as Aaron. The measurements are also perfect. The curves are in the right places, not bad. After careful observation, the pheromones provided him with a wealth of information. Felicia didn't wear heavy makeup. She only wore very light makeup at all. So you could say you're not wearing makeup right now. With a little dressing up, the score will be even higher. Aaron was very confident in his judgment. My eyes are like a ruler. With just a glance and a sniff, I can tell whether something is completely natural or a surgically altered monster. Felicia boldly revealed herself, allowing Aaron to scrutinize her closely. You're not in a relationship? Why? Aaron didn't ask any work-related questions. Everyone here is an adult. There's no need to play those roundabout games. Your preparations and my questions are perfectly reasonable. Felicia said somewhat nervously, I live in a Christian family, and premarital S*X is not allowed. Besides, I'm not interested in those little brats. I just want to study and make something of myself. I want to find someone taller and stronger than me, and it would be even better if they had the same hair color as me. Wow, woman, you're pretty shrewd. You're practically saying outright that it was me. Aaron smiled. Christianity? Do you believe in it? I can choose not to believe it. Felicia pursed her lips. You just don't believe me? Turns out she's a rebellious girl, but she understands her strengths and goals very well. A smart woman. Aaron doesn't mind if a woman is smart, because no matter how smart she is, she can never control him. On the contrary, sometimes being too clever can backfire. You're still a student at Imperial State University? A female college student. Aaron then added, You'll be very busy from now on, but I have a lot to do. Felicia replied earnestly, No problem. If I can become your secretary and work at Osborne Industries, the school will consider it carefully and give me enough internship time. I just need to go back and take the exams. If I pass them all, I can graduate smoothly. It definitely won't affect my job here. In fact, I have already completed my studies ahead of schedule and can apply for early graduation at any time. Felicia said confidently, not at all bothered by not having time to study. Hearing this, Aaron said nothing more. I've read your profile, you're excellent. She achieved excellent results in all areas and was also enthusiastic and proactive, participating in activities including, but not limited to yoga, dance, music, and playing the flute. Furthermore, they have studied management and finance, which perfectly matches the requirements of this recruitment. Aaron stood up and extended his hand. I hope we can work together smoothly in the future. Felicia covered her mouth in surprise, and upon seeing this, she quickly stood up to shake hands. If I have the chance, I hope to see you play the shao, vertical bamboo flute. I also know a bit about this instrument. Aaron's words were meaningful. Felicia nodded emphatically, Of course, my boss. Should we continue interviewing the remaining candidates? Felicia quickly got to work. She was somewhat uneasy, but seized every opportunity to demonstrate her abilities and contributions. In fact, she wasn't confident that she would get the opportunity. A college student has virtually no advantage over other interviewees. And this is the only secretary of the chairman of Osborne Industries. Don't miss this opportunity. Even now that she has successfully landed the job, she doesn't dare to be careless. Because among the applicants this time, there was another formidable competitor. That woman is no worse than her and may even be better. Fortunately, she was the first applicant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been confident of standing out among the applicants. If it were that woman, she probably wouldn't be the one by Aaron's side right now. No need, you're enough. Let's go. Aaron shook his head, deciding not to waste any more time dealing with the remaining applicants. The rest are also excellent, but most are not as good as Felicia. The only one who could rival him was an inside man. In that case, it would be better to return everything. We'll look for other secretaries later. Felicia nodded, holding a document, and hurriedly followed behind Aaron. The two left the chairman's office, entered the elevator, and went to the floor where the reception room was located. A woman with long red hair and wearing an alluring black dress walked towards us. When she saw Aaron, she glanced at Felicia discreetly, then said in a warm and sweet tone, "Hello, boss, Arendt ignored her and walked straight out of the elevator, saying to the anxious Felicia beside him, "Remember that woman? She stepped into the company with her left foot first. Fire her immediately." People passing by paused, and one person even stumbled and almost fell. People in the distance, who were listening intently and pretending to be working, all turned to look. The red-haired woman involved was stunned, her mouth slightly agape. Even with her strong mental fortitude, her mind was completely blank at that moment. Norman Osborn, who had been notified and rushed over, also glanced at Felicia strangely, then at Natalie Rushman. Then she waved and said, "Miss Natalie, you may leave now." After saying that, he quickly followed Aaron away. Natalie stared blankly at Aaron and the others, and feeling the gazes of the people around her, she silently looked down. Then I turned to look at the bright, reflective glass. "Isn't it perfect? Sir, do you think I'm beautiful?" "Excuse me. I have other things to do." Before Natalie could finish speaking, the man who had been stopped turned away without a second glance and hurriedly left as if he had encountered a plague god, his face pale. Upon entering the office, he paused, forcefully turned his steps, and stepped through the door with his right foot first. He then glanced back at the boss and breathed a sigh of relief. Natalie stopped another one, but again forced her way past them. "Natalie's gone mad. What's with all this staring at her like she's a plague? Am I not beautiful? F***K. Natalie raised her middle finger at the crowd, tossed her hair, and walked away. However, when crossing the company gate, I hesitated for a moment. When she came in, which foot did she step in with first? The same question is on the minds of others as well. Was it that Aaron disliked Natalie and casually chased her away, or did he really step in with his left foot and then set a fire to establish his authority? Some people, out of curiosity, went to the surveillance department. When Natalie confidently stepped through the door with her left foot in the video, everyone was stunned. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. The photo shows the secretary, the white-haired Felicia Hardy, Black Cat. "Listen, Chief, I'm quitting. The new president of the Osborn Group is an idiot. F***K. After leaving the Osborn Group, Natalie went to a secluded corner and started complaining as soon as she connected to the satellite phone. On the other side, Nick Fury patiently listened to all of Fuckhead's stories and gradually understood the ins and outs of the matter. "Natasha, is it possible that your charm has declined recently? Or does he not like your style? I don't think a man who suddenly appears, swings around New York City like a swing, and then gets involved with Bishop Security and Osborn Corporation, and becomes a major shareholder of Osborn Corporation in one fell swoop, would be a fool. Is Norman Osborn an idiot? Is Eleanor Bishop a moron? Think about it more, is this your own problem?" Natasha's eyebrows twitched. "After all that talk, is it that I'm not sexy enough, or that you guys have too high standards? Am I really inferior to a clueless college girl? Does she understand a single glance from you? Can she comprehend a single gesture from you? I can. I refuse to have any further contact with that B*******************. D. Okay, I'll have someone else contact him. Next, we'll continue to try to contact Stark Industries as planned. I've already made contact with his assistant, and you'll be able to get in soon. This time, I hope you won't be unable to handle even a playboy." Natasha rolled her eyes. She should have gone to Stark Industries in the first place. Tony Stark was a lecherous lunatic. He would have been an easy target. She only rushed over after hearing that the Osborn Group was in trouble and urgently needed a secretary. With her excellent experience as a secret agent and her fluency in multiple languages, she managed to make contact and sneak into the interview. However, before it even started, it was eliminated by a single sentence. "I hate rich people. F***K. Natasha had just finished yelling when a picture of Pac-Man popped up on her phone. She stared blankly as Pac-Man devoured one app after another. He gave her a big smile. Then, the phone screen went black, turning into a brick. Black guy with a question mark face. Where did my perfectly good phone go? This is a special agent phone provided by the Bureau, and she never watches short videos. So, what's the situation now? Natasha didn't understand, but her blood pressure soared, and she angrily threw it down. F asterisk asterisk KF asterisk asterisk KF asterisk asterisk KF asterisk asterisk K. Even a mere cell phone is bullying me. You all better die. On the other side. I'm sorry, boss, I've looked into it. Natalie snuck into the interview process this morning. I'll deal with the relevant personnel immediately. I'll handle this seriously. Norman tried very carefully to win back Aaron's favor. He was truly terrified by Aaron's mysterious and unpredictable methods. Upon returning, he immediately retrieved the company's surveillance video, but everything appeared normal. He then conducted a simple test on his body in the villa's secret laboratory. Sure enough, the hereditary disease that had been threatening his life completely disappeared from his body. He is now in better health than ever before and will never again be killed by illness. He still had doubts before the test, but now he has figured it out. Norman was hoping to perform well and get Aaron to help him cure his son Harry's illness. He didn't want Harry to die a miserable death like his own father without even having the chance to hold a child. Aaron waved his hand. From now on, the list of secretaries should be handed to me immediately. That Natalie must never set foot in the Osborn group. Understood. Norman nodded in acceptance. By the way, boss, regarding the matter you asked me to handle yesterday, I've already had the purchasing and warehousing departments make a temporary purchase. What do you think? Take me. Aaron paused slightly, gesturing for him to lead the way. Norman immediately led the way. Felicia was puzzled, thinking it was an extremely important work arrangement, so she kept a straight face and pondered how to behave later. But when she came to a secluded storage room and looked at the things that were both insects and unknown instruments, she fell into deep thought. Is there anything special about these things? Is there an important factor involved that she cannot understand? For example, the insect is a super gene insect created using Osborn biotechnology. What are those helmets and goggles that look like the individual soldier equipment in TV shows? Could it be a new generation of military equipment secretly manufactured by the Osborn Group? And these lizards, geckos? Lizards? Before arriving, Felicia had done some research on the Osborn Group, and the documents she had also documented some of the Osborn Group's important experiments, as well as a copy sent to her email address, to ensure that Aaron can respond accurately if he has any questions. She vaguely knew that the company had lizard-related experimental projects, but these lizards looked quite ordinary. Felicia was puzzled, and so was Norman, but he didn't ask. You all wait outside. Aaron gestured for them to leave, his brain signals infiltrating the surrounding network, but there were no signs of surveillance. Although Norman did not know what Aaron was going to do, he deliberately ensured that it was kept secret. After they left, Aaron then opened the items on the table one by one. Geckos with night vision and regenerative abilities, chameleons that can change their skin color to camouflage themselves, the green tiger beetle, known as the fastest insect, bats with ultrasonic detection capabilities, axolotls with super regenerative abilities, and the latest generation of infrared thermal vision assistive equipment. Each type has more than 10 servings. It also includes many varieties. For example, there are several different species of lizards, such as geckos and chameleons, and there are dozens of them in total. This was purchased by the Osborn Group in the morning or obtained from the laboratory. Next, similar items will be shipped in one after another. Aaron didn't dwell on it. He opened his right hand and said, "Buddy, time to get to work." The black hole continued to operate, and under Aaron's control, it absorbed and melted everything, including insects and glass bottles and jars. One beam of light after another flowed from my palm into my whole body. Supervision. Gecko, your eyes possess a controllable, special light-sensing ability up to 400 times that of the human eye, making even nighttime appear like daytime. Similar abilities have been detected and integrated. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Super Regeneration. Gecko, you possess powerful regenerative abilities, capable of rapidly regenerating even severed limbs. Regeneration speed depends primarily on your body's energy levels, ranging from several hours to several days. Super speed, green tiger armor, you have gained super speed, capable of covering 350 meters per second. Supervision, veined chameleon, your eyes can focus independently and simultaneously capture multiple moving targets. Similar abilities have been detected. Giant tongue whip, your tongue possesses incredible flexibility and extensibility, capable of extending to 4 times its original length at any time, and can be moved freely, up and down, left and right, forward and backward. Mimetic camouflage, chameleon, similar abilities have been detected. You can change your skin color by sensing your surroundings, blending into your environment. Ultrasound, that you can emit ultrasonic waves to locate targets up to 300 kilohertz. The exact frequency varies depending on your physical condition. Super hearing, that similar ability detected. Integrated. You can distinguish sounds of different frequencies and accurately determine surrounding objects and environment through ultrasound. You can also discern the information contained within sounds of different frequencies. Super immunity, that you possess a powerful immune system capable of tolerating, resisting, and eliminating various deadly viruses. Ordinary external abnormalities will be unable to invade your body. Congratulations, you have completely said goodbye to AIDS, syphilis, genital warts, and gonorrhea. Muscle control, that you can perfectly control every muscle in your body and make certain changes to enable them to unleash more powerful functions, ears, mouth, etc., while also generating sound waves through high-frequency movements of your hands and feet. Super regeneration, axolotl, similar ability detected, already fused. You now possess cellular-level regeneration capabilities. From minor skin damage to major injuries like the heart and brain, with sufficient energy, everything will be rapidly restored to its original state, avoiding abnormal regeneration of limbs, etc. Infrared thermal imaging, it can clearly detect the thermal radiation signals of surrounding objects and convert them into an image of the surrounding environment. Vibration sensing, similar capabilities detected and integrated. You can more accurately detect vibrations in your surroundings and analyze more information, direction, quantity, distance, etc. That was awesome. After clearing away all the objects in front of him, Aaron let out a heartfelt sigh. He gradually adapted to his many new abilities, and even with his strong adaptability, it was quite difficult to perfectly control so many abilities. Not to mention the abilities he recently acquired. He hasn't even tested and mastered all the other abilities he acquired before. It should be noted that even his supervision alone has been fused multiple times. It allows you to see further, achieves a leap in dynamic vision, and has a multispectral field of view that can see more colors and light. It also has recently acquired single focus, super sensory vision, and even infrared thermal imaging can be considered a partial achievement. Once he activates these abilities simultaneously, the visual image he sees will undergo a dramatic change. Just like abstract paintings, there is only more abstract, there is no most abstract. But Mom no longer has to worry about him getting lost at night. Even in the dead of night, he can see the colors of objects hundreds of meters away with the help of dim light, just like in daylight. Infrared thermal imaging and ultrasonic capabilities also allow him to accurately detect enemies hidden in the shadows. With his combined abilities, he can become a midnight hunter, and no one can escape his pursuit. Even vampires would probably have to admit defeat at night. Of course, what surprised Aaron the most was that he gained an almost superhuman regenerative ability. Even if organs such as the heart are damaged, or even the brain is damaged, it can recover quickly. With super defense and super regeneration, it's even more terrifying than an unkillable cockroach. It also features perfect muscle control, mimicry and camouflage, and super speed, supersonic level. Huh? How did this weird thing get in here? Holy crap, a giant tongue whip? What kind of positive buff is this? Do I need that kind of ability? Don't let those female live streamers find out in the future otherwise. Oh, and there's the vibration from before, the newly acquired giant tongue whip, muscle control. Damn, this is going to kill us. I can't think about it anymore. Aaron thought for a moment, then shook his head repeatedly. With his superhuman physique, super strength, and super speed, does he really need these strange abilities? That's a gross underestimation of him. Aaron glanced at his fingers subconsciously. When did he get a Kato Hawk hand? Wouldn't that be a perfect match? Damn it, what the hell am I thinking? Snap. Aaron slammed his hand on the table, shattering it, which startled Norman, who was waiting outside, who immediately knocked on the door. Boss? Fine. Aaron glanced around, then left without looking back. Norman and Felicia peeked through the crack in the door at the empty room, hesitated to speak, but the sensible one didn't ask anything in the end. Norman glanced at Aaron, and for some reason, he felt that his boss had become even stronger. His eyes were sharper, as if he could see into people's hearts. Norman had nothing to hide, but he still couldn't help but lower his head. Boss, I should be able to collect at least half of what you asked me to collect within the next month. There is currently no information on some of these objects, and it may take some time. Aaron nodded and said, "It's all right, you did a great job." Norman's face lit up with joy, but then he sensed something was wrong. How could he have switched roles so quickly from being the boss to the underling? After a moment's thought, Norman tentatively asked, then, "Boss, our group has some genetically modified organisms under our control. Would you like to take a look? For example, our latest research achievement, using synthetic ribonucleic acid to create a completely new genome, and then combining it with the genes of 3 types of spiders, we have developed 13 super spiders." Aaron paused. Is that so? He suddenly recalled the keywords in his mind, searched for similar words in the old folder, and matched them one by one. His expression was strange. Are you sure it's not 15? Norman was startled, glanced at Felicia, and exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, do you know that our next project involves 15? The 13 super spiders we developed this time all had some flaws and didn't meet the initial design, so the person in charge decided to modify some genes to create 15 super spiders." Aaron raised his hand to interrupt. "Take me there." Good heavens, is Spider-Man about to be born? Thinking of this, Aaron asked again, "Do you know Professor Connors and Dr. Otto?" Norman nodded. Professor Connors is a renowned biology expert. We had a pleasant collaboration with him, although the experiment failed. Dr. Otto is a renowned nuclear physicist, but recently he has a small sun project that sounds crazy, but if it is realized, he will be on par with Stark. Aaron noticed that Norman seemed a little embarrassed when he mentioned Connors, and somewhat dismissive when he mentioned Otto, but when he mentioned Tony Stark, he couldn't hide the helplessness in his tone. Clearly, Norman felt extremely anxious, even discouraged, about Tony Stark's success. After all, the Osborn Corporation and Stark Industries were once considered 2 of the brightest stars in the United States. But now, Stark is far ahead, even showing signs of pulling away. However, the Osborn Group gradually declined under his leadership. Aaron didn't care about Norman's feelings. He didn't care about the past of the Osborn Group. But after he takes over, the Osborn Group will surely become a megacorporation. What about Stark Industries? His attention is now focused on Professor Connors and Dr. Otto. One is Lizard Serum, the other is Project Little Sun. He wondered what the primordial furnace would give him if it melted the Little Sun or the arc reactor. Wow, this looks promising. Boss, are you interested in Professor Connors and Dr. Otto's experiments? Norman had a vague idea of what was going on. He still remembered that when Aaron was making grand promises to him, he mentioned beauty potions, anti-aging potions, limb regeneration potions, and anti-cancer potions. Any one of these drugs, if released, would drive the whole world crazy. No woman can resist the desire to maintain her youthful appearance, no wealthy person can resist the longevity desired by anti-aging drugs, and no disabled person can ignore the new life brought about by limb regeneration drugs. Of course, no cancer patient would not want an anti-cancer drug. These 4 groups are all loaded with money. It contains a market worth hundreds of billions or even trillions of yuan. Once the Osborn Group comes out, surpassing Stark Industries will be no problem at all. Your energy industry has great potential, but our biomedical industry is just as promising. Humans yearn for the starry sky, but they are even more eager for longevity and health. People may not travel to space, but they absolutely cannot resist the temptation of immortality. This is human selfishness. Moreover, although Tony Stark made a major breakthrough in energy, he did not bring out the Iron Man suit or the reactor technology. Although it reversed the decline caused by the closure of the arms division and even saw a sharp increase, it was greatly restricted. Putting everything else aside, I reckon that once the cure is developed, the Osborn Corporation will be able to compete with Stark Industries again. Aaron did not deny the statement. Felicia, schedule appointments with Professor Connors and Dr. Otto according to my schedule. Tell them that the new chairman and president of the Osborn Group is very interested in their research. Felicia nodded, wrote down the arrangements, and focused on performing her secretarial duties throughout the process, listening when she should listen and keeping quiet when she should keep quiet, without saying a word more than necessary. However, the empty schedule made Felicia think to herself that Aaron's schedule didn't seem busy at all. On the contrary, she secretly glanced at Norman Osborn's schedule, and it had been booked until the early hours of the morning for the past week. Felicia felt a strange sense of wonder as she watched Norman Osborn dedicate himself to Aaron to the point of selflessness. Norman, the former chairman, lost all his shares and took over as CEO as Aaron's agent. However, he received less money but had a heavier workload than before, making him feel like he was constantly on the verge of collapse. But Norman was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, he was full of energy and worked like crazy. What a naturally born divine body. Upon hearing this, Norman said, "In that case, I'll have my secretary contact Felicia's secretary later. She can offer some assistance." While speaking, Aaron followed Norman to the Biological Research Department of the Osborn Corporation. Led by a group of doctors in white coats, Aaron saw the so-called 13 super spiders. "Boss, this spider is a funnel-shaped spider of the family Triplephysa. It can weave funnel-shaped webs as strong as steel cables, and it's an important area of our research. If the group can replicate and develop this super-strong spider silk and apply it to the textile, construction, aviation, and shipbuilding industries, then we will reap considerable profits." The man in the white coat enthusiastically introduced himself to Aaron, seemingly intending to showcase his abilities in front of both the new and old bosses in order to secure more research and development funding. Aaron ignored those words and only glanced at the summary report. This spider's web surpasses all other spider silks in every way. Moreover, it possesses even stronger sensing capabilities. Aaron had previously tested that smelting the same but more powerful species could also enhance his abilities in this area to some extent. This feature enhances coverage. In other words, his smelting ability has no limit. The only limit is these creatures. The abilities he gains depend, to some extent, on the strength of the functional characteristics of the object being smelted. He now possesses spider sense, but it's relatively ordinary. Some Spider-Men possess sensory abilities that rival prophecy and are even more practical. As he looked around, Aaron turned his attention to the electron microscope beside him. This thing seems like it can be smelted too? Optical microscopes, electron microscopes, as well as telescopes, astronomical telescopes, etc. He can even smelt certain special metals, such as vibranium, URU metal, and adamantium. Aaron fell into deep thought. He had already overestimated his development capabilities, but now he realized that he was still a long way from fully developing the primordial forge's functionality. With just a little thought, he discovered so much potential. When all these characteristics are concentrated in one person. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Perhaps it's not quite omniscient and omnipotent, but it's still a weaker version of omnipotence. Seeing Aaron deep in thought, Norman interrupted the incessant chatter of the researcher in the white coat, and everyone held their breath, waiting for Aaron's instructions. Aaron quickly came to his senses, scanned his surroundings, and looked on with eager eyes. "Felicia, get the finance and purchasing departments to work together to increase the budget so that our hardworking researchers can further develop new species. As for these things," Aaron waved his hand, "take them all away." The research director looked delighted. A larger budget meant a higher salary. They too can achieve their ambitions. He didn't care about 13 spiders. Did you all hear that? Pack all these spiders up and take them with you. Stop. I mean, take all of these scientific instruments, including electron microscopes. No, you took them all with you. How are we supposed to conduct our research? Is this a signal for us to pack our bags and leave? Is this the only research lab in our group? Aaron looked at Norman, who snapped out of his daze, "Of course not. You all go to the lab next door right now to continue with the project. Pack everything up and take it with you." Everyone was dumbfounded. What is going on here? Norman didn't know either, but he knew he did whatever Aaron told him to do. Even though these instruments cost hundreds of millions of US dollars, he gritted his teeth and packed them up with tears in his eyes. I was thinking about who I should approach to solicit investment recently. Looks like I'll have to plan some more trips. Packaging up a biological laboratory is obviously not that easy. Aaron picked out a few trinkets first, then had someone carry the spider breeding box directly to the underground parking garage. Accompanied by Norman and Felicia, they put their belongings in the trunk and got into Norman's private Rolls-Royce. Incidentally, because Norman's car was requisitioned by Aaron, he had to buy a Jetta, which his son Harry had suggested. Well, despite Norman's repeated expressions of disdain, he said he needed to consider Harry's feelings and also needed to get a vehicle that suited his status. However, Aaron has reason to believe that Norman was worried about the group's lack of funds and had no choice but to choose the lower-end Ford Jetta. My buddy, you don't need to skimp on this, trust me. Aaron patted Norman on the shoulder, then looked at Felicia. Do you have a driver's license? Of course, boss. Felicia sat somewhat awkwardly in the driver's seat, feeling incredibly excited as she enjoyed the Rolls-Royce's soft cushions and luxurious interior. Aaron felt a slight chill run down his spine, thinking that having Felicia drive was a terrible choice. But he can drive, but he doesn't have a driver's license. He didn't want to be stopped by traffic police halfway through the journey because of his East Asian face and asked questions such as who owned the car. To his surprise, Felicia's driving skills were unexpectedly good, despite her clumsy movements. Is this what talent is? With a forced smile on Norman's face, Aaron and Felicia walked away. Looking back at his unremarkable Jetta, Norman sighed. That's his car. Fortunately, there are still healing potions. That should be able to bring in a large sum of money. Norman shook his head, feeling troubled. Family members, does anyone understand? He's no longer the head of the group, so why is he working even harder and more exhausted? Boss, where do we go next? My family member is XXX. Aaron said casually, his mind preoccupied with the upcoming arrangements, completely unaware that Felicia's face was gradually turning red. Even when driving, I feel a bit nervous and unsteady. Aaron frowned but said nothing. I understand. We should be very forgiving of new drivers. It's okay if their driving skills aren't good, we can practice slowly. Aaron was willing to teach him personally. They remained silent the entire way. On the other side. Hello, Miss Bishop, my name is Adeline. I am skilled in gymnastics, jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, kickboxing, boxing, wrestling, and other close combat techniques, and I have won awards in various competitions. I am also skilled with medium and long weapons, such as spears or staffs. In a self-defense incident, I defeated 3 200-pound men head-on without sustaining a scratch. I am also proficient in English, French, and Italian. Kate and Eleanor remained silent as they watched the blonde woman speak confidently and recount one impressive feat after another. After observing her closely, they concluded that the woman in front of them was at most in her early 20s, definitely not 30. Despite her height, probably around 1.8 meters, she looked so slim and had a great figure. He doesn't look like the person she described at all. Shouldn't it be a round woman weighing over 200 pounds, with well-developed muscles and a thick waist? At the very least, she should be something like a muscle Barbie. Ms. Adeline, we're not working on a thesis right now. Eleanor offered a kind suggestion. Adeline nodded, seemingly having anticipated this situation, and took out document after document from a briefcase beside her. This is my language certificate. This is my gymnastics championship from high school. This is my national boxing championship. This is my wrestling record. And this is my second-place finish in the armed combat competition. Oh, this is my gun license. I'm a pretty good shot too. Furthermore, this is my court judgment, which proves that in a case of legitimate self-defense, I accidentally killed one strong man, severely injured 2 other strong men, and destroyed 3T********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Miss Bishop and Miss Kate, you can check these things on the official website. Everything is absolutely true and verifiable. Oh my God. You're so amazing. Eleanor didn't know what to say, so she made a phone call, and soon a document arrived. It's all real, no problem. This beautiful, young, and incredibly skilled girl is truly a hidden gem. Adeline smiled and said, "When I learned that Miss Kate aspired to be a professional boxer and combat expert at such a young age, I felt like I was seeing my younger self. In order to master these skills, I almost gave up studying and dating. You may not believe it, but in fact, I have never even been in a relationship. That's why I've been able to master so many skills at this age." Eleanor opened her mouth, then cautiously asked, "So, Miss Adeline, don't you regret it?" "No regrets." Adeline shook her head. "When I took down 3 men with malicious intentions head-on in that battle, I felt it was all worth it. What's more, I also met Kate, who is very talented, and I saw a strong determination in her eyes. So I decided to lend her a hand and teach her everything I knew. I believe that when Miss Kate reaches my age, no, perhaps even younger, she will become one of the world's top fighters." Kate's eyes lit up. "Mom, it's her. I think she could be one of my teachers. By the way, Ms. Adeline, I don't know how to learn Taekwondo." "No problem. I've always thought Taekwondo is useless. I can teach you more powerful fighting techniques." Adrienne agreed. Kate nodded. Seeing this, Eleanor extended her hand, then, "Miss Adeline, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure doing business with you." Not long after, Aaron received a text message from Kate. "You have no idea what I was just doing." Aaron smiled, but before he could reply, Kate sent another message. "I found a really amazing female teacher. She knows so many things." Aaron's expression changed slightly. "Does she speak Russian and Latin?" After a while, "Kate, she said she wouldn't, that she wasn't interested in that stuff at all." Aaron was finally relieved. I asked her for her name. A quick online search revealed that. "Wow, you really are gifted." Another teenage prodigy? Looking at pictures of Adeline's wins and awards online, Aaron stroked his chin, deep in thought. Isn't this all too normal, too smooth, too easy? Wrong. Too much normality is actually abnormal. Aaron quickly discovered something suspicious. These online photo albums are indeed from the official website. It's all true. But Adeline's smile is identical in all these pictures. Some parts are perfunctory and the same as others. A person's smile will definitely have some subtle changes at different times. But Adelina's smile is exactly the same in photos from recent years. Even the marks on their faces are exactly the same. The only differences are being a gymnastics champion in high school and having a gun license. So there's a lot of truth and falsehood in this. Aaron tried to access these official websites through the online world. Then I checked the latest code writing time and image insertion time from the official website backend. He smiled knowingly. "Adeline. Egghead, you're using this to test your cadres?" Aaron recognized her. The woman was Barbara Morse, the mockingbird from S.H.I.E.L.D. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Kate had casually mentioned a mockingbird before, and now she's actually met the real deal. However, Barbara's abilities do not match this codename. Barbara doesn't have superpowers, at least she didn't show any superpowers in the show. She possesses only strong close-quarters combat skills, and is quite adept at using a staff. His marksmanship was average. They are probably among the strongest of the top agents. Compared to Aaron, Barbara is more like the imposter. Aaron can be certain that many of these awards were added at the last minute. Aaron was somewhat surprised by the reaction speed of S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, the Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack and Logistics Agency. He had only been in the Marvel Universe for 2 days. The other party not only discovered his existence, but also devised 2 separate plans. Those photos online might actually be Barbara and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents filming early in the morning, and then contacting various official websites to update the information. Aaron was unaware that Natasha had arrived so quickly because their initial target was Tony Stark. It was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. After discovering Aaron's existence, I seized the opportunity to give it a try. He managed to cut in line and sneak in, but Aaron kicked him out on some random excuse. Barbara, on the other hand, was Nick Fury's backup plan. Whether it's Natalie or Adeline, there are both real and fake identities. Their actual abilities are genuine. As her resume suggests, Natasha does indeed have some legal knowledge and a deep understanding of potential sexual harassment lawsuits. She also speaks multiple foreign languages, including Latin, Russian, Italian, and French. She is also fully capable of handling secretarial work. It is more than enough for both living and administrative purposes. Everyone who has used it says it's great. Just as she said, Adeline had never been in a relationship and was multilingual and proficient in various martial arts. Before university, my life trajectory was entirely traceable. She was recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. because of her outstanding performance during high school. Then they continuously received combat training and foreign language training. And with his outstanding performance, he quickly rose to become a senior agent. He was deeply trusted by Nick Fury. If Aaron hadn't performed so exceptionally well, accomplishing in just one day in the US what others couldn't achieve in decades, it would have been for nothing. Nick Fury did not immediately take action after learning of the intelligence, and instead dispatched 2 top agents. Imagine, an Asian comes to the United States and on his first day there, he manages to take over one of the 2 jewels of the nation, the Osborn Group, and make Norman Osborn willingly become his subordinate. What will happen the next day? The 3rd day, the 4th day? Are you planning to take over New York in a week and become the President of the United States within a year? And then set another grand plan to conquer the universe within 10 years. In terms of danger level and monitoring priority, Aaron is even above Tony Stark. At least they know what Tony Stark is up to tonight. But we have absolutely no idea what Aaron will do tonight. Boss, is there any other arrangement? Felicia asked, observing his expression. Aaron shook his head. Don't talk, drive carefully. I must say, your driving skills are pretty good. Everyone says female drivers are dangerous, but so far, Aaron's spider sense has never warned him of any danger. This indirectly shows that Felicia is very dedicated to her work. Aaron likes people like that. It's a good thing to be dedicated, to do everything with heart. Having stopped thinking about the mimic bird, Aaron gestured to Felicia to take the things back home after they arrived. When there's work to be done, the secretary does it. When there's nothing to do, the secretary does it. If you have a secretary but still have to do everything yourself, then what's the point of having a secretary? Just to do the work? Felicia diligently began moving things. Carrying the rather large glass incubators, I placed them in the living room. Then they brought in smaller items that they had taken from the laboratory, such as optical microscopes, electron microscopes, and electron balances. Felicia rubbed her aching arms. So tired. Why did I end up doing manual labor on my first day as a secretary? Well done. Felicia, I have high hopes for you. Aaron sat on the sofa and nodded in satisfaction. Felicia smiled sweetly, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey after receiving a compliment from Aaron. So, boss, what's the plan for next? Like, what would you like to eat? Seeing Felicia drenched in sweat, Aaron's appetite whetted. I am indeed a little hungry. Felicia, as a qualified secretary, you must understand your boss's thoughts at this moment. So, what should you do next? Aaron changed his posture, sitting casually with his legs spread wide. Felicia was taken aback, but quickly realized what was happening and began preparing things. Wait a minute, before we get down to business, let's have a musical appreciation session, using your best instrument. And then, a Spanish bullfighting song. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. 2 hours later. I glanced at Felicia, who was fast asleep. Aaron, who secured the first kill, remained in high spirits. He shook his head, unsatisfied. Too weak. You were routed by a mere tremor. If I were to unleash my giant tongue whip, perfect muscle control, and super speed, how would you possibly cope? She can switch between strength and gentleness at will, and anyone who comes will have to kneel down and sing conquer. Aaron covered Felicia with the blanket and tiptoed into the messy living room. Ignoring the tear stains on the dining table, kitchen, and bathroom, she went straight to the glass incubator. The second meal is here. Aaron reached in and, with lightning speed, grabbed and melted the super spiders one by one. No new abilities were gained this time. It still relies on abilities such as Spider Sense and Spider Silk. However, these similar abilities have all been enhanced to some extent. Finally, Aaron looked at the laboratory equipment. They reached out their evil hands once again. Supervision. Optical microscope similar abilities detected, now integrated. Your vision has been further enhanced, allowing you to use optical principles to magnify objects and clearly see cellular structures with a maximum magnification of 2000x. Supervision. Electron microscope similar capabilities detected, now integrated. You can skillfully use electromagnetic fields to focus electron trajectories, allowing you to see even smaller material structures with a maximum magnification of 10 million times. Frost Mastery. Ice Maker. You can easily condense water molecules in the air into ice according to your desired shape and use it against enemies. Electromagnetic Control. Similar ability detected, already integrated. Capable of creating a more powerful magnetic field and controlling it with greater precision. Super Touch. Multifunctional electronic balance. You gain more precise control over yourself, accurately determining the weight of objects through touch, with an accuracy of 1 part per million, plus or minus 0.001 milligrams. Temperature Control. You can control the temperature around you, freely adjusting the temperature rise or fall within a certain area, with a maximum of 500 degrees Celsius and a minimum of minus 30 degrees Celsius. You've gotten even stronger. Eren carefully sensed the changes in his body. This enhancement primarily targets the eyes and supernatural abilities. With his right hand outstretched upwards, a crystal of ice rapidly solidified, transforming precisely into an ice diamond at a speed visible to the naked eye. What if we combine it with temperature control? Eren pointed his right hand, and in an instant, a wall of ice rose from the ground. Cool. From now on, please call me Iceman. Eren tapped on the ice wall, which was about 5 centimeters thick, with a light tap. The wall broke. Okay, it's a bit flashy but impractical. It's passable against ordinary people, but it's almost useless against beings of the same level or even stronger. This ability would really shine in places like the seaside or lakeside. Of course, this doesn't mean that ice control and temperature control are useless. Simply having a wall of ice is somewhat impractical. Many ways to use it flashed through Eren's mind. For example, it directly condenses the water vapor around the enemy into ice, forming ice sculptures. Even if it doesn't freeze the opponent, it can at least slow down their movement. Compared to this method, Eren prefers to directly control the temperature inside the enemy's body, burning them from a distance to attack their internal organs from within. Or lower the temperature, freeze the blood, and defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. Or it could be a precise strike to the brain. I admit you're very strong, but what about your brain, which is as thin as tofu? Is 100 degrees enough? Not enough? Then 500 degrees. Even zombies would shake their heads in disbelief. Of course, this approach is only suitable for those with average abilities. Eren shook his head, recalling Thor, the tough guy who survived the 10,000 degrees Celsius heat of a neutron star. Ultimately, the technology on Earth is too limited. We should look for mysterious objects more often in the future. Chief, I have successfully gained the trust of Kate and Eleanor, and now I am teaching Kate as their private tutor. Well done, Barbara. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in the Trident building, Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction. After so much bad news, finally there's some good news. Thinking about the series of things that have happened recently. First, Tony Stark stopped being a playboy and started wearing armor to become Iron Man. Once again, Dr. Bruce transforms into a green-skinned monster and wreaks havoc on the military. Now another mysterious Easterner has arrived, and in one day he has taken over the daughter of Bishop Security Company and the Osborn Group. A true chaotic mess. Natasha's attempt has failed. Now you are our only hope. Barbara, use your current identity as quickly as possible at all costs to find out Eren's background and his purpose. I'll try my best. Barbara, dressed in a teacher's uniform, looked at Kate studying in the distance with a somewhat awkward expression. An afternoon passed. Her relationship with Kate has improved significantly. They talked about almost everything. They have a close relationship. Kate is quite cautious about any news about Eren. Although Kate would answer whenever she asked, it was as if she hadn't said anything at all. Just like when asking about ability. Kate, I heard you have a really amazing friend. What can he do? Kate, he's the Bruce Lee of the East. He knows a lot of amazing kung fu. Kung fu? Is it as powerful as my fighting style? Tell me about it. Maybe I've learned it too. Kate, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Lingbo steps, flash fist. Are you sure you're not reading a martial arts novel? What kind of nonsense is this? Barbara returned silently from the Dragon Kingdom's network, her face full of speechlessness. Then they asked about his origins. That all sounds amazing. Does he have a martial arts instructor? Is it from Kunlun? Wudong? Shaolin Temple? Or some other martial arts school in Dacia? Kate, I know, it's the Spider Cave. So you've switched gears again to watch Journey to the West. Could it be that you're also a chosen one? I didn't realize you had such a wide range of interests. Barbara was unwilling to give up and asked the other party about their purpose. Wow, your friend has become the owner of the Osborne Group at such a young age. He's amazing. What's he going to do next? I want to buy some stocks in advance and follow him to earn money for my future child's milk powder. Kate, huh? He's the owner of the Osborne Group. I didn't know that. Seeing Kate's wide eyes and genuine expression, Barbara was convinced. As they continued chatting, she somehow transformed from a martial arts instructor into a tutor. In Kate's words, "You're my private tutor. I want to be like you, excelling in both academics and martial arts." Barbara was rendered speechless. She had no choice but to swallow the bitter fruit of her own making, even if she cried. Who told her to be their only hope? Everyone's hopes are pinned on her. Thinking of this, Barbara was filled with energy. On the other side, Aaron was also full of energy. They're keen to try out new skills. Vibration plus temperature control plus muscle control plus super speed. With a combination of multiple superpowers, he is terrifyingly strong. He specifically brought Felicia over for sparring to test his full fighting power. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, Felicia collapsed unwillingly, tears welling in her eyes. Ugh. My family, I've let all women down. From now on, please call me the 3-second girl, sob sob. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Felicia, you're really lacking. Wah. I'm so sorry. What should you do when apologizing? What should I do? Bow? Wah. Don't cry, you have to finish it even if you cry. 1 minute later. After reprimanding his secretary, Aaron got up and ordered 2 takeout meals. He doesn't actually need to eat frequently. After gaining control over energy and lightning, he can continuously absorb energy such as electric current and store it in his body. This energy can replenish the body's needs at any time, allowing him to go without eating for a certain period of time. Of course, he still needs to supplement some essential nutrients every now and then to maintain the body's needs. However, he was a foodie before he transmigrated, so even if he didn't eat, he still had to satisfy his appetite. Eating is all about enjoying the delicious food. Although the food here doesn't quite suit my taste. But there are occasional surprises. After receiving the takeout, Aaron gave 1 portion to Felicia, watching her play with her phone. What are you doing? Felicia shook the screen. Contact Professor Connors and Dr. Otto for you, boss. I have obtained their contact information. They have shown great interest in your proposal and are eager to meet you as soon as possible. Aaron's lips twitched slightly. Felicia had been through so much, with tears still clinging to her eyes, yet she was still working while injured. What loyalty, obedience, steadfastness, and competence this person possesses. If you don't improve, who will? Tell them to come to the Osborne Group to see me tomorrow. Aaron casually put down his things and sat on the edge of the bed. Just look at Felicia. Boss, you're too weak. You can't satisfy me at all. Felicia panicked and quickly scrambled to her feet. I'll try my best. I'll start training tomorrow, no, tonight. I also do yoga, lots of advanced poses. Aaron raised his hand. Felicia stopped talking and looked at him with fear and unease. It sounds great, but I've already made my decision. Felicia's eyes filled with despair as she thought about her tragic 3-second ordeal. Aaron placed his hand on her. A beam of light entered Felicia's body from her palm. The next moment, Felicia felt a huge change in her body. My previously exhausted body was filled with a new energy, and all fatigue was swept away. But then, her stomach rumbled, and the intense hunger made her grab the takeout and start eating without a care for her image. Seeing this, Aaron slowly channeled his energy into her body. This reduced her hunger. He couldn't help but wonder why he never felt this way when he was strengthening himself, but Felicia showed such a strong appetite. Could it be because his body was reshaped by the primordial furnace? With Aaron's help, Felicia finally had enough energy to strengthen her body. What happened to me? Oh my God, my body feels so strange. Aaron chuckled and said, because you are too weak, I have given you some special abilities: super strength, super physique, static electricity control, spider sense, super agility, web spinning, a certain degree of regeneration, and a certain degree of radiation resistance. Congratulations, you've become the Spider-Woman. Huh? Felicia's mouth dropped open, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Now you can lift objects weighing around 15 to 20 tons, walk effortlessly on a 90-degree wall, and your reaction speed allows you to avoid most dangers. As for spitting silk, like this. Aaron stretched out his hand and sent out several strands of spider silk, which wrapped around Felicia in an extremely bizarre manner. Aaron was momentarily stunned. Was this the skill of a master weaver? Masterful silk craftsmanship? So that's what it meant. This is a textbook example of bundling. Felicia stared in horror at the strange spider silk binding her body. It was very tough, but she had a feeling that she could have easily dodged it just now. However, her brain did not send any warning signals, and out of trust in Aaron, she forcibly controlled her body and did not move. And these spider silks, she seems to be able to break free of them with some effort? Felicia looked up, a strange look flashing in her eyes. She seemed to have figured something out. No wonder Norman Osborn treated him with utmost respect. No wonder I was so useless, resulting in this 3-second tragedy. Everything makes sense now. Aaron is not human. He is a great deity who descended to Earth. At that moment, the computer in front of the bedroom turned on automatically. It's as if an invisible hand is there, switching the scene to a different view. Felicia looked at the image above of Aaron twisting Kate as they swayed through the air in New York. Oh my God. Boss, so you're God. Don't speak, just feel it carefully. Seeing that Felicia was still in shock, Aaron didn't waste any more time explaining and simply welded the car door shut. This time, Felicia lost again. But I was very happy. She's 100 times stronger. That night, Aaron played League of Legends all night long. I experimented with Spellthief Zoe and River King, combined with Rune of Immortality and Lethal Tempo, combined with Jarvan IV's abilities. They repeatedly used the same trick. The next day, Hikami Sanpo. After several perfect morning workouts, Aaron took Felicia to the company. When I arrived at the office, I found that 2 middle-aged men had been waiting for a long time. Where is Norman? Aaron glanced around and, unusually, didn't see Norman. Without much thought, Aaron had Connors and Otto brought in. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Hello, Mr. Aaron. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kurt Connors. I am Otto Octavius. 2 middle-aged men wearing glasses greeted Aaron warmly. Aaron leaned against the conference table with his arms crossed, looking relaxed and seemingly in a very good mood. Kurt and Connors were puzzled. Hadn't they heard from outsiders that Aaron always had a secretary with him? Where was the secretary now? They hesitated for a moment, then quickly put it out of their minds. Women will only hinder their speed in drawing their swords. Aaron let out a soft breath, gave a kind smile, and did not get up. Dr. Kurt Connors, you had a collaboration with the O's group, supposedly to develop a strengthening agent that could regenerate limbs based on lizards, but unfortunately, you were unsuccessful. So, Mr. Norman stopped investing in you some time ago, is that right? Upon hearing this, Kurt Connors said urgently, Actually, Mr. Aaron, my research has reached a very important moment, and I am only 1 step away from success. Give me just a little more time, and I can develop a limb regeneration potion, and even enhance the human physique, making the human body closer to perfection. Aaron remained non-committal about what Kurt said, whether it would succeed or not. He didn't know yet. A perfect human being? You're talking about the perfect lizard man, right? If things were done your way, the United States would be staging a new Hollywood blockbuster, Rise of the Lizard Planet. A lizardman named Kurt Connors led his lizardman tribe to successfully defeat humans and become the new rulers of Earth, even going so far as to domesticate humans. I remember Felicia. Hiss. She asked you to bring a copy of your work. Did you bring it? Kurt Connors could tell that Aaron wasn't interested in the scene he was describing, and upon hearing this, he quickly nodded. Right here. He carefully took a vial of green serum from the box in the briefcase. Just by looking at the color, you can tell this serum is seriously unreliable. Those who know it are familiar with the lizard's serum, while those who don't might mistake it for a biochemical poison. Although, in some ways, this thing is just missing that strong contagiousness. You don't mind if I take a look? As Aaron spoke, he had already taken the lizard's serum and held it in midair to examine it. I've heard this thing has many flaws. Connors wasn't particularly concerned about the serum, nor was he afraid of his findings being stolen, because the Osborn group actually had backups of all this data. However, they have all been swept into the trash and sealed away, and are unlikely to be used again. Currently, it has not yet worked on the test subjects. But I've found the problem. It's the decay rate algorithm. If we can solve the algorithm problem, we can grant people self-healing abilities. Connors was excited and eager to prove the validity of his research. So, you've been stuck in the theoretical stage all along? After listening, Aaron summarized and raised a question. So, Mr. Kurt, if you solve the decay rate algorithm problem, how do you determine how much bodily function the genes of an alien species will take over? For example, although humans possess self-healing abilities, their skin turns dark green, develops scales, and they have long tongues. Their animalistic nature takes over their human-like thinking. Connors couldn't answer, because, as the other person said, he was still stuck in the theoretical stage. It's possible, but I'm confident I can solve it. Because I'm a leading authority in the field of web crawling, I can solve those problems, believe me. Otto, watching from the side, felt a pang of sympathy and nodded quietly, saying, I know Connors. He is indeed very capable. Aaron chuckled, casually put the serum into the cabinet, closed his eyes to rest for a moment, and then took out another light green reagent. This is... Kurt Connors looked puzzled. This is what you've been dreaming of. Limb regeneration reagent. Connors' pupils contracted. You guys succeeded. My God, this is impossible. If the Osborn group truly possessed this capability, related reports would have already flooded the internet, dominating every corner of the online community. However, in reality, the sudden change of leadership at the Osborn group to a young and handsome Asian man caused widespread panic, and the stock price plummeted like a waterfall, completely unstoppable. Osborn was able to withstand the pressure entirely because of his strong foundation. However, outsiders remain skeptical about the future development of the Osborn group. After all, no one believed that an Asian man in his early 20s could steer this giant ship better than a wise, middle-aged white man like Norman. This is a limb regeneration drug, not some common cold medicine. So, do you dare to give it a try? Aaron smiled and reminded him it was theoretically a perfect success, but it hasn't been tested on humans. And you're the first. Otto's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. No, Kurt. Otto and Kurt were college classmates and maintained a good relationship after graduation. One is a biology expert and the other is a nuclear physics expert. Both stand at the pinnacle of their respective fields. He didn't want Kurt to drink some weird stuff and then die young. Kurt Connors hesitated, holding the reagents. He glanced at the casual-looking Aaron. Although I don't know your background or why Mr. Norman gave you the group, I don't think that a boss who controls a multi-billion-dollar group would need to use these things to kill a nobody like me. On the black market, his head is worth at most $1 million. If he dies here, the Osborn group will suffer losses in the tens of billions. I doubt even the US president is worth that much. With this in mind, Connors made up his mind. Injection or direct consumption? It will be all right. Otto was even more worried. Although he was not a biology expert, it did not mean that he was a novice. In fact, he is quite capable in this area. Otherwise, he would not have been able to develop the robotic arm. Is the reagent drinkable directly? It doesn't seem plausible at all. Aren't you afraid of it being corroded by stomach acid? Connors hesitated for a moment, then tilted his head back and drank it down. 1 second, 2 seconds. It's like nothing happened? I just drank a sweet beverage. Connors was very suspicious. However, the moment after he finished questioning, he felt an itch on his arm. Pain came from the scabbed area, as if something was tearing open the flesh and then bursting out from the severed limb. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a perfectly intact right arm grew back. Connors and Otto were both stunned, staring at the scene in silence for a long time. A miracle. This is a miracle. Mr. Aaron, you have created a miracle. The limb regeneration drug is absolutely the greatest achievement in the history of medicine. Even the Nobel Prize cannot fully match your contributions. Connors was completely convinced. As he felt the pain in his right arm, tears streamed down his face. What you just drank was the world's first and only limb regeneration drug. Aaron said something else. Connors turned pale with fright, staring at the empty test tube, a strange emotion brewing within him. Is this what Easterners mean by, a scholar will die for one who understands him? Mr. Aaron. Now, Mr. Corconis, would you like to join us in remanufacturing this reagent? Aaron didn't seem flustered at all, and showed no sign of regret. Connors nodded emphatically without hesitation. It is my honor to work for you. Even if you don't pay a single penny, I'm still willing to pay to serve you. Have a look. Look at this level of awareness. Paying to work here gives you 10 years of experience. As expected of a top biological expert, his thinking is advanced and ahead of everyone else. Of course, Aaron doesn't lack this money. Norman, I need it. When you get another one of your research results, I'll need it. I'll have Norman set aside a top-notch biological laboratory for you within the group. You are the research director for limb regeneration drugs. I hope you can reverse engineer the results as soon as possible. Aaron casually settled the matter. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even the Osborne Group, whose stock price is plummeting, has a whopping 108 research and development laboratories at its headquarters alone. The building is mostly filled with laboratories, and nobody knows what projects are being carried out inside. Even Aaron, the big boss, didn't bother to check them one by one. So, boss, when do we begin? Kurt Connors waved his undamaged right hand, extremely excited. God knows how many scornful looks he endured. Even the most authoritative reptile expert was ridiculed openly and secretly by others because of his missing right hand. He always tells people he's left-handed, but does he really have to choose? He was right-handed before his right hand disappeared. The sooner the better. Aaron glanced at the time. I'll arrange for someone to help you move the documents. From now on, this will be your home. Any questions? No problem. This company is my home. I love it here. Connors suppressed his excitement and turned to leave. Dr. Otto watched the two talk, happy that his old friend had achieved his goal and found his purpose in life, but at the same time, he was also shocked by the strength shown by the Osborne Group. Could it be? Was this limb regeneration drug developed by Aaron? Otherwise, why would Norman entrust such a large company to such a young man? Outsiders were waiting to see the Osborne Group make a fool of itself, while the medical groups were celebrating, buying champagne to mark the occasion, all waiting for this international behemoth to fall so they could all divide and devour it. But it's clear that the dreams of those outside are about to be shattered. The man before us will use irrefutable facts to tell the world that the Osborne Corporation, under his leadership, will develop into a super behemoth surpassing Stark Industries. It could even influence the future of all humankind. Otto became more reserved. Aaron looked at him. Dr. Otto. I am here. Otto sat upright with his head held high, his posture impeccable, like a soldier awaiting inspection by a general. I heard you're working on that. Little Sun Project. Yes, it's a nuclear fusion project, a controlled nuclear fusion reaction that uses a resonant frequency to enhance the fusion effect, ultimately producing immense, inexhaustible energy, like the sun, providing endless energy. Once the nuclear fusion machine is successful, it will be like a mini-sun, providing cheap electricity for everyone. Aaron listened patiently as he explained his plans. So, Mr. Otto, you need a lot of money. Yes, sir, my plan requires the precious element tritium, which is currently extremely rare. Without sufficient funds and technology, it's impossible to create the amount of tritium needed for the miniature sun, and so, as long as you have enough tritium, you can create a mini-sun anytime? Aaron ignored the technical jargon. He only cared about what mattered to him. Otto nodded. I've devoted half my life to the little sun. The nuclear fusion machine is already designed. It just needs startup capital. But you can't guarantee it's safe. Otto grew anxious. I'm confident. I've seen too many people like you, but they've all failed. There's only one success so far. That's Tony Stark. Aaron looked at him calmly. Upon hearing this name, Otto wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Okay, I understand. Mr. Stark has developed my concept. He has perfectly mastered the energy of the sun. But sir, Stark became an energy giant thanks to the arc reactor. If you help me create the little sun, the Osborne Corporation will be able to rival them in the energy field. But I don't need it. Otto was stunned. If the Osborne Group doesn't fund him, then no one will be the one to take the fall. Stark Industries has ready-made products that are more miniaturized and safer. His thing, like Professor Connors's, only exists in theory. It has not been actually verified at all. Moreover, what if we succeed but fail? Aaron chuckled. Is Stark Industries that powerful? Why would I need to rely on Little Sun to surpass them? Are there enough limb regeneration potions? Are there enough super healing potions? Are there enough anti-aging potions? Dr. Otto paused, then said dejectedly, So, Mr. Aaron, what brings you here? You're not just here to make fun of me, are you? Seeing this, Aaron knew that it was about time. After pausing for a while, he changed to a more convenient position. Dr. Otto, although the corporation does not need your technology, I personally value your wisdom. I am personally willing to fund your dream, but you need the service of all beings for me. I not only want to create a miniature sun, I also want to create things that only exist in science fiction. Do you understand? Compared to the Small Sun project, Aaron values Otto's talent more. Perhaps in terms of intelligence, he is no match for Tony Stark. He's not even as good as Howard Stark, who's been dead for over a decade. But without a doubt, he is also one of the smartest people in the Marvel Universe. Aaron needs someone like that to serve him. As for intelligence and talent, there will be plenty of ways to solve this in the future. Otto hesitated for a long time, thinking about Kurt's performance just now and also recalling the various whimsical ideas about potions that Aaron had casually mentioned. Most importantly, Aaron admires him as a person. Because of his talent, he personally funded him to realize his dream, regardless of the cost. Such a boss is extremely rare even in the entire history of the world. Boss, perhaps we can start working as soon as possible. Otto made up his mind. From now on, he would ride on this giant ship. Anyway, he doesn't have many days left to live. Aaron was unaware of his thoughts. If he had known, he would have said, Don't worry, I will make you live longer and work for me for the rest of your life, until I am omniscient and omnipotent. Very good. By the way, Doctor, I heard that you also created a kind of intelligent mechanical auxiliary arm. Aaron mentioned another point. Otto perked up. Yes, boss. They are specifically designed to handle nuclear fusion, resistant to high temperatures and magnetic forces, and directly connected to the human spinal cord. Then the brain controls these mechanical arms through neural connections. I use nanowires. Aaron raised his hand to interrupt. I'll give you enough funds later, and you can give me a copy of this. Upon hearing this, Otto nodded immediately. No problem, I'll go back and get them right now. However, boss, they are somewhat dangerous. If you are going to use them yourself, you must protect the suppression chip inside to prevent the robotic arm from taking over. I don't know how to use that thing. Aaron shook his head. Even without Otto's reminder, he certainly wouldn't use it. He understood even better than Otto just how dangerous that thing was. As if struck by a sudden thought, he asked, So, you've also done research in artificial intelligence? Otto proudly raised his head. I spent some of my spare time researching artificial intelligence, and I'm at the forefront of the world in this field. Okay, later you can develop an artificial intelligence program for me. The more intelligent the better, I need it. Otto readily agreed, saying it was a small matter, as long as he helped me realize my dream. What was wrong with developing 10? P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. After sending Otto and Connors away, Aaron shuddered and after a long while exclaimed, Felicia, you've made great progress and deserve praise. Felicia crawled out from under the table, wiping her mouth as she drank. Boss, it's mainly because the abilities you gave me are too amazing. I feel like my tongue is more nimble than my hands. He licked the corner of his mouth as he spoke. The giant tongue whip is no joke. Suitable for both men and women, incredibly flexible, it's definitely one of the strongest support abilities. Aaron nodded slightly, then frowned and said, Where's Norman? I haven't seen him since this morning. Did he go to research healing potions? Norman, with his experience in developing the Green Goblin serum, was naturally the obvious choice to lead the reverse engineering project for the healing potion. It is said that he conducts experiments late at night at a hidden experimental base in his villa. Even the boss, Byron, is anxious. Felicia quickly took out her phone and asked Norman's secretary. It's bad, boss. The other shareholders have teamed up against us and Mr. Norman has been arguing with them all morning. Aaron frowned slightly upon hearing this. Wouldn't it be better for those rats to take their money and get lost? But I have no money. Felicia didn't say that. The group's stock price fell, coupled with Norman's previous failed investments. If it weren't for the collaboration with the military on human enhancement drugs, which secured substantial research funding from the military, the group would have had a hard time maintaining normal operations. Boss, someone has leaked that Norman has abandoned the human enhancement drug and turned to the so-called super healing drug. The relevant military officials are quite dissatisfied with this. I suspect those shareholders are trying to use this opportunity to force a change of ownership, planning to sell the group off while it's still worth a considerable amount of money and hasn't completely collapsed. According to reliable sources, politicians, military personnel, and other powerful companies such as Hammer Technologies, Pioneer Technologies, PIM Technologies, and Exploration Aerospace are currently observing this showdown. Especially Pioneer Technology, their positioning is similar to our group, not only deeply cultivating the field of biochemistry, but also conducting research in the military field. Oh ho, you're treating me like a giant cake, eager to pounce and share me? Aaron raised an eyebrow. So these giant rats are the puppets they're secretly supporting? Take me to see. I'd like to know who dares to mess with us. They've spoiled them. Aaron doesn't like to kill people, but that doesn't mean he won't. He's just too lazy to do it. If someone is ignorant and dares to provoke him, well, I'm sorry, but he'll let the enemy know why the flowers are so red. Because it's all blood. Norman, I'll reiterate, the situation at the Osborne Group has reached an extremely dangerous point. You told us back then that the human enhancement drug was about to achieve its final breakthrough, and that we would then receive a large number of military orders, and surpassing Stark Industries would be just around the corner. But based on the information we have so far, this is a complete lie. You are committing fraud. Abandoning the nearly completed human enhancement agent to research some super healing potion? My God, what are you thinking? We're not going to play house with you anymore, so we've decided to sell the company. You can't do this. No, we can. After a board vote, we unanimously passed a resolution to remove you. No, to remove that stupid yellow-skinned monkey. I suddenly remembered Norman. You have no right to be in this place with us. You are no longer the chairman or the largest shareholder. You are just a pathetic, deceived lower-level worker. We don't need to tell you any more information. You're not worthy. Now, go and call that man over. We'll notify him again, immediately. Right now. Really? Who wants to notify me? Aaron kicked open the door with a bang and swaggered to the conference table. Ignoring the elites present, he went straight to his seat. Located at the very top of the conference table, this is the chairman's seat. At this time, who gave you permission to sit in my seat? Aaron looked at the clueless elites and smiled kindly. You are no longer. Get out of here. Aaron's smile grew cold. For some reason, the person sitting down felt the surrounding temperature suddenly rise and had difficulty breathing. My forehead was covered in sweat without me even realizing it. Damn it, this isn't a movie shoot. He looked around, and the others noticed his unusual behavior and looked at him with suspicion. This guy is too cowardly. That Asian man looks quite young. Does he really have such a terrifying aura? Upon seeing this, the elite, who held the highest number of shares besides Aaron, got up in shame and hurriedly got out of the way. Aaron looked at the soaking wet chair with a disgusted expression. A successful person in society? Huh. These words made everyone feel insulted. Aaron kicked it away in disgust, and Felicia, being sensible, quickly pulled over another chair. UB asterisk 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 D. What did you mean by that? Are you insulting us? Aaron, who was still standing, smiled and then told Norman to stand up. The others sneered at this. Is that all? You know how to be afraid now? However, the next second, Aaron looked around. Don't get me wrong. What I mean is, everyone here is trash. Then, completely ignoring the pale faces of those present, he said coldly, I hereby declare you all out. I will acquire all of your shares at the market price. Now, who's in favor and who's opposed? P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. The image is still of the secretary, who participated in the Wonder Woman audition, and there's a chance it might not pass the review. I object. As soon as Aaron finished speaking, a fat man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up. Your position as chairman was not unanimously approved by the board of directors. It was merely a private agreement between you and Norman Osborn. Furthermore, The combined shares of all of us are enough to vote to remove you from your position. From this day forward, you are no longer the president of the Osborne Group." Before he could finish speaking, Aaron gave him a nonchalant look. Instantly, this social elite felt a chill run through his body, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Soon, he felt his hands and feet stiffen, his blood seemed to stop circulating, and even his thoughts seemed to stop moving. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced out the window and saw the sun high in the sky. How could that be? Seeing the man's miserable state, the person who had just told him to get lost felt a pang of sympathy. However, he remained expressionless on the surface, but inwardly he was gloating. If everyone else loses face, then I'm no exception. Upon seeing this, the others exchanged glances, looking at Aaron with suspicion and uncertainty. Someone hesitated for a moment before standing up. "Mr. Aaron, you can certainly buy our shares, but your offer must be higher than that of Exploration Airlines." Another person stood up and added, "It should at least be higher than Pioneer Technology and Hammer Technology. You still haven't grasped the current situation." Aaron slowly sat down, his fingers lightly tapping the table leg, a smile playing on his lips. "What I just said wasn't a discussion, it was an announcement. You have no choice." He looked over with a cold gaze at the two people who stood up to speak for the other shareholders. One felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and the other felt as if he had been exposed to the scorching sun under a blazing furnace. Soon, one of them was shivering from the cold, while the other kept pulling at his collar, sweating profusely. The others were even paler, feeling nauseous, dizzy, and had headaches. Aaron seemed to possess a powerful aura that made everyone feel a different degree of oppression. Damn it, where did this guy come from? Why can he make them almost unable to breathe with just one look? The director who was driven away could no longer bear the terrifying pressure. He even felt the urge to urinate. "I can't hold it in anymore. Mr. Aaron, actually, I think your suggestion is quite good. After all, Osborne Group stock has been falling all the way down. Your willingness to acquire our shares is already quite generous to us. Regardless of what others say, I am willing to sign the agreement right now." Aaron nodded in satisfaction and gave Felicia, who was still in a daze, a look. Norman reacted first and immediately ordered his men to print the contract. He was still a little confused. What was wrong with these guys? Did Aaron's gaze have such a strong sense of pressure? A single glance was enough to make the hardline board of directors yield. It's unheard of. The first person to back down and leave immediately felt the pressure around them disappear. He's alive again. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked down, and saw that his suit and trousers were completely soaked with sweat, as if he had just swum out of a pool. It's a ghost. He disregarded his image and quickly grabbed the water glass on the table, drinking it all in one gulp. Norman had someone kindly pour him water. I drank cup after cup until I finally felt better. I agree with your proposal. I'm willing to sell all of my shares." "I agree. Me too." Seeing this, Aaron waited a moment, then continued, "Very well, those who agreed before, trade as I instructed. The rest. I'm sorry, I will acquire your shares, but based on the index calculations at the time of the transaction, I think you won't object, will you?" Aaron's seemingly conciliatory attitude sent chills down the spines of the remaining people. This guy is a monster. Of course. What could they do? They could only agree with tears in their eyes. How could they, who were used to a life of luxury, withstand the triple blow of sudden low and high temperatures, as well as high-frequency ultrasound? Wait, good. It seems everyone has reached a pleasant consensus. I'm so glad. Norman, have you written everything down? The board unanimously approved my resolution. Sign the contract with them, do as I say. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Aaron did not linger and left all the cleanup work to Norman. Norman became even more respectful, filled with admiration and awe for the mysterious methods Aaron had displayed. Our new boss is definitely more shrewd than him. He spent the whole morning arguing with these bastards until his mouth was dry, but they didn't budge an inch. But how long had Aaron been there? He got everything done in no time. The board members are easy to talk to? That's an absolute joke. Before leaving, Aaron smiled and patted the jerk who had spouted nonsense when he entered. He couldn't remember anyone, but he could remember this B*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************him, and saying some insulting things. Aaron doesn't hold grudges, really. What's the point of holding grudges? His enemies never live past the next day. The latter was the palest, having just received the most care. Startled by Aaron's pat, he instinctively hunched over. Sir? Is there anything you need? It's nothing. I just noticed your forehead looks dark. It's an ominous sign. Aaron sincerely advised, I think you'd better go to the hospital. I know about medicine, and your health problem is very serious. What? I'll go right away. The man quickly signed the document and ran out as if avoiding a plague. He didn't take Aaron's words seriously, but for some reason, every time he thought of Aaron's meaningful look, he felt uneasy, as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Damn it. I suddenly forgot I haven't had my private checkup this month. Oh right, I need to go for my routine checkup. He turned to contact the doctor, but before he was halfway there, he suddenly fainted. Doctor. Norman, remember how your family's hereditary disease can kill you very quickly, right? On the other side, Aaron looked at Norman. Norman seemed to remember something. Yes, boss, if there are other health problems, one could die on the same day the disease flares up. Then I'm relieved. Aaron smiled mysteriously. He took the family disease extracted from Norman, optimized its characteristics, multiplied it several times, and gave it to that person. Given that he has already suffered from high-frequency ultrasound and the effects of both ice and fire, he probably won't need to make the trip himself. Norman was baffled. Wasn't he better? Was this a reminder that Harry's problem wasn't solved yet, urging him to be more diligent and responsible? With that in mind, Norman immediately crossed out the only free time on his schedule. He then told his secretary, for the next month, you will be responsible for picking up and dropping off Harry. If he protests, tell him that I'm doing this all for him. Yes, sir. For Harry, we'll fight. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Shocking. Major internal conflict erupts at the Osborn Group. Board members jointly oust the new chairman, Aaron. According to an unnamed member of the Osborn Group's board of directors, a violent conflict erupted during an internal meeting. Breaking news. A board member stormed out of the meeting and was hospitalized immediately, but died that night. Secrets of a wealthy family revealed. A doctor at a certain hospital stated that a board member suffers from a hereditary disease of the Norman Osborn family. Perhaps he is Norman's long-lost brother? President Killian of Pioneer Technologies stated, Aaron is suspected to be a mutant. He seems to possess some kind of terrifying special power, coercing other board members to sign unequal contracts. A senior executive of Discovery Airlines publicly denounced, a certain group has become the private property of an outsider. His brutal dictatorship will plunge this group with a glorious history into an endless abyss. The U.S. government should intervene in the group to prevent the loss of American assets. The New York Police Commissioner responded to the media. They will strengthen oversight of the Osborn Group to prevent any illegal or criminal activity. The Dean of Xavier's Academy for Gifted Youngsters stated, Aaron is not a mutant. Please stop looking at mutants with prejudice. Mutants should also enjoy human rights protection. Osborn's stock price has continued to fall, and its market value is now less than 1/5 of its peak. Has this biomedical megacorporation reached its final twilight? Let's wait and see. A reporter has stated that Norman Osborn had a private meeting with several wealthy individuals yesterday afternoon, and the two sides appear to have reached some kind of secret deal. Early in the morning, news about the Osborn Group flooded in. Even Aaron, who doesn't know many people, received a lot of news. Some of them are Eleanor and Norman, but most are Kate. Both Eleanor and Kate expressed concern and inquired whether they needed financial assistance. Norman, however, said everything was okay. Aaron glanced at the important messages and then deleted them with a single click. The Osborn Group is currently unable to come up with enough funds to pay the board of directors, which holds a majority stake in the company. Despite the already plummeting stock price, Norman and Aaron still couldn't come up with the money even if they sold their underwear. Even with Eleanor's Bishop Security Company involved, it was just a drop in the ocean. I glanced at the headlines of various news outlets again. My heart was completely unmoved. Everyone was predicting the downfall of the Osborn Group, even portraying him as an incompetent, manipulative devil from hell. Arriving in New York, He seduced the wise Norman and stole this gem. But the astute board members and numerous media outlets saw through his disguise and will send him back to hell, back to where he belongs. How should I put it? It's a bit like a street story that came to mind on a whim, completely illogical. Only an idiot would believe that. After glancing at the comments and likes under the news article, Aaron was shocked. Are there so many idiots here? This is terrifying. Shake your head. Aaron patted the bedding, signaling Felicia to hurry up. Felicia, who was eating a hot dog, nodded and sped up, then grabbed a glass of milk from the refrigerator and drank it all in one gulp. After washing my face and rinsing my mouth, I have to go to the company. Before the doorbell rang, Aaron ordered, "Someone's here. Go open the door." Huh? Oh. The Felician didn't move. Instead, she shot out a spider silk from a distance, accurately hitting the doorknob and opening the door. Aaron gave her a disapproving look, while Felicia chuckled. Its specially modified tongue licked nimbly, "Boss, come and punish me. Don't beg for mercy tonight." Aaron glared at her, and then Kate's familiar voice came from outside the door. "Hello, is anyone inside?" Oh dear, the door wasn't closed. "Kate, is your school this humane? Why don't you go to school so early in the morning?" Aaron took a picture of Felicia as he passed by, then came to the door. Kate raised her head. "It's simple. As long as you donate enough money to the school, they'll be just as humane. No homework?" Someone helped. Kate blurted out the truth without thinking and quickly tried to cover it up. "Oh, I do it on time every day. It's very simple." Aaron looked at her with a half smile. "Perhaps I should have a chat with Ms. Eleanor about life and the future." "Hey, I came here specifically to see you. You can't be a traitor." Kate was a little flustered. She didn't mean it. The new teacher was just very enthusiastic and easy to talk to. He is simply a role model in the American education system and could definitely be ranked as the #1 person who has moved the United States. A perfect tool like this, might as well use it. Besides, I learned it from you. Kate muttered under her breath. Isn't that what Aaron did? Norman, Felicia, they all felt the same way. Aaron chuckled and patted Kate's head. "Don't worry, I won't tell Ms. Eleanor. Practice your fighting skills well. Maybe you'll gain superpowers someday." Kate kept shaking her head. "I don't want any strange mutations." Felicia behind him gave a meaningful smile. So, she was the first lucky one to receive the boss's blessing, getting there first again. "I'm relieved to see you're all right. How could someone as capable as you be affected by those bad guys?" "Humph. When I grow up, I'll find them one by one and beat them 100 times over." Kate waved her little fist, standing up for Aaron. Which demon would save a human girl? And he taught her so much and encouraged her to achieve her dreams. He even took her flying all over New York City, making her feel as free as a bird. "Oh, right, there's something else I wanted to talk to you about today." Kate glanced cautiously behind her, then waved repeatedly, signaling Aaron to crouch down and whisper in his ear. "I suspect that my teacher, Adeline, has ulterior motives towards you." Are you that perceptive?" Aaron was startled. Seeing this, Kate put her hands on her hips and said, "She keeps trying to get information about you from me, and has repeatedly hinted at things like future babies, baby formula money, the next life, the hardships of women, and powerful men. I guarantee she's trying to get close to you and marry into a wealthy family." I discovered she had a problem, so I deliberately punished her by making her do my homework." Kate looked at me with an expression that said, "Isn't that smart? Praise me." Aaron was speechless. What was he expecting? "P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews." "All right, I'll come to your place this afternoon. You can go back now. I have things to do at the company." Aaron rubbed his head vigorously, turning Kate's hair into a mess. Then, amidst Kate's flamboyant gestures, she drove away with Felicia. He is not worried about Kate's safety, as Kate now has 2 armed female bodyguards protecting her 24 hours a day when she goes out. After all, their family owns a security company, so finding 2 female bodyguards from Special Forces is relatively easy. "Felicia, your driving skills are getting better and better," Aaron exclaimed in admiration. "TSK, it must be because of your personal guidance, boss. I will study hard," Felicia said, then busied herself with operating the automatic transmission. The car was very luxurious, but the gear shift had to be operated manually, which was annoying, and it was too big and didn't fit her at all. It's at least not suitable for her hands. She often needs both hands to control the gear shift in order to concentrate on driving. The throttle is really strong. Once it gets going, it's practically taking off. If the road becomes bumpy, people will be flying in the sky forever, unable to come down. Felicia was both afraid and in love. Was this car really one she could drive forever? Would she not be qualified? Erin steered the wheel with one hand and patted her head with the other, signaling her to concentrate. The journey was filled with sparks and lightning. We were on the highway the entire time and never stopped. Upon arriving at the Osborne group, Felicia first tidied Erin's clothes and then touched up her own light makeup, especially her lips. She had been stuck in traffic earlier, and it had taken a long time to clear the blockage, which made her so anxious that she accidentally smudged her makeup. Even his lips were swollen from the bump. "Boss, everything you asked me to do has been done. They've agreed that as long as we provide the anti-aging drug, they're willing to pay a huge sum to buy it." Norman kept his eyes straight ahead, seemingly completely unaware of Felicia's unusual behavior. His expression was slightly restrained, yet also revealed an undisguised excitement. Erin nodded. "Are the things I asked you to prepare ready? They're all inside. I'll take you there now." Norman led the way, saying, "Boss, Dr. Otto and Professor Connors have already assigned the labs and are currently in the final debugging phase. Experiments can begin at any time. Dr. Connors seems very anxious and wants to see you as soon as possible. Tell him that I will give him what he wants later." Norman nodded, his smile barely concealed. Despite the widespread panic outside, and despite So-and-so's shameless prediction of when the Osborne group, this behemoth, will sink. And who is it that's planning to spend a huge sum of money to acquire the dead Osborne and immediately drive away the foolish Norman and the incompetent Erin? However, the company remained remarkably calm. All because of a picture circulating in the work group, Professor Connors, completely unharmed. He also gave the camera a yes sign. At first glance, it seems harmless, but upon closer inspection, it becomes terrifying. Everyone knows Professor Connors is left-handed. His right hand is empty, with nothing on it. But in the photo, he is raising his right hand and looks very happy. There is no trace of Photoshop or arm enhancement. Although Erin hasn't announced it yet, almost everyone vaguely knows that Erin is a super genius no less than Tony Stark. He independently developed a limb regeneration drug, and Connors is proof of that. Now, all that remains is for the limb regeneration drug to be mass-produced, and in the future, the Osborne group will become the most dazzling star. All rumors will be dispelled on their own. The pressure they face now determines how high they will fly in the future. Others laugh at my madness, but I laugh at their ignorance. Now all those big shots are jumping around in a frenzy. There's going to be a good show then. What kind of show is this? A monkey show. Norman was the most excited. Super healing potions, limb regeneration potions, and an upcoming anti-aging potion. Erin's promises to him will soon be fulfilled. This day came too quickly, so quickly that Norman now only regrets that the Osborne group is not strong enough, so that there are not more outstanding biologists to lead the way in reversing these drugs. Amidst respectful greetings, Erin and his two companions arrived at the previously hidden storage room. Felicia and Norman stood like gatekeepers on either side of the door, scanning the surroundings to prevent anyone from getting too close. Erin entered the room alone. He nodded in satisfaction at the pile of objects on the ground. A pair of four-clawed robotic arms exclusively for Dr. Octopus. A box containing 10 bottles of Green Devil Serum, incomplete version. A state-of-the-art desktop computer and a state-of-the-art laptop computer. 2 transparent tanks, each containing 10 live electric eels, turtles, and clams. 10 transparent biological incubators, each containing a live naked mole rat and some test tubes filled with water. There were also boxes of telescopes with various functions. From ordinary telescopes to solar telescopes and space telescopes, there is a wide variety available on the market that can be delivered quickly. Of course, these telescopes are all small, readily available, and standard products. Those huge astronomical telescopes, which are several meters or tens of meters in size and weigh more than 10 tons, must be custom-made and require a lot of time. However, given the Osborne Group's resources, it's only a matter of time before they acquire it. There is another small creature, a green worm only a few centimeters long, which is the greenleaf sea snail, a very special insect. They feed on algae, extract chlorophyll from them, store it in their bodies, and thus gain the ability to photosynthesize. In short, they can go for long periods without eating, absorbing sunlight to maintain their bodily functions and grow. Moreover, the green sea beetle actually extracts more than just chlorophyll from this algae. It also steals genes from green plants to give itself algal characteristics, thus enabling it to produce a protein specifically for chloroplast operation. In some ways, the greenleaf sea beetle is equivalent to a super miniature version of the primordial furnace. It can steal genes from other objects, even if it's only one or two. Aaron learned about this thing by chance and asked Norman to find a way to get a few for experiments. Now, the happiest moment has finally arrived. Wind Spirit Moonshadow activate. Aaron absorbed these small items one by one. One stream of light after another flowed into every part of his body. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. The picture shows Kate as an adult. Lightning control. Electric eel similar ability detected, already fused. You have mastered the power of lightning, capable of creating, absorbing, and containing a certain level of lightning and possess strong resistance to lightning. Supervision. Various telescopes similar abilities detected, already integrated. You possess powerful farsightedness and X-ray vision, able to clearly see distant stars and directly face the sun's blazing light. You can also see and detect high-energy rays, including but not limited to X-rays and gamma rays. Super brain. Similar ability detected, already integrated. Similar to a mobile phone, but with some enhancements. Super vitality, turtle, naked mole rat, round clam. You possess incredible vitality, breaking through the theoretical limits of human lifespan. You can live up to 5,000 years, and even before your end, you will not age with the passage of time, remaining eternally youthful. Gathian hands, octopus prosthetic arm. You possess the most dexterous hands. Their flexibility is astonishing, surpassing human limits, enough to bring your target ultimate pleasure. Super immunity, naked mole rat. Similar abilities have been detected and fused. Your body can produce special high molecular weight hyaluronic acid, which can effectively isolate many abnormal cells, including cancer cells, resulting in stronger immunity and resistance to aging. Super breathing, naked mole rat. You have a much higher efficiency in utilizing oxygen and energy. Even in an anaerobic state, you can sustain vital signs for at least half a month using energy. Pain control, naked mole rat. You can control your pain receptors and selectively shut down pain sensations to maintain powerful combat capabilities. Gene theft, green sea snail. You can fuse genes with those of other species to gain their abilities, including but not limited to animals, humans, and any other creature with a genetic concept. Light energy absorption, greenleaf sea beetle. You can continuously absorb external light energy to maintain and strengthen your vital signs. After the body enhancement was completely finished, Aaron excitedly clenched his fists as he felt the feedback from the primordial furnace. His body was stronger than ever before, and his mental energy was so abundant it was practically overflowing. That was a boundless vitality, enough for him to witness the 5,000 years of history of the Dragon Kingdom. He also sensed a significant change in his surroundings. Originally, although he could also perceive surrounding network signals, pheromones, and various spectra, but now he senses more and can clearly perceive the light energy permeating the air around him. His body unconsciously absorbs and stores this energy. All the cells in my body are abnormally active and are slowly but steadily strengthening. Am I about to evolve into Superman? Aaron took a deep breath to calm his agitated emotions. He has almost all the abilities that Superman has. He has abilities that Superman doesn't. Even though it's only a weakened version right now, the future looks promising. We can't deal with Superman now, not even Henry Cavill from 30 years in the future, but dealing with Homelander should be a piece of cake. Aaron opened his hand, and pale white lightning crackled between his fingers, like lightning sprites that danced and flew under his control. With a single thought, he could transform these little sprites into roaring thunder dragons, making his enemies feel the might of the heavens. Aaron opened the window and gazed into the distance. He saw eagles thousands of meters away and artificial satellites in geostationary orbit, their patterns clearly visible, even their components. He also saw the cratered surface of the moon, the barren land of Mars, and the textures of Jupiter. Even the sun, the source of life high above, located at the center of the solar system and the center of the world. He's staring straight at the sun. He saw beyond the solar system, into the far reaches of space. Aaron closed his eyes, the scene he had just witnessed flashing through his mind. When I opened my eyes again. This time, it's no longer a starry sky that makes you feel hopeless and insignificant. Instead, we saw things down to the smallest cellular structures, even bacteria at the nanoscale, and even smaller, atoms. In that instant, Aaron felt the world was right before his eyes. He had never had such a subtle experience before. It was as if he had grasped the logic of the world and witnessed its true nature. Soon, Aaron shook his head, abandoning this nonsensical illusion. It's too early now. What I see is only the limit of what human civilization on Earth can see, or rather, I can't see quantum mechanics yet. Even if I can see it, so what? Seeing doesn't mean controlling it. Right now, I'm still too insignificant. Aaron sighed deeply, but his eyes were filled with a bright light. But I believe that I, who have forged all things, will one day be able to loudly proclaim to all the heavens and the worlds that the world is in my hands. Aaron then turned off the light on his glasses. Pick up the reagents one by one, and use the power of the primordial furnace to weaken the naked mole rat's anti-cancer, anti-aging, and absolute analgesic properties, and then combine them with the liquid inside the reagents. Then, anti-aging drugs, anti-cancer drugs, and painkillers were freshly produced. Even now, Aaron still exclaims, "Awesome. I am so powerful." Aaron lingered in the room for a while, mainly to organize his new abilities. If an ordinary person were to acquire so many abilities, they would probably forget what abilities they actually possess by the end. Achieving perfect control is even more difficult. But Aaron was different. After the computer was smelted, his super brain was further enhanced. Although he has acquired many abilities, he can control them relatively easily and subconsciously turn some abilities on or off. This is especially important during battle. Subsequently, Aaron carried a box and held a few reagents in his hand as he walked out of the storage room. Boss, Norman was used to empty rooms. They were also accustomed to the reagents that Aaron had somehow obtained. In his eyes, Aaron was full of mystery. Therefore, Norman dared not provoke Aaron, whose mystery filled him with awe. But at that moment, Norman had no time for awe, because he saw the reagents in Aaron's hand. He was so excited he could hardly speak. This is the anti-aging drug I promised you. The anti-cancer drug. And a byproduct, a pain reliever. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. My God. Did you see that? Anti-cancer drugs can produce a special high molecular weight hyaluronic acid that can actually block the spread of cancer cells. Moreover, it can also prevent cancer cells from obtaining nutrients, thereby eliminating the most powerful ability of cancer cells, unlimited division. Why are cancer cells so terrifying? It's because it can multiply indefinitely, can be transformed, and is easily transferred. If there are too many cancer cells and they cannot be eliminated in time, they will proliferate indefinitely and destroy normal cells and tissues. It can also invade surrounding normal cells and tissues and then travel to various parts of the body through the circulatory or lymphatic system. During this process, it steals nutrients from the human body, frantically increases its numbers, and grows into a death god that threatens human life. Today, tens of millions of people around the world suffer from cancer every year. And this is a terminal illness. There is no cure. But now a medical miracle has appeared before them, one that is worthy of a Nobel Prize. The reagent Aaron presented could specifically block cancer cells until they starve to death, directly eliminating their greatest threat. As long as they can turn things around, even if the cost is extremely high. But it still attracts huge crowds. Because everyone is equal in the face of cancer. Even if you are worth billions, once you are diagnosed with cancer, which has an extremely high mortality rate, you are basically halfway to the grave and have already received your ticket to hell. If they knew this drug existed, just think how much money they would spend to buy a life. Their lives are measured in hundreds of millions. They're not afraid of the price being too high, they're afraid of having a market but no price. Everyone can imagine those people frantically waving banknotes, kneeling and begging them to produce the life-saving medicine. This stuff, it's somewhat similar to the high molecular weight hyaluronic acid found in naked mole rats. With our current technology, it will probably take some time to replicate it. Someone hesitated. Norman burst into laughter, unable to contain his joy. But we already have the finished product. It's just a matter of time before we can develop it. That's how the pharmaceutical industry is. Generic drugs are actually quite simple. The real problems that trouble them are patent rights and innovation capabilities. Just look at that certain Japanese country. Their generic drugs are rampant and cheap, and you can see the clues. Imitation is always easier than innovation. And they're the Osborne Group. Boss, Mr. Norman, we have conducted multiple tests on the anti-aging agent. The results, obtained through computer simulations, show that this anti-aging agent can effectively prevent human aging, greatly extend the human youth period, and preserve appearance for as long as possible against the relentless passage of time. Start injections at age 20, once a month, and your appearance should remain unchanged for about 30 years. From 50 to 80 years old, one will gradually age, and compared to the original 20 to 30 years old, one's appearance will not decline drastically. Until the age of 80, the effect will be greatly weakened due to drug resistance, which will also cause a significant decline in appearance. But it still has an effect. In the worst case, it can maintain the appearance of someone around 60 years old until death. Moreover, if one injection is given every month, a person's lifespan will be extended. Under normal circumstances, without illness or disaster, one can generally live to the theoretical human lifespan of about 120 years. If the injections are more frequent, this lifespan will increase even further and may even reach 200 years. And their appearance can basically be maintained at around 60 years old. If combined with technologies like head transplants, it will make you look even younger. Norman wanted to burst out laughing. Although it has not been actually tested, computer simulations contain some errors. External factors are also difficult to fully consider. For example, living environment, such as living in desert areas or certain special regions, can also affect a person's appearance. But that alone is enough to drive people crazy, especially women. Oh my God, we're going to be rich. Boss, the test results for the painkillers are in too. According to our tests, once the painkiller is injected, the effect will vary depending on the dosage. The best result is complete painlessness. Even if a hand or foot is severed, there will be no pain until death. Moreover, theoretical tests show that it is completely harmless to the human body. This is a medical miracle. It only exists in fantasy. A medical miracle? Norman and the others dismissed this because they witnessed a true miracle. Anti-aging drugs and anti-cancer drugs can only be considered half of it. The real miracle was Aaron, who remained calm and composed even while surrounded by the crowd. He is the real miracle. Boss, without a doubt, you have ushered in a new era for the entire human medical field. Everyone will remember your contributions. You are the Einstein and Newton of the medical world. You have surpassed Tony Stark and Howard Stark. They're not even worthy to carry your shoes. Norman exclaimed with genuine admiration. The others nodded in agreement. If we add the previous super healing potion and limb regeneration potion, this is a lifesaver. Once it becomes widespread, Aaron alone could reduce the world's annual death rate by at least 30%. Countless lives were saved. It's floating, it's floating. If you blow any more, it'll float up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Although everything is thanks to the primordial forge, the primordial forge is Aaron, and he is the primordial forge. In fact, with his current super brain, if he were to devote himself fully to scientific research, it would be possible for him to rival Tony Stark. It must be admitted that Tony Stark is essentially the current ceiling of human intelligence. However, I've already activated Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, and you're still talking to me about the ceiling of humanity? If I can't keep breaking through the ceiling and can't even beat a mere Tony Stark, then what's the point of me? Aaron raised his hands as if to press down, and everyone stopped praising him, waiting for Aaron's instructions. Norman, everyone here has signed a confidentiality agreement, right? Of course, boss. Very well, then until you actually develop these things, I don't want anyone gossiping about them outside, otherwise. Aaron sneered, but the temperature in the room suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. Everyone felt a strange chill. You know the consequences. Sometimes, the law can't protect American citizens. All right, that's all. I wish you all the best in achieving victory soon. Aaron's cloudy skies cleared, and he returned to his amiable demeanor. But no one dared to ignore Aaron's actions just now. They had already witnessed the boss's methods. Norman stepped forward, his face stern, and said, "Boss, rest assured, we've made our decision. From now on, this company will be my home. We'll eat, drink, and relieve ourselves here. No one is allowed to leave the company until we succeed." The crowd began to chime in. This is a turning point in human history, worthy of being recorded in history. More importantly, they can receive substantial R&D incentives. Life is precious, freedom is more valuable, but for money, both can be given up. From now on, this company will be my home. P.S. I'm going home for Huxia New Year dinner today, so updates might not be as regular, but I'll definitely still post 10,000 words. Also, please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and ratings. Morning check-in completed. I had lunch with Felicia at the group's private restaurant. It is said that the head chef is a 5-star chef. Norman even found a Sichuan chef specifically for Aaron to serve him alone. This made Aaron feel the taste of home. Although he could go back and visit from next door, Aaron knew that this world was not the same as the one he knew before, and even if he revisited the place, there would be no other him. Moreover, the river crab god is high above, looking down on all living beings, so naturally he wouldn't risk being reduced to ashes to go back. Then everything was arranged properly. Aaron then took Felicia away from the company to find Kate. At the company's main entrance, he also ran into one of the former board members. Aaron only remembered his face, but had no recollection of his name. He didn't care. "Chairman." The man approached with a smile, then asked nervously, can I continue to stay at the Osborne Group?" Aaron raised an eyebrow, and the giant rat quickly said, "The company is currently at a critical juncture of life and death. As a member of the company and one of its former leaders, I have a deep love for this land. After I got back, I thought about it and slapped myself. How could I be so despicable as to be misled into doing such a despicable thing that undermines unity and company stability? Therefore, I've decided to live and die with the company. No matter how others slander or belittle me, I am willing to follow your leadership and continue to work with the group. Of course, there is no need for the board of directors. I am willing to be a cog in the machine and a brick in the company. I will go wherever I am needed. There can only be one voice in the company, and that is you, Chairman." The fat rat smiled broadly and said eagerly. Aaron shook his head. "Do you know that you look a lot like a clown?" The giant rat patted his chest and said, "You're absolutely right. In fact, I heard that they're making a clown movie soon. Now that you mention it, I'm going to hand in my resume right now and challenge myself to a new career." Good heavens, I didn't realize this rat was so cunning. He's willing to bend and stretch, endure humiliation, and bear the shame of crawling between someone's legs to achieve his goal. He has the air of a powerful and ruthless leader. That's practically a righteous death. Aaron was still smiling as he patted him on the shoulder. "But you've already signed the contract, and I'm processing the payment here. I'll transfer it to you soon, so you don't need to worry about company matters. You can't have the equity, but if you're willing, there's a place for you in the company." After saying that, Aaron led the way and left. He naturally didn't believe that the other party had suddenly come to their senses and truly had much affection for the Osborne Group. If you think about it casually, there are only two possibilities. Professor Connors's limb regeneration was captured on camera by the media, or perhaps the news that Norman was seeking out wealthy individuals suffering from aging and cancer leaked yesterday. These people realized that Osborne was not a wrecked ship, but rather a rocket that soared into the sky. So they happily ran back. Are you kidding me? That's all his money. If you dare to reach out, we'll chop off your hand. If you dare to reach out, we'll chop off your head. No discussion. But that giant rat from earlier. Aaron's smile was cold. After he left, the rat made a phone call and simply said, "Start the operation." Clearly, someone is still up to no good. It seems I'm still too kind-hearted and haven't fully integrated into the local customs and culture. Aaron got into the car expressionlessly. Felicia realized that her boss was in a bad mood, so she took the initiative to come over and comfort him. As soon as the car started, an explosion was heard from behind. Then a commotion broke out. My phone exploded. Director Kennedy's head is broken. Call an ambulance quickly. There might still be a chance to save him. Boss? That guy looked like he was dead. Felicia spoke haltingly and indistinctly. Focus on your work and ignore everything else. It's just a little mouse. Aaron was well aware of the situation, as he was the one who detonated the phone. Is it really that hard to make a phone explode? It's just a matter of a single thought. Everyone else is using high-end phones, and you're using a 4-star one. If you don't explode, who will? Serves you right. Just add a little heat to the battery, and it explodes with a bang. It's so satisfying. Aaron thoughtfully added a little heat to the other person's brain. If they still didn't die, one would have to wonder if they were a mutant with healing abilities. However, while driving halfway there, Aaron's eyebrow twitched. Watch out. He grabbed Felicia, who was busy at work, and with a bang, he broke through the roof of the car. His right hand shot out a spider web that caught on a street lamp. The next second, a man descended from the sky and cleaved this specially made bulletproof Rolls-Royce in two with a single stroke. Hey buddy, you can actually spin webs like a spider? That's so cool. But it could also be a silkworm? Should we call you Spider-Man? Or Silkworm Man? Aaron stared down at a man dressed in a flashy red bodysuit and wearing a sturdy hood. He seemed to have twisted his waist due to the exaggerated posture and was constantly swaying back and forth while holding his waist. Deadpool. Wow, I never expected that the legendary Mr. Devil would even know my code name. I am so honored. My God, are you a fan of mine? Is my fame so great that it's known among the upper echelons of the United States? Perhaps I should carry 2 pens with me, one as a spare, specifically for signing autographs. So, do you need an autograph? I can sign it on your face, your palm, and if you have unusual tastes, PG isn't out of the question either. As he spoke, Deadpool suddenly straightened his back and limped quickly toward Aaron. His twin swords, made of a special material, sliced through the streetlights as easily as cutting through tofu. Although you're my fan, could you please stand still and let me slash you? Don't be afraid, my knife is very fast. It definitely won't get stuck. One hand, just one hand. My employer wants to teach you a lesson. Keep your head to continue making money for him, and at the same time make you think things through. So don't be afraid, you won't die. This is the first time I've encountered such a generous employer, 1 million in one hand. So, I'm sorry. With each swing of his sword, Deadpool's mouth rattles off like a string of arrows. God knows how his speaking speed could keep up with the speed at which he wielded the blade. Aaron held Felicia in one arm while easily dodging and weaving. Even though Deadpool's knife is fast enough to accurately strike bullets, he can always easily dodge them thanks to his superhuman agility and spider sense. What? My one hand is worth 1 million? That's the greatest insult to me. Aaron was furious. They looked down on him so much that they thought they could buy his hand for only 1 million? What a stupid idiot with a hole in his head. Oh, it's Kennedy. Then it's all right. Who told you to share the same name as that person? You can't bear this karma. Besides, pay back my car. Aaron's tone was chilling, and his only free right hand suddenly shot out like a venomous snake that had been coiled for a long time. Within that curtain of blades, in an extremely bizarre posture, he simultaneously used his index and middle fingers, and his ring and little fingers to pinch the 2 blades that had just crossed. What fac? P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. It's a ghost. This is unbelievable. How fast is Deadpool's knife? Slicing bullets and ricocheting them is commonplace for him. He can swing his knife in milliseconds, using terrifying intuition and dynamic vision to toy with his enemies. Both being super healers, Deadpool's mastery of fighting skills is so great that he could easily defeat Wolverine, who only relies on brute force. In the past, Deadpool often used his impenetrable, airtight swordsmanship to outmaneuver other armed mercenaries. Over the years, this is the only time I've ever been so thoroughly outshone by others. My knife, you can keep up with my speed. Deadpool looked at Aaron in surprise. I admit your sword is fast, but what can you do if I activate the magic card Kato Taka's hand? Aaron was quite confident. His already superhuman reflexes, coupled with his incredibly nimble hands that even the primordial furnace admired, made him a formidable force. Just as no one can hold back from ejaculating in front of his 10 fingers. Similarly, he can also clamp a sharp knife in an extremely bizarre way. His incredibly dexterous hands allow him to perform all sorts of inhuman movements, combined with his superhuman strength far surpassing Deadpool's. If you can break free, I'll admit defeat. Deadpool's shrill voice rang out. You're the boss of the Osborn Corporation, a prodigy. What are you doing competing with us mercenaries living on the edge of the slums for our livelihood? Do your parents know how good you are at fighting? Deadpool instinctively wanted to grab the knife and do it again. Perhaps it was just a coincidence? He didn't believe Aaron was really that abnormal. However, no matter how hard he tried, even if he held the knife with both hands and pulled it like a stubborn ox, he still couldn't get his beloved knife back. It's as if the knife was originally a part of Aaron's body, inseparable. One hand grabbed both of my knives. His other hand was still picking up girls. F***ku. Is there no justice in this world? Your gods be *************, D son, etc. Deadpool's eyes suddenly widened. So that man was you. Even with a woman in my arms and the abyss on my back, I, Aaron, am still invincible in this world. When Deadpool realized he couldn't pull him away, he started reciting his lines while simply kicking him. He wanted to use one foot to push against Aaron's rock-solid body for leverage, in order to reclaim his beloved knife. Good grief, you just came back from passing through the fourth wall? Aaron was a little surprised, but he was soon amused by how stupid this guy's actions were. Who gave you the audacity to step on my body for support? No, you can't say that. Deadpool isn't stupid, he's just fearless. Aaron knew exactly how powerful Deadpool's super healing ability was. This was even more powerful than his own, a bug-like healing ability that could quickly recover even if only a head or an arm was left. Therefore, Deadpool is fearless because no one can kill him. Deadpool knew full well that this action would invite severe retaliation, but he did it anyway. As soon as his right foot was extended, Aaron quickly kicked out, his right leg, harder than steel, sweeping towards the opponent's shinbone. As the two collided, Deadpool let out a heartfelt cry of pain as his right calf was easily broken like a piece of instant noodles. Hey buddy, I just wanted to use some leverage and you broke my leg. Deadpool yelled, but his hands still didn't let go of his beloved knife. Aaron's lips twitched, he swept his other leg across his arm and swung again. Deadpool saw it, but he was completely caught off guard. Another crisp cracking sound, and the left leg bone broke too. Oh shit. This is outrageous. All I wanted was one of your arms, and you kicked both of my legs to pieces. I don't care. Pay me back. I want medical expenses. I'm not getting up today unless I get $1 million. Deadpool starts teaching how to fake a fall on the spot. Others fake it, but he really does. He's a professional at staging accidents. You'd rather have a knife than your life? Aaron was speechless. Even with both legs broken, Deadpool still wouldn't let go, gripping the hilt of the knife tightly. His entire lower body was held up on the ground, and he was screaming and wriggling like a caterpillar. This is my knife. I've already lost my poor legs. I absolutely cannot lose my beloved knife too. Deadpool has this, I can die, but I can never lose my sword attitude. As a swordsman, I live as long as my sword. When my sword breaks, I die. Oh ho, you think this is a martial arts drama? Aaron had long known that Deadpool was shameless, y, and despicable, but after meeting him today, he felt that those people were still being too conservative in their assessment. When a person is shameless enough, he becomes invincible. My child, you are already invincible. Given the current situation, no one else would have a good solution. But I'm not an ordinary person. I am invincible. Aaron put Felicia down, held the knife between his 4 fingers, and started spinning in place. Now it's my turn. Watch out for my spinning top. This is so exciting. Faster. Faster. Oh no, I'm going to come. No. Stop. You're too amazing. Oh, I can't take it anymore. It's coming out. Almost out. This feels so good. Aaron took a deep breath. He couldn't stand this guy anymore. A flash of electricity appeared in his eyes, and 100,000 volts surged into Deadpool's body along the blade, slicing him charred and his hair standing on end. His whole face turned black. But Deadpool remains remarkably resilient. Even if you chop me into pieces, my hand will stay glued to my beloved knife. Seeing this, Aaron gave him a rocky slam on the spot. Grab the blade, pull Deadpool up, and slam him repeatedly from left to right. Deadpool didn't have Loki's godlike frost giant body. After being hit a few times by Aaron, his entire lower body was shattered, with not a single piece of good flesh left. But Deadpool is still full of energy. This kind of injury and pain is nothing new to him. Push harder. Push even harder. I want to be even more ferocious. Ouch! It hurts. My whole body aches. But my will remains unbreakable. Demon, you cannot sway my will. Deadpool, with his righteous expression, looked so pathetic that Felicia felt uncomfortable and turned her back to cover her ears. Don't be afraid. This B***************** D has an immortal body. Don't be fooled by his seemingly miserable appearance. In reality, it's nothing to him. Maybe the harder I try, the more excited he gets. Aaron offered a word of comfort, then glared at Deadpool. You'd rather have the knife than your life, right? I'll grant your wish. Aaron was very annoyed. Deadpool's despicable behavior was simply pushing people's psychological limits. You're forcing me to use my ultimate move, so don't blame me. If you're so capable, grab my blade and pull it open. Deadpool tried to provoke him. His weapon is made of adamantite, making it indestructible. He admitted that Aaron was very strong, 1,000,000 times stronger than him, but he firmly believed that his beloved knife could still easily slice through Aaron's body. Otherwise, Aaron wouldn't have needed to keep dodging and wouldn't dare to touch the blade. Aaron thought the same thing. Although he could recover quickly and was not afraid of pain, there was absolutely no need to confront him head-on. Aaron smiled mysteriously. You think I can't help you? Then open your eyes wide and watch. I'm coming clean, I'm a cheater, melt down my account. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Oh my god. Shit. F***K. Stop right there. My knife. On the empty road, Deadpool's blood-curdling screams echoed. Aaron's hands resembled the gaping maws of a man-eating demon, and he humiliated Deadpool right in front of him. Oh no, eat his knife. Deadpool watched helplessly as his beloved knife was slowly swallowed away. He even heard chewing sounds, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Crunch, crunch, chicken flavor, so crunchy. Is there anything else? Oh no. My knife. Wah, it hurts so much. The guy got beaten into a pulp, the mission wasn't completed, and the knife is gone too. This deal was a huge loss. I even lost my underwear. For the next period of time, we'll really be living on a shoestring budget. Deadpool's eyes were filled with tears, and he was screaming both with his mouth and in his heart. Aaron was prepared for a possible counterattack. Deadpool's eyes were bloodshot and his legs had returned to normal at some point. His muscles were taut all over, like a hunting cheetah. Then the next moment, he twisted his body, did a somersault, and rolled directly into the sewer that had been opened at some unknown time, disappearing in a flash into the stinking darkness. Aaron, holding the knife in both hands, quickly walked to the sewer opening. In an instant, a mixture of hundreds and thousands of flavors rushed into my brain and soared into the sky. Shit. There really is shit. Aaron quickly turned his head away, shutting down his super strong sense of smell. In just a split second, he almost saw his great-grandmother. Aaron glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, and his eyes lit up. We can't waste it. He muttered to himself while his hands kept moving, his palms touching the ground, melting. The bloodstains were swallowed by the primordial furnace. Super healing, Wade Winston Wilson's similar ability detected and fused. You now possess a more powerful super healing ability. As long as even the smallest fragment remains in the world, it can slowly restore it. The specific recovery time depends on the energy. Swordsmanship. You possess Deadpool's near-perfect dual sword technique, making it easy to slice bullets with your bare hands. The pseudo-fourth wall. Deadpool's gasp. You can occasionally glimpse stories from parallel worlds, and even sometimes perceive the illusory world outside the pseudo-fourth wall, learning more unknown information. Iron body. Adamantium modified. You possess a body as strong as adamantium, unharmed even at temperatures of 500,000 degrees Celsius. But beware of weapons made of other special materials, or even more terrifying attacks. It's a huge hit. Aaron was overjoyed. Just as he thought, even if it's just the other person's blood, he can use it to forge and obtain the other person's concepts or characteristics. This is so awesome! His body was already incredibly strong, and now with the addition of the adamantium version of the steel body, he is even more indestructible. At least with the technology currently available to humankind, it is no longer possible to harm him. Unless he stays in the very center of the nuclear explosion, the nuclear blast won't harm him. Who knows, he might even be able to go to the center of the sun for a bath now. Eren naturally understood the precautions to take later. Even someone as powerful as Superman has moments when his defenses are breached. In the world of American comics, there is no absolutely invincible defense. Only those who are omniscient and omnipotent, transcending all concepts, are eternal. He was not discouraged. If Wolverine came now, he'd probably only scratch him. After all, although Wolverine's bones are also made of adamantium, his strength is too weak. It would be more like Thanos instead. But don't even think about cutting ties completely again. That's impossible. Combined with Deadpool's enhanced healing ability, Eren's survivability is greatly increased. The only thing to be careful about is his current physical condition. If he only has one cell left, the energy required to recover will be billions of times greater than that of Deadpool and Wolverine. Perhaps when that day truly comes, his remaining cells will need to absorb sunlight for a long time to recover quickly. Not necessarily. Right now, I'm absorbing sunlight all the time, and every cell in my body is brimming with energy. Perhaps in the future, every cell will be just like I am now. Finally, Eren looked at the pseudo-fourth wall. He finally understood why Deadpool knew so much, even fragments of the future. This ability also explains Deadpool's strange behavior in Deadpool 2. But it doesn't seem that reliable. Eren looked at it carefully, then shook his head and ignored it. I'll study it properly when I get a real four-walled room. Felicia rushed over and carefully checked Eren for injuries. Actually, Felicia sensed danger while in the car, but she hadn't activated that ability and was busy with business. Eren sensed this and immediately took her away, so that Felicia didn't have a chance to do anything. And later, Felicia had to shield Eren from little Eren, so she couldn't participate in the normal battle at all, and instead needed Eren's protection. This left Felicia quite frustrated. I'm sorry, boss, I'm so useless. Felicia lowered her head, looking at the bloodstains on Eren's body, feeling even more ashamed. Eren didn't blame her after all. He didn't like walking his bird, especially with another man around. At the same time, I'm afraid of hurting someone's fragile heart. I understand the feeling of inferiority. Eren lifted Felicia's chin. Since you know you're useless, then you'd better obediently play your proper role later, understand? Felicia hummed in agreement, glancing at the chaotic battlefield out of the corner of her eye, and made a decision in her heart. Eren swept his hand over the cut-open hood and slashed it all the way through. On a whim, he emailed Norman, took a picture, and asked Norman to call someone to clean up the mess. He was also instructed to find a man named Wade Wilson. Want his hand? Then be prepared to get messed with. What? You've traded the priceless twin swords for this? No way, these are his spoils of war. If he didn't still need to find Kate and meet Barbara, he would have let Deadpool know that no one can escape his eyes. Then Eren looked at Felicia and asked, I remember you practiced yoga and knew many difficult poses. Do you know the aerial motorcycle move? Huh. This is so exciting. Oh, P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Kate, if you were to infiltrate a base, what would you do to successfully infiltrate without being detected by the enemy? I know, for example, we can sneak under the truck and get in when they're not looking. No, you'll get a head injury from the bumpy road halfway there. Don't believe the scenes in the movies. The director who came up with that idea must be an idiot. But I heard that's how Captain America entered Hydra's base and rescued all the Allied soldiers. Could Captain America be lying? Barbara, now in the form of Adrian, sighed and facepalmed. This happened ages ago. Who are you trying to implicate? They've been living like old popsicles for years. I understand. As long as we kill everyone, no one will find out. Kate had a brilliant idea. Barbara was taken aback. What kind of outrageous idea is this? Kate, how did you come up with this? Kate raised her head proudly and said, Eren told me this. He said it's the highest level of infiltration. Barbara rolled her eyes. The highest level? You could have taken them all down. What's the point of infiltrating? Why not just give up on infiltrating and smash the entire base to pieces? I need to have a serious talk with Eren. My God, what has he taught you? We're not the Terminators. Oh, that's perfect. We really do need to have a good talk. A loud voice came from the sky. Eren and Felicia descended from the sky to Barbara's astonishment. Eren. Kate jumped up excitedly, abandoning Barbara and rushing to Eren's side. Looking at Felicia in Eren's arms, she couldn't help but pout. This woman, she was the one who arrived first. When I grow up, I want to be your secretary. Kate was envious and longed to grow up quickly. Barbara stared at Eren for a long while, then walked over and said very seriously, Mr. Eren, I know you are the chairman of the Osborne Group, but please don't give Kate any unsolicited advice. She's just an ordinary person who needs the ability to protect herself, not some wild and unrealistic fantasy. That's something only superheroes can do. However, before Eren could speak, Kate stepped forward to retort, I'll be a superhero too. I think Eren is right. Enemies should all be killed, then there will be no enemies. Barbara's lips twitched. She had finally managed to get closer to Kate, but Eren's arrival instantly changed her stance. I'm your teacher. They'll even do your homework, teach you martial arts, and give you some basic knowledge about espionage and the world. This is something you can't learn even if you spend money outside. You have to pay a bloody lesson, or even the price of death, to possibly learn even a little bit of it. But, it's so sour. Eren chuckled and ruffled Kate's hair. Could you give me and Ms. Adrian some private time? I have something to say to her. Felicia, why don't you take Kate out to play? Felicia walked over, and Kate glanced at Eren with a puzzled look, then at Adeline. But she was very obedient, at least she listened to Eren. They obediently let Felicia take them away. For some reason, after Kate and Felicia left, Barbara, who was alone with Eren, felt a little nervous. She tried to remain calm and said, Mr. Eren, is there anything you'd like to discuss with me privately? Perhaps we could exchange contact information and discuss it further. No, Miss Adrienne, or rather, Barbara? Barbara's expression changed instantly, and her first thought was, there's a mole in S.H.I.E.L.D., I've been betrayed. Barbara asked, puzzled, Mr. Eren, what are you talking about? Who is Barbara? She sounds like a nice name. Eren's eyes lit up slightly. Miss Barbara Morse, codename Mockingbird, is 24 years old, 178 centimeters tall, weighs 61 kilograms, and has measurements of XXX. These are numbers that are something to be very proud of. I graduated from Georgia Institute of Technology the year before last. Wow, my grades were surprisingly good. I excelled in all subjects, especially biology, which was outstanding. TSK, we're quite destined to meet. He won the gymnastics championship in high school. Because of his outstanding performance, he was specially recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. and completed his studies while receiving various training. Right now, in the inside pocket of your suit jacket, there are several documents from the Strategic Defense Initiative, the FBI, the CIA, and even an IRS. Aren't you afraid of being ostracized by your competitors for such blatant forgery? I've got a martial arts staff hidden in your back pocket. I've heard you really enjoy playing with staffs. Let me try it out sometime. And there's a lady's Lolic pistol with the safety off? Aren't you afraid it might accidentally go off? That woman is dangerous. Eren recounted all of Barbara's secrets as if they were his own. Barbara could no longer remain calm. Many possibilities flashed through her mind. Finally, she locked onto a target. Nick Fury, just surrender, you've been caught. Inside the agency, she was told by Nick Fury that her detailed information and documents existed only in Nick Fury's possession. But now Eren has easily revealed all her secrets. How could she not suspect that Nick Fury is actually the mole? The boss is a mole? Let's call it a day. S.H.I.E.L.D. is beyond saving. Barbara placed her hands behind her back and slowly backed away, looking at Eren warily. Who are you? How do you know my information? Would you believe me if I said Nick Fury told me? Eren said seriously. Really? Nick Fury, this may be the last time I call you Chief. Next time we meet, let's catch up in prison. I have to remind you, since I know your background, why are you afraid of your little gun? It seems you've never seen anything big before. Eren was not worried about Barbara's actions at all, and he confidently stepped forward. Barbara hesitated. Stop. What you up to? What do you think? Nick Fury has already sold you out to me. I can do whatever I want with you. Aaron's lips curled slightly. His X-ray vision was truly useful. Could it be? That's how it is. Barbara suddenly realized something, and her face turned deathly pale. She's not Black Widow. This kind of thing should be done by her. Barbara wasn't really willing to do it, but if things were really as Aaron said, she seemed to have no choice, because she had been sold. Well, Barbara was skeptical until she figured it out. But if he could successfully get close to Aaron, this kind of thing. For some reason, Barbara suddenly felt restless. There seemed to be a strong hormonal aura around Aaron, which made her heart flutter. What's wrong with my body? I didn't drink anything just now. This man, just by getting close to me, made my body. What kind of I anime plot is this? Barbara's eyes were a little dazed. The more she looked at Aaron, the more pleasing he seemed to be, and the more she liked him. She really liked that taste. Barbara was initially hesitant, but after sensing the changes within herself, she put that hesitation aside. Never mind, let's drink this first. Is this him, her in heat? Aaron was somewhat surprised to see Barbara's dazed expression. Because he has smelted so many things, he can not only sense pheromones, but also release them. For example, he can consciously control ants by releasing pheromones. Or they communicate with bats using ultrasound. Even S*X hormones can be released in this way. This is his first time trying it, and the result is surprisingly good. Something's not right. Did I stumble into an adult Marvel anime? He thought of another similar ability user, Purple Man, a supervillain who could control those around him by releasing pheromones. In the Marvel universe, he controlled female superpowered individuals, including Jessica, and then subjected them to various forms of abuse and violence. Turns out I also have the potential to become a purple person. At this moment, Barbara had already come closer. Aaron was conflicted. His purpose in coming here was to warn the other party and to plot something within S.H.I.E.L.D. But now, because of a small ability test, things have come to this point. So, is it becoming a beast or worse than a beast? As expected, there was no other choice. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Outside the door, Felicia took Kate for a walk and they came back. Hearing that familiar voice, Felicia blushed slightly and pulled Kate outside. Hey, what's wrong? Kate asked, bewildered, but a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. The boss is punishing evil and promoting good. We'll come back later. Felicia looked very serious. Without any enhancements, this match was a complete rout. Adeline has really gone mad. She even dared to engage in close combat with Aaron. Oh my god, I'm no match for you, I give up. After a long while, Barbara finally collapsed from exhaustion. Despite having received various combat training, she crumbled at the first touch against Aaron. They were completely outmatched, and Aaron always controlled the pace of the game. Looking at Aaron, her gaze held both infatuation and hesitation, her expression constantly shifting. As Aaron straightened his collar, he said seriously, Miss Barbara, what do you think of my staff skills? Compared to yours, which is stronger? Barbara rolled her eyes helplessly, her voice hoarse. You actually. Miss Barbara, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. On our first meeting, you couldn't wait to drag me into a fighting game. You have to take responsibility for me. Those are my lyrics. Barbara gained a profound understanding of Aaron's shamelessness. But thinking back, it seems that it really was she who initiated the fighting request. After all, Kate always said that Aaron was the best in the world and could do anything, so how could she be convinced? However, Aaron looked troubled. This is a problem. Kate and the others are still outside. If she finds out that you... Barbara, don't tell her. As soon as she said it, Barbara realized something was wrong. How did things turn out to be her problem? Barbara, you don't want Kate to look at you differently and cause you to lose your job, do you? Aaron spoke earnestly. Barbara thought about it more and more, and it seemed increasingly strange. Why do I feel a strange thrill, or rather, a guilty conscience, when you say that? Hey, it's not really your fault. Yes, it's not my fault at all. Just as Barbara was thinking this, Aaron continued, after all, I'm handsome, rich, and have plenty of assets. It's normal that you can't resist me. If we tell everyone, they will understand. We're all adults, there's nothing to be coy about. Barbara? So it turns out that I was the one with ulterior motives, the one who tried to climb the social ladder? That's not how it is. I understand. Aaron nodded knowingly. No one understands better than me. I understand how much a fledgling like you longs to fly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. You have my contact information in your phone. I'm leaving now, I'll contact you later. Aaron waved his hand, turned around, and walked away with a flourish. Barbara was furious. Why did Aaron act like one of those Johns who would just walk away after putting on their pants? He's manipulating me. However, Barbara was truly exhausted. I don't even have the energy to curse. She was completely dominated by Aaron, like a rag doll, carelessly tossed into the sky. She felt like she was practicing gymnastics, reviewing all the gymnastics moves she had done before. For a fleeting moment, Barbara suspected that Aaron was retaliating against her. In retaliation, she received orders to infiltrate Kate's inner circle, inquire about and monitor Aaron. So, the other side retaliated, and it was more ferocious than a wild bull. But she had no evidence. Barbara was right. Aaron was indeed taking revenge on her. Since they accepted the mission to monitor me, then they are the enemy. As enemies, there's no need to be so lenient towards women, is there? Punish. They must be severely punished. Make her understand the seriousness of the consequences. Today, we've only made indirect inquiries. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as it is today. Meanwhile, Aaron has already made a decision. He cannot lose Barbara's connection. She is an excellent tool. Whether or not we can successfully uncover S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hidden treasures depends on her. Love grows over time, as they say. If it doesn't work the first time, try again. One day, you'll be able to convince them. After all, that saying makes a lot of sense. Women are emotional. Aaron, feeling refreshed, found Felicia and her companion, who had been wandering around the area 3 times. Felicia, we've already started our 4th lap. How much longer are we going to walk around? Kate went from initial excitement to numbness. The 4th lap. Do you know how much trauma this will cause to a girl who is only 10 years old? She was even a little afraid to go shopping. It was too scary. Felicia came to her senses and realized that no one's physical condition can be generalized. She was no longer an ordinary person, but Kate was still a child. Shall we take a break? Kate breathed a sigh of relief and was about to sit down when she looked up and saw Aaron. Her fatigue vanished, and she excitedly rushed over to him. Aaron, has the bad guy admitted his mistake? Felicia said you were teaching the bad guy a lesson. Kate looked excited. Aaron quickly realized what was going on and affirmed, of course. Don't you know who I am? After a long lesson, the bad guy has admitted defeat, admitted his mistake, and knelt down to beg for mercy. Being a superhero is really tough, working day and night. Felicia nodded in agreement. Isn't that right? Working day and night like this is really not something an ordinary person can do. Kate said, oh, and clenched her fist. Then I'll help you teach those bad guys a lesson from now on. I'll help you when you're tired. Help with what? Help push? Kate, hurry up and push. Aaron's out of strength. No, it should be phrased differently. This phrase could never apply to Aaron. Felicia shook her head repeatedly. Ahem, it's all right now, Kate. I just had a friendly match with your teacher, and she has realized her mistake and will not try to instill any wrong ideas in you again. If there's a next time, remember to let me know, and I'll have a real showdown with her. Aaron said righteously. Kate nodded solemnly, blinking her eyes as if she had heard everything. Oh, by the way, your teacher said she's a bit tired, so she doesn't have time to teach you fighting techniques this afternoon. Maybe tomorrow? Oh no, probably 3 days from now? She'll let you know then. Aaron said uncertainly. Felicia felt a chill run down her spine. It was too brutal. Absolutely too cruel. Kate was genuinely puzzled this time, but she didn't ask and nodded again. So, would you like to go shopping with us next? Aaron extended an invitation. Kate's expression changed drastically. She glanced at Felicia instinctively and waved her hands repeatedly. No, I suddenly remembered. Mom just called me home for dinner. I have to go back. After saying that, Kate called her bodyguard, got into the car, and drove off. Seeing this, Aaron did not insist. By the way, boss, while you're busy teaching a lesson to the bad guys, Mr. Norman hopes to recruit another batch of biochemistry and even physics experts from outside. Tell him I approve. Aaron readily agreed, and after thinking for a moment said, Tell Norman that the company needs to bring in more imaginative projects from other research projects. People can come over and projects can come over too. Whether it's reliable or not, you have to let me see it. This is Marvel, after all, and it has a lot of incredible cutting-edge technology. Adhering to the principle of better to misjudge than to miss an opportunity, this point was emphasized. Norman was a smart man. He knew what it meant. Felicia didn't understand, but she was a very sensible person and forwarded it verbatim. On the other side, Norman and his men are dealing with the scene of the car accident. The company's shares have been transferred to Aaron's name through lawyers, but the Rolls-Royce has not. Looking at his beloved car, which had been with him for so long, now totaled, Norman's expression was complicated. My car. However, when he received Aaron's notification, he did not complain at all and immediately carried out the order faithfully. He was almost gritting his teeth, especially when he ordered his subordinates to find someone named Wade Wilson. The boss said we must find him as soon as possible. Oh my God. My darlings, you've left me forever. God, this is the saddest story ever. In Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen neighborhood, Deadpool slumps in his tiny doghouse, sighing and groaning. Today is his unluckiest day. I almost died. And his beloved knife was also swallowed. In that instant, Deadpool felt like he might really die. So he decisively abandoned his beloved knife and retreated through the underground sewers. No, my knife is gone. I can't just let this go. I want. Deadpool makes a phone call. I need to speak to Mr. Kennedy. Kennedy? Are you a family member? That's perfect. Despite our doctor's multiple rounds of resuscitation efforts, Mr. Kennedy's mind went completely blank, but we still couldn't save him. Please accept our deepest condolences. Regarding the issue of emergency treatment costs, please give him the middle finger and tell him F*****KU. Deadpool hung up the phone before the doctor could finish speaking. But he immediately called again, and before the other party could speak, he quickly said, by the way, if you contact his relatives, let me know immediately. They can't owe money and not pay it back. Otherwise, even if I run to hell, I'll beat them up and no one will owe me money. This is a huge loss. My knife, my money, my darling, oh no. The mission was not completed, the knife was gone, and the man almost died, while the employer, Mr. Kennedy, had already come up with a wild idea. Very good, he really does resemble his ancestor, damn it. Deadpool was still cursing. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he looked sharply outside, instinctively reaching behind him to grab something. Realizing the knife was gone, he immediately pulled out 2 guns from behind his back. Hey buddy, need any help? Of course. Can I have your head? Deadpool's expression changed drastically, and he fired a barrage of bullets while rushing towards the window without hesitation. However, Aaron was faster and kicked the door open. The spider silk bound Deadpool at a tricky angle. Stop. I'm telling you, I've already called the police. If you don't want it fencing with those prison address books, you'd better leave right now. The guys in there love people like you the most. Deadpool twisted and struggled, but without his twin blades, he was not even able to break free from Aaron's special spider silk. Aaron walked in, didn't waste any words, picked up Deadpool's gun, and shot him in the head. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the world finally fell silent. Aaron thought for a moment, and, theoretically, he had a way to completely eliminate Deadpool. The Primal Forge can melt anything, even Deadpool. But the problem now is, Aaron scanned the messy scene. Bloodstained bandages, a bloodstained knife, and the battlefield from before. These all contain Deadpool's cellular tissue. There might even be other remains of Deadpool in some junkyard. These things, in theory, could all be resurrected as a new Deadpool. In the original world, there was also an evil Deadpool, a more powerful and evil monster pieced together from the remains of Deadpools from different eras. He didn't know if many Deadpools would appear in this world. After thinking about it, he had an idea. Banana bar at night. A bright red banana mark kept flashing. Several exceptionally muscular, burly men emerged from the banana bar, embracing each other tightly to keep warm in the cold night. Just then, they saw a man who was tied to a street lamp and had just been shot again. He was almost completely naked, wearing only a butterfly mask that covered the upper half of his face. Moreover, the binding technique is quite nice. It can be called a work of art, and it is eye-catching. They were immediately filled with awe. Sexy red lips, long eyelashes, fairly thick chest hair, strong thighs, and those. Each one exudes an alluring charm. The burly men looked at each other. Maybe he offended someone too brutal. As good citizens of the United States, we can't just stand by and watch him be blown away by the cold wind. Maybe he has a gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school. Those politicians don't know how to be considerate. Just the cost of his schooling alone is enough to drive people crazy. No, I understand him. I want to help him. If I don't help him, who will? Take him to my home. I have many tools there, and I can also protect him and let him feel real warmth and love. Several people rushed forward and enthusiastically untied Deadpool, all wisely refraining from touching his purple butterfly mask. After tonight, we'll all be strangers. Just remember that you're filled with our love, and that's enough. There are still more good people than bad in this world. Aaron watched the footage on the monitor and sighed with genuine emotion. However, the images were too offensive to look at. So much so that Aaron had to find a warm and pleasant place to wash his eyes. In this cold world, only the snow-white breasts still retain a trace of warmth. The next day. Oh no. *2. The same sound can carry different emotions in different places. Everyone's joys and sorrows are different. After finishing their morning exercise, Aaron and Felicia went straight to the company. Aaron is not a diligent person. He won't go to the company unless absolutely necessary. If you've already time traveled, why do you still have to clock in at the company every day? Wouldn't that be a waste of time traveling? What? Company policy? Those rules are all set for employees. He, the big boss, is the one who controls the rules. At worst, he can add another rule. Aaron is not required to follow company regulations. It's that simple. Arriving at the office. Before Norman arrived, Aaron posted a video online and included a title. Shocking. The most powerful mercenary, Deadpool, is actually this kind of person. Combined with the most exciting image on the cover, it will definitely attract the attention of many interested people. After posting the video, Aaron even sent the link to Deadpool's email address. Norman knocked on the door. Boss, there are some things here that I need you to take a look at. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Boss, this information comes from Pioneer Technology. It's a project about enhancing human physical abilities. The core of it is using the properties of viruses to replace human cells, thereby giving people powerful self-healing abilities. Norman was introducing the other project information he had collected when Aaron interrupted him. Is it possible for Pioneer Technology to cooperate with us? And we don't need to cooperate with them. Aaron knew more about Pioneer Technology's projects than Norman did. Isn't it just the extremist virus? A human serum with huge flaws. While it certainly has its unique aspects, Aaron doesn't need to spend his time studying that thing right now. You can easily get one then. There's no need to present this information to me if it involves other companies' core projects. Norman nodded and pulled out a few more documents from the tangled mess. Perhaps you, boss, would be interested in this Cradle of Life technology, spearheaded by Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Cradle of Life technology? Zhao Hailuan. Aaron's eyes lit up. He finally heard a familiar name. Zhao Hailuan is a renowned genetics expert. Although she is young, she has made remarkable achievements in the field of genetics. The Cradle of Life technology is a special technology that she came up with after in-depth research into genetics, which gives life to machines. This technology sounds crazy, and nobody agrees with her idea, especially in her country where there is a strong preference for sons over daughters, where it is not taken seriously. Norman saw that Aaron seemed very interested, so he emphasized some points, even though he himself thought the plan was too crazy. This involves forbidden technology that involves creating life, and it is not possible to achieve with current technology. When he was in charge in the past, he wouldn't have even glanced at this technology. He would have simply destroyed it. However, the moment Norman saw Zhao Hailuan's information, he felt that it was very likely to catch his eye. Aaron also noticed Zhao Hailuan's information and picture in the document. She's very young, but has a unique charm. His gaze moved downwards, and he came across a more in-depth study of the Cradle of Life. After skipping over a bunch of incomprehensible technical terms, Aaron finally reached the summary section. Creating life? Interesting. Norman figured it out. Aaron was interested in Zhao Hailuan as a person and also in the project. However, he still dutifully reminded everyone, although the cradle of life technology looks very promising, I must remind you that this technology is very difficult to realize. First of all, we still need to solve the problem of artificial intelligence. Judging from the current situation of major companies, Stark Industries is probably the only one with the capability in artificial intelligence. Even if we overcome the challenges of artificial intelligence, this cradle that can create life probably won't have the vast market we expect. Moreover, Zhao Hailuan's idea is really. He didn't say it explicitly, but he had already expressed his opinion. Norman knew that Stark had created an artificial intelligence called Jarvis. That was once hailed by the media as a miracle. Indeed, that is true. No one can help but admire Stark's wisdom. This artificial intelligence alone is enough to set other companies apart. Of course, the cradle of life technology has another function. Once research is successful, it may be able to create living people. But such a thing is too outrageous to be listed on the stock exchange. Even in project details, it can't be written out explicitly, otherwise it won't pass the public opinion hurdle alone. Aaron disagreed. I believe in Zhao Hailuan's abilities. She is quite good. Is he concerned about this so-called machine? The Age of Ultron has proven that the cradle of life was indeed a success. Without Helen Zhao, Vision would never have been born. But for Aaron, this thing had a greater personal significance. Even if this thing has no market, he will still fund Zhao Hailuan to complete the project. For people, and for the cradle of life. Create life. What abilities will he gain after being smelted? Aaron is really looking forward to it. Seeing Aaron's certainty, Norman took a deep look at Dr. Zhao Hailuan's photo, lost in thought. Then boss, I'll arrange for her to meet with you immediately. The group really needs an expert like Zhao Hailuan. She is very capable. Norman immediately changed his stance, making no attempt to hide his admiration for Zhao Hailuan. Sure, you can arrange your own time. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. Norman was understanding him better and better, which was a good thing. Dr. Helen Zhao is in New York. She is looking for sponsors to help her complete the technology, but she is hitting a wall everywhere. If she knew that you, boss, value her so much and are willing to fund her, I'm sure Dr. Zhao Hailuan will express her gratitude to you according to their customs. What? Offering yourself in return? Norman spoke broken Longman language. Although he was not fluent, the fact that he could learn a few phrases in his busy schedule was enough to prove that he was very dedicated. Norman, you've done a good job. Have Harry come over sometime. Norman was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. I'll go and handle it right now. Norman left once again, full of energy. Watching the other man's departing figure, Aaron sometimes worried that he might be exploiting this middle-aged man in his 40s too much. These days, especially in the US, good tools are hard to find. At this time, Aaron suddenly realized something. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. Look what I found, a little mouse. Under his conscious control, the Osborn Group's cybersecurity program was instantly and completely activated. Under Aaron's leadership, they engage in a fierce battle against an external force of data. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the building. Perhaps sensing that the Osborn Group's resistance was too fierce, this data directly sacrificed its own interests to save itself, forcibly severing itself and quickly withdrawing from the firewall. Trying to run? Not so easy. Although Aaron didn't know much about the online world, his skills were already quite high compared to the average hacker. It is probably in the first tier below artificial intelligence. Moreover, he also has the entire Osborn Group firewall to assist him. Like adding wings to a tiger. Aaron relentlessly pursued his opponent, deliberately not absorbing him in one go, but chasing after him when the opponent was unaware. Having navigated countless twists and turns in the online world, they even went overseas. Then they entered from the southern region. Finally, it stopped at Osborn Group. Aaron realized something. Stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and look down. He quickly surveyed the vehicles parked below from a distance of over 100 meters. Finally, they settled on a minivan. Using X-rays, the obstacle was successfully bypassed, and the situation inside the vehicle was observed. Aaron's expression was strange. Sky? P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. Right across the road from the Osborn Group building. A minivan was parked quietly by the roadside. It stands out like a crane among chickens among a crowd of luxury cars. How could the Osborne Corporation's firewall be so powerful? Sky's hands moved like blurs as she frantically typed on the keyboard. Phew, I finally shook them off. A security system comparable to Stark Industries. I wonder who's in charge of cybersecurity at O'Sullivan? Could they have jumped ship from Stark Industries? Sky grumbled as she let go of his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at her phone, Sky hesitated for a moment, then glanced reluctantly at the Osborne Group building. There must be some unknown secret hidden here. I have to find a way in and figure out what they're up to. Sky made a silent decision. As a person of justice, she needed to find out the dirty secrets behind these politicians and big corporations. She wants to make it public so that everyone has an equal right to know. Miss, you can't park your car here. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking on the van door, which startled Sky, who quickly looked over. Sky opened the glass window and looked outside. There was an Asian man, somewhat handsome, but why did he seem so familiar? Why can't I park here? Aren't parking spaces meant for parking? Aaron pointed to the other cars. That's a Rolls-Royce, that's a Ferrari, this is a Pagani, and look at that one, it's a Porsche, and then look at you. Sky looked around and lo and behold, there was only one ordinary-looking minivan here. She retorted, isn't there a rule that says vans can't be parked here? There are indeed no rules here. Any guest can park here, but if someone has malicious intentions. Sky immediately felt guilty. I'm here for an interview. Really? Why didn't I know? Aaron laughed. Sky puffed out her chest. You're just a gatekeeper. How could you possibly know? I'm here for an interview with the cybersecurity department. Aaron said, oh, and pretended to pick up the phone. Norman, has the cybersecurity department had any interviews recently? What? No? Are you sure? Okay, I understand. Aaron then looked at Sky, so should I call 911? Sky's face turned pale. Don't try to scare me. Don't think you can fool me just because I drive a van. Sky spoke as she moved toward the driver's seat. However, there was a sound of the car door unlocking. Aaron pulled it, and the door opened. Sky was stunned. I locked it properly. How did you open it? Give me your phone. And computers. Don't come in. Believe me or not, I'll call the police right now. Sky was powerless to threaten, clutching her phone and protecting her computer, guarding the last line of defense. Aaron wasn't annoyed. He beckoned with his finger, and the computer seemed to have an invisible hand that flew directly to Aaron's face. Sky, not having time to be surprised, pounced on him. But to Aaron, her speed was like slow motion. Holding a laptop in one hand, Sky took her position, opened her arms, and practically threw herself into Aaron's arms. Miss, I know I'm handsome, but you don't need to be so desperate, do you? Maybe we could exchange contact information, then arrange to go see a movie and have a meal together, and then take the next step? Sky ignored everything, her eyes fixed on the computer, and reached out to grab it again. This is mine. You're robbing me. Then if you call out, will it answer? Sky, upon hearing this, was breathing heavily, whether from anger or exhaustion, and asked, then call out to it, will it answer? Xiao AI, Aaron asked. I'm here, the computer replied. Sky was shocked. What the heck? How come she didn't know her computer had a name? Xiao AI. Aaron, little AI. I am here. What fuck? Sky's expression changed. She looked at the computer as if she were looking at a heartless man. I painstakingly saved up money to buy you this, and I take good care of it every day. Whenever there's new software or hardware, I install it on you as soon as possible. And now, after seeing just one side of this scoundrel, you've abandoned me. Is there no justice left? Is there no humanity left? You're not human? Damn it. You heartless computer. Wait. You're a hacker too. How did you hack into my computer? Sky snapped out of her shock and looked at Aaron with wariness. Wait, you look like Aaron, the new president of the Osborne Group. The figure before her eyes gradually overlapped with the picture in her memory, but Sky felt no excitement, only fear. What should I do if I get caught red-handed by the other party's boss doing something wrong? I need help urgently. Congratulations, you got it right. But there's no reward. Aaron waved his hand again, this time sending out a spider silk that stuck to Sky's phone in her pocket. With a gentle hook, it landed in his hand. Sky has given up the fight. I don't care what you do to me. Which organization do you work for? Sky did not answer. The Rising Tide organization? Sky was taken aback. How did you know? Aaron didn't answer, but continued to ask name. Marilyn Monroe. Sky. Sky glared at her. You already know. Why are you asking? Aaron ignored her and took her phone, dialing the number she had recently contacted. Sky panicked and tried to stop him. The phone rang quickly. Sky, how's the situation? I'm Aaron, from the Rising Tide organization, right? You just wait. Before I could finish speaking, the call was disconnected. One can imagine that things must be incredibly busy over there right now. You. Relax, Sky. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Now let's talk about our problem. You hacked into my company, damaged my firewall, and harmed my core data, causing huge losses, at least hundreds of millions of dollars. How can you make amends now? Sky's eyes widened. He's slandering me. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. You devil. I hadn't even had a chance to do anything. Sky instinctively retorted, but Aaron simply said, so you admit what you were thinking just now. Tell me, who gave the mission to the Rising Tide organization? Aaron looked directly into her eyes, activating his super perception, supervision, and vibration sensing to their fullest extent. Sky would instantly detect any possibility of lying. Although Aaron had not received any training in interrogation or micro-expressions. But anyone who possesses so many of his abilities can easily determine whether the other party is telling the truth. Even the world's top agents can't fool him. Moreover, Sky is just a fledgling. Apart from her decent hacking skills, she is just an ordinary person. Oh no, her genes are still somewhat different. After all, she's an inhuman. Sky was speechless. Think carefully about the consequences. I can hand you over to the police at any time, considering the hundreds of millions in losses and the donations we make every year. As for taxes, believe me, both the police station and the court will uphold the law impartially. I'll give you a number, 10 years. If I say I'll lock you up for 10 years, it will be exactly 10 years, no more and no less. In this money-obsessed country, there is nothing that money can't solve except death. With enough money, one could run for president or get Congress to change or add laws. Learn about the Anti-Squid Awareness Act. Sky was shocked upon hearing this. You? How could you do this? This is slander. This is defamation. I'm going to sue you for defamation. You're saying I, a rising star worth hundreds of billions, am slandering you, a hacker thief who randomly breaks into other people's companies? Who do you think the public is more willing to believe? Aaron spoke earnestly. Sky looked conflicted after hearing this. Okay, I don't know who posted the task. It was assigned to me by Tide. I was just doing some part-time work while completing my studies. They asked me to find out about your company's research on limb regeneration drugs and whether you are conducting inhumane human experiments. Especially you. You used some extraordinary power at the board meeting. Once it's confirmed that you're illegally conducting human experiments to study the abilities of certain demons then. So you'll make it public and let the law judge me? Aaron couldn't help but laugh. What a silly girl. Sky retorted indignantly, I'm upholding the people's right to know. I'm serving the people. You big companies must accept public scrutiny. Really? Do you research cutting-edge technologies? Do you know what they're doing? A Rising Tide organization? Serving the people? Haha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Aaron found Sky's explanation genuinely amusing. What kind of bullshit is this, serving the people? Where in the world are there so many public welfare organizations that generate electricity out of love and serve the people? He knew better than anyone what the Tide organization was. A hacker group that dares to disregard the law and violate morality as long as there is enough money. The so-called service to the people is nothing but self-promotion. That only fools naive and innocent girls like Sky. Anyone who has ever been out in the workforce and spent a few days in society would never believe such nonsense. The world is bustling with activity, all for the sake of profit. The world is in turmoil, all for the sake of gain. The ancients have already explained it very clearly. The whole world is a giant makeshift operation. Profit is what they're all fighting over. Even Aaron himself. A modern-day Einstein? A pioneer of human civilization? A trailblazer in the medical field? Forget it. He couldn't care less what these people thought. All right, I see you don't know anything either. You're just an angry young man who's been kept in the dark. Come with me. Aaron stopped asking. He was certain Sky wasn't lying, and there was no point in continuing. The Rising Tide organization? A elusive hacker group? Huh, they dare to offend Aaron? They can't blame him. Sky was taken aback. What are you doing? You. Aaron looked at her with a half-smile. Since you're already here, wouldn't it be a waste to leave without taking a look? Didn't you want to see what we're doing? Come on, I'll show you for yourself. Without giving Sky a chance to refuse, Aaron grabbed her and started walking toward the building. The tiger has no intention of harming people, but people have the intention of harming the tiger. Regardless of Sky's initial intentions, once she entered this door, she wouldn't be able to leave easily. At the same time, the brain connects to nearby signals and sends a text message to Felicia, instructing her to drive the car to a deserted area. Sky was very reluctant. She felt that the Osborne building was like a prehistoric beast with its mouth wide open, easy to get in, but difficult to get out. She wanted to leave, but Aaron's hand was as firm as an iron clamp. Sky was forced into the building, amidst the curious gazes of others. Aaron led her to the laboratory building. Boss? It's still Norman. Noticing Sky next to Aaron, Norman glanced at her curiously and said, I've already contacted Dr. Helen Zhao. She'll arrive at 3 p.m. today. Aaron nodded and glanced at someone in the distance who was looking in their direction. Norman looked over and quickly said, That's the secretary to the Supreme Commander of the U.S. Air Force. He's here for that matter. Aaron suddenly realized, our Air Force commander is in such a hurry? After all, he is old, and it is rumored that he has recently been diagnosed with lung cancer. Although it has not been confirmed, it is probably true. Anyway, he attaches great importance to our research and hopes that his secretary can help us so that we can contact him anytime if we need anything. The fighter jets are fine too? Aaron suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He has many abilities now, but he lacks only the ability to fly. Spider silk is good, but it's still far inferior to flying. Aaron considered smelting certain flight units. For example, the frigate and peregrine falcon, which can break the sound barrier. However, in comparison, if we could get our hands on fighter jets directly, that would be even better. Norman paused, glancing hesitantly at Aaron's skin color, then thought for a moment, no problem. Any other requirements? Aaron replied without hesitation, the faster the better, the more advanced the better. Norman nodded and turned to say a few words to the other person. Sky rolled her eyes. Didn't you realize? You're Asian. An Air Force general would never agree to such an outrageous request. That's tantamount to traitor. I'm sure the brave and fearless general would not accept such a request. Aaron said mysteriously, that's not necessarily true. Not long after, the man walked over and warmly shook hands with Aaron. Mr. Aaron, I heard from Mr. Norman that you are currently lacking a vehicle befitting your status. Upon hearing this, I, General Ronald, immediately felt that an outstanding person like you must have a vehicle that is truly exceptional. For example, fighter jets. We are willing to provide you with a fighter jet as your vehicle, which will definitely not be inferior to Mr. Stark's armor. Under Sky's shocked, astonished, and incredulous gaze, the secretary continued. So, Mr. Aaron, do you need the better-performing F-22 or the faster F-15? Of course, we also have a faster YF-12A interceptor and a Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft here, but considering that they are decades old, they are not suitable for your status. No, you can't do this. This is treason. Sky felt her worldview was shaken. Is this still the army she remembers? Blatant treason. The secretary glanced at Sky with suspicion, as if to say, is this woman not one of our own? Ignore her. Aaron shook his head. Let's continue. The secretary nodded, thought for a moment, and said, Madam, Mr. Aaron is one of the most outstanding people in the United States, as well as a major taxpayer and a patriot. Please stop slandering us. We are merely expressing our condolences to Mr. Aaron on behalf of the Air Force. Sky was speechless at these utterly absurd remarks. Oh no, the United States is finished. Aaron thought for a moment, then said, I want them all. The secretary was taken aback, and then another slightly aged voice came through the earpiece. I agree with him. The secretary immediately regained her composure. No problem, we're happy to help you. Only, report this to General Sharonard. Mr. Norman will be sending him a gift this afternoon. Aaron glanced at Sky and added, this is an early Christmas present, a truly unique and perfect gift. I believe General Ronald will be so happy he'll look 10 years younger. The secretary could feel the heavy breathing coming from beside her ear. His face beamed with a smile. Thank you for your generosity. Skye was dumbfounded. I want to report them. They are blatantly engaging in backroom deals. Christmas presents? It's only May. You need to make excuses logically. F***K. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and reviews. The image from the previous chapter was removed by the wicked censors, so I've added another one, which might also be removed. Read it quickly if you can. By the way, this chapter is 3,000 words long. Does it count as 2 chapters? Next. Aaron and the secretary chatted amicably for a while longer. In reality, Aaron was talking to the Air Force Commander Ronald. Both parties are very satisfied with this cooperation. Skye, who witnessed all of this, had a lifeless look in her eyes, like a walking corpse. Finally, at General Ronald's prompting, the secretary subtly reminded him. If you have a need, you could also consider tanks, individual weapons, artillery, etc. Even naval warships and such can be discussed gradually. We are all patriots. There's no need to be so formal. Our Air Force doesn't have it, but the Navy and Army do. We are all human beings with needs, and we each take what we need. Oh no, it should be called military cooperation. Yes, Aaron transformed himself into a military advisor to the U.S. Air Force. At the same time, the Osborne Group has become an important partner of the military. But Osborne Group is different from Hammer Industries and Stark Industries. They will not offer any military orders or cooperate with them, nor will they help the military produce even a single weapon or ammunition. The group only serves high-ranking military personnel. These people are the ones who truly represent the military. Throughout the process, the secretary was extremely warm and polite, even unconsciously slowing down her pace. Only at the very end did he casually offer a reminder. Mr. Aaron, please forgive my bluntness, but your secretary perhaps needs some proper training. Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything by it. I just mean that our generals are also very knowledgeable in this area. If you have the opportunity, you can discuss it with our generals. The secretary gave a knowing smile that any man would understand. Upon hearing this, Skye completely lost faith in the military. This group of scoundrels in the military, who take taxpayers' money but recklessly pursue their own interests and even sell out vital national weapons, has been crossed out by Skye in her mind. She's going to expose it. Send all of this out. These parasites should be wiped out from top to bottom. Isn't that surprising? Aaron smiled faintly. You can expose it, but I guarantee that you and the Rising Tide organization will be uprooted immediately, leaving no one alive. And the generals in the military remain safe and sound. Why? The people won't let them get away with this. Skye gritted her teeth. Because we're all on the same side, except for you guys, of course. Aaron patted Skye on the shoulder and said casually. They even bombed the presidential envoy's plane. How arrogant they are. If you're so capable, then try to reason with the gun in my hand. I'm willing to spend $6 million to specially air freight 9 sheep from Italy and spend $90,000 to buy a bag of screw parts with absolutely no technical content. That's the taste I crave. And they use these special screws. Believe me or not, I just can't get used to the others. If our tanks or aircraft malfunction due to incorrect screws, resulting in the tragic deaths of our precious soldiers, who will take responsibility? If someone eats mutton poisoned by the enemy, resulting in casualties, who will be responsible? Could this world really be so fake, so hypocritical? Aaron smiled. There is only one thing that is true in this world, and that is truth. And the truth is. Aaron pointed to his fist. My fist is bigger than yours. Skye had nothing more to say. Felicia, take Miss Skye to see our latest achievement. The Osborne Group has no secrets. Aaron glanced at Norman, who was waving to him from a distance, and said this. Skye was a little scared. Although she was still naive, she knew that the more she knew, the faster she would die. However, Aaron did not give her the right to express her opinion, and he did not teach Skye for the time being. As a boss, he's naturally very busy. After seeing off the Air Force Commander's secretary, Norman walked over excitedly, holding something in his hand. Boss, this is something you specifically asked us to collect, a special metal called vibranium. This was collected from the British Museum. It is said to be an artifact that the British took from the people of Benin in the 7th century. Our tests show that it is completely different from ordinary metals and contains extremely considerable development potential. Norman was amazed. It was the first time he had ever seen such a metal. If they can conduct extensive research and exploration, the Osborne Group could surpass Stark Industries in one fell swoop. If you have time, you could look for an arms dealer. I think his name is Ulysses Clow. He has a batch of this metal, but it's very expensive, and he might not admit it. And once you buy this batch of goods, Wakanda might target you. Aaron recounted the plot and said casually, Wakanda? I vaguely remember it. It seems to be an African country, one of the poorest countries in the world. It seems that there is no communication with the outside world there. If it weren't for the mountains and rainforests, they would probably have been conquered by the British Empire and the French long ago. Maybe? Aaron didn't explain. If he really broke into that place, the glory of the British Empire would probably be gone. By the way, I'll send you something that you might be interested in. Aaron also sent a copy of the Deadpool video to Norman's email address. The latter opened it with a puzzled look. Instant critical hit. Oh my god, this is insane. What fac? Wilson is the main character? That's so exciting. Norman exclaimed in surprise while watching with great interest. He was thinking to himself, since Wilson doesn't have the money to pay for the car, maybe he could go into business and make some money? It seems that philosophical and cultural activities are quite popular lately. Ignoring Norman's surprise, Aaron took vibranium to the storeroom alone. The only square table was already piled up with all sorts of odds and ends. After he gave the order, a large number of items were continuously shipped to the Osborne Group building from all over the world every day. He didn't need to personally go out and search for them one by one. This is one of the benefits of having the Osborne Group. Pick up the list that was deliberately placed on the table. Archerfish, pistol shrimp, sea urchin, flea, peacock mantis shrimp, cockroach, snake. Each category contains a variety of species that are easy to collect in a short period of time. Cockroaches alone include the American cockroach, the German cockroach, and the Oriental cockroach, among others. There are dozens of species of snakes. If he were to collect these things himself, the time it would take would be quite astonishing. Setting down the list, Aaron reached into the biological culture chamber with his right hand, deftly catching one insect or animal after another. They were powerless against Aaron and were instantly seized and absorbed. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and review votes. Super perception. Sea urchin's similar abilities have been detected and fused. You now possess enhanced perception, allowing you to easily sense your surroundings and react quickly even with your eyes closed, including, but not limited to sensing light, water flow, water quality, and other organisms. Super flexibility. Snake, you possess incredibly high flexibility, allowing you to easily perform any difficult move, even biting yourself in the blink of an eye. Super adaptability. Cockroach similar abilities have been detected and integrated. Your body has been further improved, possessing extremely strong adaptability. You can adapt to many extreme environments, including but not limited to high temperature, high oxygen, low oxygen, high radiation, and pathogens without suffering any damage. Limit breakthrough. Peacock shrimps capturing legs. Fleas leaping your body is further strengthened. Muscle density is increased, and strength breaks through again, allowing you to easily unleash 10 times the strength of your current physique. Hand and foot strength is 20 times greater. Water mastery. Archery fish, you have observed and mastered the power of water and can wield its power anywhere. Control of chi. Pistol shrimp, you have observed and mastered the power of chi and can mobilize the elements of chi to a certain extent. Air gun, air cannon, atmospheric pressure. Steel body. Vibranium similar ability detected, already fused. Your defenses are further enhanced, and you possess the ability to absorb energy, including heat and kinetic energy, which can be stored and released as shockwaves when necessary. This also continuously strengthens you. Physical and energy defense greatly increased. Super healing. Sea urchin. Infrared thermal imaging. Snake. Supervision. Peacock mantis shrimp. Similar abilities detected, already fused. Note, I have already acquired abilities like super healing before, and I will not write about them again unless the abilities are further enhanced. This feeling is so hot. Aaron took a deep breath and with every move he made, the power contained within his body became even more terrifying. Although his basic physical stats didn't improve much, the ultimate breakthrough is a noble percentage breakthrough. Overall explosive power increased tenfold. The explosive power of the hands and feet alone increased 20-fold. He used to be able to lift objects weighing 60 tons and pull objects weighing 200 tons, but now, he can easily lift objects weighing 1,000 tons. It's hard to say exactly how much, because his physical strength actually increased dramatically after transforming into a body of steel. This is not a game. This is reality. Even a change in a single quality can trigger improvements in other areas. For example, ultrasound. With improved physical fitness and muscle strength, he can also release more powerful ultrasound waves. Previously, he could release up to 300 kHz, but now he can probably release at least 1,000 kHz. He also has super speed. Due to his improved overall abilities, he could initially cover 350 meters per second, and now he can cover at least several times Mach. It runs faster than a fighter jet. Marvel's version of the Flash. Aaron did not conduct a specific test, but he had a general idea of his own strength. Once he gets serious. 10 seconds. To be precise, less than 10 seconds. He could blast this 100-story Osborne Group building into ruins. Keep in mind that his punching speed is absolutely supersonic. Supersonic running combined with a supersonic punch, using at least several thousand tons of force. Even if an aircraft carrier were in front of him, he could turn it into a sieve in the blink of an eye. To be conservative, it could destroy a U.S. aircraft carrier fleet within 10 seconds. Compared to his strength, his defense has actually improved the most. Aaron deduced from the feedback from the primordial forge. The iron body he obtained from Deadpool, while also made of adamantium, was not the original but a modified version. Although it is also adamantium, in terms of hardness, it seems to be inferior to the vibranium that was just acquired. It's worth noting that, in terms of sheer hardness, among all the metals in Marvel, adamantium is the hardest. He speculated that Deadpool's knife was likely a replica of a metal called carbonara, also known as adamantium. However, this thing has another property. It can suppress Wolverine's super healing ability. So I'm now the Wolverine Slayer? Aaron thought strangely. Compared to simple physical defense, the subsequent energy absorption is the real challenge. Any attack that lands on him will first have some of its kinetic energy absorbed before causing injury. Its power has been greatly reduced. This is similar to damage reduction in some games. Output-oriented tank? No, I want to be a hexagonal warrior. Aaron thought with soaring ambition. As for the control of water and the control of air, these are two different elemental forces. Including the previous control over temperature, ice, lightning, and electromagnetic fields, he has now mastered 6 special powers that are close to the essence of the universe. One more thing and we can summon the dragon. But what strange thing has gotten in here? Aaron was ashamed. Who on earth could come up with such a twisted ability? Hitoe's new book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and review votes. Felicia. I am here. Come with me to the lounge. I'll let you play with your precious baby. Huh? Now. Boss, you have other plans this afternoon, and Miss Sky is waiting for you. Business comes first. If there's something to do, get to it quickly. Aaron raised his hand and gave Felicia his super flexibility. The primitive furnace has a unique feature. It can permanently preserve the data of a species by melting it only once. As an existence beyond concepts. Even if it is given to anyone other than Aaron, there is no need to remelt the same substance. It can be generated directly from nothingness. It has no effect on Aaron. It has no effect on the primordial forge. Theoretically speaking, it can mass-produce extraordinary beings of the same level as Aaron. It can even create more weirdos, monsters, and super beasts. For example, if someone were to possess all the characteristics of a herring beetle, that person might have specialized pincers, a hard carapace, and the strength of several tons or even tens of tons. Alternatively, by bestowing the characteristics of a tiger upon someone, a tiger man can be created. They can even bestow some of the characteristics of snakes upon others, transform their bodies, and create a Medusa, who is half human and half snake. It can be said that the upper limit of the primordial forge depends on the upper limit of Aaron's imagination and the upper limit of the objects that can be smelted. The more data recorded, the more unique experimental products can be created by integrating these characteristics and concepts. Therefore, in a split second, Aaron could transform into a behind-the-scenes villain, mass-producing all sorts of monsters and unleashing a chaotic battle in the Marvel Universe. However, those who play behind-the-scenes villains in Marvel usually die a horrible death. Aaron's current only goal is to improve his skills while also pursuing women. Experience a different kind of life. Certainly. If necessary. Aaron doesn't mind creating some monsters or generating some coincidences. In the Marvel Universe, it's perfectly normal for dozens of crocodile men, gorillas, shark men, and the like to suddenly appear out of nowhere, right? Aaron was also thinking about whether he should train a small team specifically for handling certain shady missions. The Monster Squad, the Alien Beast Squad, and the Zerg Squad. He could easily put on a disguise and command this small team. Then infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. or eliminate the opposing forces. On the surface, he is a rising star in the Osborn Group, a company with certain extraordinary abilities. In secret, he was a nightmare that struck fear into the hearts of countless forces. With a little thought, he could completely transform Aaron's identity into that of a superhuman skilled in elemental magic. This nightmare identity can be developed into a close-quarters combat expert who focuses on physical combat and weapons. It can also give this identity a strange, unusual appearance. Or rather, an exoskeleton? A symbiote? A suit? Aaron thought about it briefly, then shook his head and put the idea aside for the time being, keeping it in his mind. The important matter is right now. Some of the more difficult moves can finally be developed smoothly. While Aaron and Felicia were playing with their baby in the lounge. Inside a highly classified laboratory with no internet, no signal, and heavily guarded passageways. Skye waited listlessly for Aaron to summon her. My mind was still replaying what I had just seen and heard. Initially, Aaron's secret deal with a high-ranking military official involving the United States' most advanced fighter jets infuriated her. But later, after she saw the biological reagents that Osborn was researching, reagents that were capable of changing human history and benefiting all mankind, Skye fell silent. The Osborn Corporation is not conducting any horrific human experiments, but is about to complete a great project that will benefit all living beings' rebirth. Yes, this is the Newborn Project, which means that everyone has the possibility of a new beginning. Skye is easily fooled, but that doesn't mean she's really stupid. This was completely different from what the tide-raising organization had told her. If she were to actually breach the firewall and obtain the Osborn secrets, would the Rising Tide organization seize that information for themselves? Or will it be sold to someone else at a higher price? Isn't this just a simple business battle? Skye felt like something was about to grow out of her head. The anger that burned within me from being deceived grew ever stronger. Until half an hour passed. Why isn't Aaron here yet? Skye scratched her head in frustration. An hour has passed. Didn't Felicia say she would come to find me soon? Skye thought of Felicia, who always had a faint smile, and felt that something must have been holding them back. 3 hours later, she thought of Aaron, who had a terrible temper, and her heart skipped a beat. Could I be imprisoned? Skye thought of many things. It is said that some important figures with peculiar tastes will build a special room to imprison young girls for their amusement. They even bought an entire island. And now, could it be that she encountered such a person? Oh my God. No way. In the blink of an eye, the 4th hour had passed. Finally, the door opened. With a rosy complexion and full of energy, Felicia brought Skye some food. Where's Aaron? I know I was wrong. I'm willing to accept punishment. Don't do this to me. Skye cried. Felicia's expression was strange. Had Skye misunderstood something? Miss Skye, the boss is currently on a date with a beautiful lady, so he doesn't have time to see you right now. He might be available tomorrow morning, or perhaps tomorrow noon. So please stay here in the meantime. Felicia put down the food, easily pried Skye's hands apart, and still wore a polite smile that kept her at arm's length. Skye was stunned. On a date? You're saying he's on a date? Skye's voice gradually rose in pitch. But Felicia ignored her and turned to leave. Skye stared blankly at her retreating figure. Locking himself in a dark, deserted room while he went on a date? Skye frantically grabbed her hair. Good heavens, what's going on here? P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and review votes. At 3 p.m. sharp. Just as Sky was reflecting on her actions in the corner, Erin went to a coffee shop in a Manhattan neighborhood. Looking at the obviously couples-themed cafe outside the coffee shop, Erin raised an eyebrow. This was interesting. He walked in slowly, and with a quick glance, he locked onto his target. It was a special spot located at the very back of the cafe, yet it offered a perfect view of the entrance. Erin and a rather petite girl with her hair tied up, wearing a black suit. This outfit is eye-catching. Compared to Norman's file, she looked much more charming in her blue lab coat in this photo. Just then, Zhao Hailuan, who had been watching the doorway, saw Erin and immediately stood up to wave. Erin walked straight over and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Zhao Hailuan glanced at the time and, with a hint of unease, spoke rapidly. "I'm early. As the president of such a large company as the Osborne Group, your schedule must be packed. How can you let my affairs delay more important matters? It's only right to wait a long time to meet someone as important as you who works tirelessly day and night." "That's right, I've been working hard day and night, and my schedule is indeed packed. However, I'm wrong about one thing, it wasn't me who was working hard." Erin's mind flashed with images of Norman and Felicia. He sat down and then gave Zhao Hailuan a wink. Zhao Hailuan sat down uneasily, but felt very uncomfortable, her hands fidgeting under the table and her lips slightly pursed. Norman's earlier hints to her came to mind. Zhao Hailuan was somewhat conflicted. She glanced at Erin again, then quickly lowered her head. "So handsome. But isn't it too fast? Do I have such a strong aura that I scare you?" Erin found Zhao Hailuan's anxious posture amusing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hailuan immediately puffed out her chest, looking as serious as a primary school student being called on to answer a question. "You are the real owner of the Osborne Group. At its peak, it was worth hundreds of billions of US dollars. Now you're the most famous person in the world. Everyone's talking about your legendary experiences. I think what the media is reporting is definitely not good news." Erin also saw those news reports yesterday. They're not only universally condemned, but also infamous. Zhao Hailuan shook her head repeatedly, "Of course not." Speaking of this, she suddenly became interested, took out her pink-cased phone, and opened a web page. "Look. This is a notification just sent by the U.S. Air Force commander. Mr. Erin is the most elegant, brilliant, and outstanding Easterner I have ever met. His wisdom is admirable. I am very pleased to meet him and eagerly hope to begin cooperation with him as soon as possible." Below is a series of red text and a cover image. The Osborne Group became an important partner of the military, and Erin was their most valued military advisor. And this, a notice issued by a real estate tycoon. "Comrade Trump, no one understands Mr. Erin better than me. Without a doubt, he is a genius, a super genius who surpasses Einstein, Newton, and Howard Stark. Sometimes I think if the United States really has a priceless treasure, it must be Erin. And this too. The U.S. President has issued a statement. I am very fortunate to have both the Osborne Corporation and Stark Industries as two jewels during my term of office, especially the Osborne Corporation. Perhaps I will have the opportunity to witness the rise of a most dazzling star during my term of office, even one that rivals the sun." Zhao Hailuan's face flushed red as she spoke excitedly, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Erin. Indeed, Erin's reputation plummeted yesterday, and he has been branded as the son of the devil, Satan. However, just after Norman took the items to see the Air Force commander, in less than half an hour, the entire news media turned its guns on each other. The harsher the criticism they gave before, the more they praised them now. The New York Times. Ordinary New York City becomes the center of the world because of two people, Tony Stark and Erin. Daily Bugle. Erin's lips twitched slightly as he scanned the exaggerated headlines. No wonder everyone looked at him with admiration and excitement when he came out of the building. So that's the reason. My God, how did you do that? Taking control of such a large company in an instant and gaining everyone's praise in an instant. Zhao Hailuan was very excited. She came from H country, a small country. In her eyes, the United States was already a colossal giant that she could only look up to, let alone her. Even if it were their country's president or the largest conglomerate, they would be nothing more than a worm here. These big shots online don't even give them a second glance. But now, Despite being of Asian descent, Erin rose to become the most dazzling jewel in the United States in just a few days, the pride of everyone. In that instant, in her heart, Erin rose to a position she could only look up to. Stay calm, stay calm. This is nothing to be proud of. Erin remained calm, offering only a few words of flattery. What those people wanted was nothing more than a new life. No one is unafraid of death. These people are more afraid of death than ordinary people. Previously, they might have doubted the future Norman described. But just half an hour ago, when the Air Force commander reappeared before the media after several months, sporting a healthy, rosy complexion that made him at least 10 years younger, everyone went crazy for it. One after another, the praises came without cost. During this period, who is Tony Stark? Oh, he's Iron Man, the guy who fights crime. And then? Can he give people a second life? Erin can. Naturally. Tony Stark rose to power by stepping on Erin. In fact, forget about mere praise, they would do it without hesitation even if you asked them to call someone Dad. At worst, they would just say it was a slip of the tongue. Even the president can have dementia, so what's wrong with him saying a few nonsense words? However, each country calls the US Dad, and the person who makes their father call them Dad, then she should be called. Zhao Hailuan was imagining it. Erin, however, dismissed all of this. But to Zhao Hailuan, this scene seemed even more mysterious and powerful. A woman's admiration for strength, coupled with her inferiority complex stemming from her small, insignificant country, gradually led her to make up her mind. Erin then said, "Actually, it's very simple to do what I did." Zhao Hailuan's curiosity was piqued. One is the brain, the other is the fist. The brain represents wisdom, but what does the fist represent? Zhao Hailuan didn't understand. Could it be unity? Wow! Mr. Erin is absolutely amazing. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and review votes. I'm speechless. Chapter 39 barely mentioned anything, and it got blocked. I can't even see the appeal/editing option in the back end. If anyone still can't see it, find my account in the app. Go to settings in the top right corner, clear the cache, and you'll see it. Speechless. I heard you want to complete the Cradle of Life technology? I've read the report, and it's very insightful. Faced with Zhao Hailuan's admiration, Erin did not show much change in expression and said kindly. When talking about her achievements, Zhao Hailuan became very talkative. Mr. Erin, please support my Cradle of Life project. Once it is successful, we may be able to create some robots that are just like humans and work for us in the future. At the same time, we can also use it for technologies that only exist in science fiction works, such as wound repair, tissue and organ culture, and human regeneration. This technology uses cutting-edge technologies such as nanotechnology, gene technology, and smart technology. Currently, only your Osborne Group and Stark Industries can provide me with sufficiently advanced equipment and manpower. Please believe me, give me some time, and I will definitely not let you down. Zhao Hailuan is clearly very confident in her achievements. Although it's still in the theoretical stage, she's 70% confident of success. The remaining 30% requires additional funding, equipment, and technical support. She didn't want to give up this opportunity to prove herself. She was tired of the terrible research environment in Daxia. Erin nodded. I agree. Zhao Hailuan continued to describe the bright future of her project. Please give me some more time. I agree. Zhao Hailuan didn't even realize that she had agreed so readily. She was confused. In the past, others would immediately reject her project when they heard about it. They even expressed disdain for this crazy project and mocked her for overestimating her abilities. Zhao Hailuan was prepared for Erin to refuse and was thinking about how to seduce him, but she agreed. Your technique is very difficult to experiment with, but I admire you as a person. Erin made no attempt to hide his gaze, and Zhao Hailuan immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, her hands on the table fidgeting. Maybe we can go see a movie, have a meal, and then find a place to have a good talk. What do you think? Developing feelings? Not a chance. He likes to play straightforwardly. We're all adults. Beating around the bush is a waste of time. Zhao Hailuan's face grew increasingly red. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Just then, the loud sound of helicopter rotors came from outside the cafe. Many people looked on curiously and saw a transport helicopter slowly landing on the open ground. Norman stepped out of the helicopter. Zhao Hailuan was unaware of what was happening outside and was quite curious. Aaron glanced through the layers of obstacles and saw Norman's figure. Looks like we'll have to reschedule the movie for another day. Zhao Hailuan was puzzled, but also somewhat frustrated. But would you like to come with me to see some of the big ones? Fighter. On the other side, Stark Tower. Tony Stark finally made it to the corporation after being embraced by two beautiful women. When he saw the overwhelming news about Aaron, Tony ripped off his sunglasses and looked closely. Then he looked at Happy. Is today April Fool's Day? Happy actually glanced at his phone. It was May 21st, 2010. Sir, April Fool's Day has been over for more than a month. I know. Perhaps without my knowledge, those bored media outlets have once again created a new April Fool's Day for themselves, and it's today. Tony pointed to the large print in the media. Look at this. It's one thing to say Howard is inferior to Aaron, but he actually said I'm inferior to Aaron too. It's utterly ridiculous. Damn it. Make a note of this media outlet, the Daily Bugle. Very well, the Daily Bugle won't be on our invitation list for our next press conference or product launch. Happy thought for a moment, it seems like we've never invited them before. Tony rolled his eyes. It didn't work in the past, it doesn't work now, and it won't work in the future. Okay, I understand. Happy took out paper and pen and solemnly wrote it down. Tony saw this and shook his head speechlessly. Just then, Pepper came in from outside with a document in her hand, followed by a red-haired woman. Tony Stark's gaze was instantly drawn to it. It seems my company has a new employee, and I don't even know her name. She is Natalie Rushman, from the legal department, and is the subject of an expensive potential sexual harassment lawsuit. Knowing the other party's clumsy nature, Pepper immediately interrupted his thoughts. If you flirt with her again, then we'll have to see you in court. I won't hire a lawyer for you. I think I need a new assistant. Happy, what do you think? Tony ignored Pepper's warnings. Happy glanced at Tony, then at Pepper, touched the wedding ring he'd bought back in 2008 and always wore in his pocket, and decisively turned his head away. Am I an idiot? Tony wanted to say something more. Pepper picked up a document. Mr. Norman of the Osborne Group sent a formal invitation for an upcoming expo on human health and biomedicine. Tell him I'm busy. Tony refused without hesitation. My good mood from seeing the beautiful woman was instantly ruined by the name Osborne. The Osborne Group can't produce anything good. Their stuff isn't even worthy of carrying my inventions. Tony was very confident and instructed. When are they? I think it's about time Stark Industries held a new expo. Happy couldn't help but say, but we just finished the last expo at the beginning of the month. Tony smugly retorted, a month? Has it been that long already? Don't you think our inventions, made in a month, could allow Aaron to catch up by 10 years? He hated it when someone overshadowed him, but he hated it even more when so many people said that Aaron's intelligence was comparable to or even surpassed his. Ever since he shouted, "I am Iron Man," at a press conference at the end of last year. Stark Industries soared to new heights, leaving other companies far behind. From that time on, there were only two kinds of geniuses in the world. One is Tony Stark and the other is everyone else. Because he single-handedly revolutionized energy technology for human civilization. What about Aaron? The Osborne Group, which appeared out of nowhere and was just picking up the scraps of a loser, wanted to step on Tony Stark to rise to power. That's wishful thinking. Why don't you run for President of the United States? Natasha, standing nearby, agreed with Tony Stark's words to some extent. Tony Stark is terrible, but Aaron is even worse. She'd choose the lesser of two evils and support Tony. Looks like there are still smart people in the company. Tony was very satisfied. The more he looked at it, the more pleasing it became. Pepper shook his head speechlessly, then took out a document. I think we need to take a look. Tony glanced down casually, then glanced again. Finally, I couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. His expression turned serious. Okay, I admit he has some ability, but only a little bit. Tony kept gesturing with his thumb and forefinger. Shall we go? Of course I'll go. I'm going to wear my new invention later. He'll need a next life to catch up with me. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and review votes. Any kind of support is appreciated. New York Air Force Base. The helicopter took Aaron and Zhao Hailuan directly to this heavily guarded place. In the past, people of Asian descent like Aaron or Helen Zhao would never be welcome here. But today, Zhao Hailuan understood why the enthusiasm was excessive. The secretary eagerly approached, grasped Aaron's right hand with both hands, and shook it vigorously. Mr. Aaron is very pleased to meet you. Our general is delighted with the Christmas gift you gave him and says this will be the best Christmas he has ever had. I'm sorry, our general is currently unavailable to receive you due to some personal health issues. However, he will personally invite you to a private gathering at the Osborne Group next time to express his gratitude to you individually. The secretary was so afraid that Aaron would feel slighted that his attitude was almost obsequious. Aaron nodded in understanding. I understand General Ronald's eagerness. If it were me, I would also be eager to open this gift. No one can refuse it, just as no normal man can refuse a beautiful woman. Zhao Hailuan's face flushed slightly, but she still tried her best to straighten her back and stand up straight with a smile on her face. She made herself at least appear to be in line with Aaron's status as his female companion. Although she felt strange about the Christmas gift. It's only May now and Christmas is still 6 months away. Is this a local custom? And in her memory, weren't U.S. military bases very secure? Why did no one ask her about her identity or background from the moment she boarded the helicopter to the military base? Is it all because of Aaron? The secretary noticed Zhao Hailuan's actions and smiled even more warmly. This must be Mr. Aaron's girlfriend, right? She's even more beautiful than Hollywood star Scarlett Johansson. Zhao Hailuan returned a gentle smile, still somewhat nervous and unsure of what to say. She glanced at Aaron subconsciously, then quickly lowered her head, neither denying nor refusing. Even if she's only been my girlfriend for a day, she still counts as my girlfriend. Sensing Zhao Hailuan's nervousness, the secretary wisely refrained from asking further questions. Fearing that Aaron might be displeased, he led the way, guiding the group to a deserted airport. Along the way, officers kept casting respectful glances at the crowd. Although she knew that these officers respected Aaron, Zhao Hailuan still felt honored. As a citizen of Country H, this was the first time she had ever felt so proud and elated. Mr. Aaron, these were all gifts from the general. The secretary glanced at Zhao Hailuan beside Aaron and quickly corrected himself, saying, the equipment delivered to you. Ahem, the general hopes that your company can further improve these things. Given that these are all obsolete products and given Mr. Aaron's busy schedule, it's all right if you don't have time to improve them. The Osborne Group will always be our Air Force's best partner. This explanation was entirely improvised by the secretary. After all, these items were all personal equipment given to Aaron. Improvements? They could simply turn to Hammer Industries. The Osborne Group doesn't actually have much involvement in the defense industry. Furthermore, Aaron could not possibly serve the U.S. military. Improvement is impossible. It's impossible in a lifetime. Zhao Hailuan completely missed the implied meaning. She's still somewhat dazed. This was her first time visiting a U.S. military base. Yet, these military personnel, who were so arrogant in front of H country, were so humble in front of Aaron, just like the respect that subordinates showed to superiors or juniors to seniors in their country. My God, this is incredible. As for this batch of aircraft, Zhao Hailuan found it somewhat familiar, but the hastily modified and dyed fuselage coating left her unsure. However, no matter how the fighter jet's exterior color changes, its fuselage and interior remain unchanged. Aaron recognized at a glance that these were the things he needed. The most advanced aircraft in the United States at present are the F-22 and F-16, as well as the YF-12A and Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. Aaron's eyes were like the most advanced instruments, meticulously scanning these aircraft and storing all the data deep within his mind. Okay, I'll dump all the data from these things into the Taklamakan Desert later. The desert is so vast, it's quite normal to find some fighter jet data, right? It's quite normal that it also comes with an instruction manual in both Dragon language and English. In 2010, these things were considered good. Aaron had no other intentions. He just did it on a whim. Mr. Aaron, are you satisfied? The secretary asked cautiously. Aaron nodded. General Ronald's efficiency has exceeded my expectations. The secretary smiled even more broadly. Of course, sir. You are the best partner our military has ever had, and the general hopes that our cooperation can last forever. To maintain forever? There's absolutely no need for that. In Zhao Hailuan's eyes, the military was unapproachable. But in Aaron's eyes, both the military and the United States were merely stepping stones. By the way, sir, the Army and Navy commanders, among others, have also been asking me about your company's upcoming plans. If you need help, they will do their best to support you. Whether it's anti-aging drugs or anti-cancer drugs, these are all internal secrets of the Osborn Group and are still under development. Aaron wouldn't have taken it out at this time if it weren't for solving his cash flow problems. This time, he simply had Norman bring out 10 of each. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Only the most generous or those who can provide sufficient assistance will be the first to receive this life-saving medicine. For these politicians and tycoons, money is not an issue. They just want to regain their youth and virility as soon as possible. That's why they spared no effort in promoting Aaron, constantly praising him, almost to the point of exaggerating his abilities. If Aaron were to give in at this point, people would be waving money at his door. But Aaron would not settle for them. There are only 10 items. Oh, there are only 9 now. Want it? Sure. Send me the money. Aaron originally wanted to refuse outright. He also wants to do a good marketing campaign at the upcoming Osborn Expo. But then he suddenly thought of something. Raising an eyebrow, actually, we can discuss this. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and review votes. The data hasn't changed. Is nobody here? I've been a bit busy these past few days, which caused my train of thought to be interrupted, and I've run out of drafts. I'm having writer's block right now. I'm begging for flowers and votes to motivate me. The secretary perked up immediately upon hearing that there was hope. Heaven have mercy, he was just a lowly secretary. However, those high-ranking military officials took this opportunity to get him to speak. All I ask for is a new life. At that very moment, General Ronald underwent various tests at one of the most advanced private hospitals in the United States. The president, ministers, commanders from various regions, and other important figures from different factions were all eagerly awaiting the latest news at the hospital. They didn't dare to speak to Aaron rashly. On the one hand, the specific effects are uncertain, and what if there are side effects? On the other hand, Norman's attitude was very tough, and Aaron's background and strength were very mysterious. To be honest, they were a little scared deep down. A wise person does not stand under a crumbling wall unless the benefit is sufficient. Once Ronald's medical examination results are available, they will each use their unique abilities to achieve their goals. I only ask for a new life. The secretary then became the guide they had sent out in advance. The secretary was quite distressed by this heavy responsibility and was very careful in her words and actions, lest she displease Aaron. There is room for negotiation now. He felt a surge of excitement. I'm not afraid of your big appetite, I'm afraid of your needs. Please speak. Aaron glanced around and said slowly, you should know that the Osborn Group was originally researching a human enhancement drug. The other party nodded. General Soster is in charge of this matter. Our General Ronald has never interfered in such things. The secretary knew that just yesterday, General Soster was quite unhappy with Osborn for abandoning the human enhancement drug without authorization. They even made some inappropriate remarks. However, today, General Soster changed his tune, praising the Osborn Group as the best company. Unsure of Aaron's attitude, he quietly distanced himself from Soster. Aaron ignored his little actions. Actually, we have made considerable progress in our research on human enhancement. But we are still lacking something. Here's the important part. The secretary perked up, lowered her hands, pricked up her ears, and held her breath to listen. Zhao Hailuan also looked very serious. Excuse me, is there anything else we need? The secretary asked. Aaron did not answer directly, but instead talked about Norman's research. The drug we developed has very serious side effects. Users will become violent and aggressive. Finally, we discovered that this reagent was missing one thing, a special substance that could neutralize its medicinal components. We don't know what this thing is yet, but if we have enough to study, we might be able to solve this problem, mass-produce super soldiers, and without any side effects. The secretary's breathing suddenly became rapid. No side effects. Even the drug that Captain America was injected with is said to have had some problems. He wouldn't believe anyone else who said that. But if Aaron said that, even if he pointed to a pile of shuffle and said it was a good thing, they would still consider it carefully and analyze it cautiously. Norman listened most attentively from behind the three. He would shake his head and then nod from time to time. Then he looked like he suddenly realized something. He slapped his thigh hard. I see. No wonder I always felt something was missing from this thing. It turns out the problem wasn't with the equations, but with the final step. I see. I don't understand a thing. I just made up an excuse on the spot. You old codger, what are you pretending to suddenly realize? Aaron was speechless. These words were just an excuse. He never intended to perfect and produce the Green Goblin serum. It was simply a deception of the military and the high-ranking officials behind them. Don't meddle. The secretary was very excited after hearing this. It was important, and the success rate was very high. Didn't you see Norman's actions, the person in charge? It's just one last step away. What do you need? How can we help you? Aaron said seriously, I heard that the president has a special department directly under his command called the Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack and Logistics Agency. They were founded during World War II, and during the war against the Nazis, they gradually collected many special items. If given the opportunity, I hope to collaborate with this department. They might be able to find the elements I need. The secretary was somewhat embarrassed after hearing this, as he naturally knew of the existence of this department given his position. With the military's capabilities, they can take any island or country you want. But this department is the only one that's a bit troublesome. In some respects, even the military has to give way to Nick Fury when it comes to superpowers. The military is not afraid of them, but they cannot get them to back down. But as I said before, I'm not worried about your small appetite, I'm worried about your lack of needs. The military can't handle this. But it's just a matter of a word from the president. The secretary carefully replied, I have received your request, and we will give you a definite answer by tomorrow at the latest. Aaron nodded, and then the military specially called some pilots to fly all these big guys to another temporary parking area. This was originally built by Norman to store his private planes. But as Osborn faced operational difficulties and research stalled, the site fell into disuse. Now, with the transfer of Osborn shares, this place has become Aaron's private airport. After sending everyone away, he had Zhao Hailuan book a room at a nearby hotel. Yes, Zhao Hailuan paid for it herself. Then, Aaron placed his hand on the fighter jet. The seemingly tiny primordial furnace mysteriously swallowed the entire plane. It's like Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket. It was that familiar flow of light again. Aaron felt himself becoming stronger. Invisibility, similar ability detected, now integrated, mimicry, light absorption. You can achieve invisibility through various means, including absorbing light, radio waves, heat, and kinetic energy. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and review votes. Flight, you have a more acute sense of energy manipulation and can easily achieve supersonic flight and hover in the air until your energy is depleted. Flight speed depends on your individual circumstances. Supervision, your dynamic vision has been enhanced again, allowing you to quickly distinguish friend from foe and spot your target in a crowd. Energy bullet/energy cannon, you have further mastered the use of energy and can easily release it in the form of energy bullets and energy cannons. Extreme aiming, you possess powerful lock-on abilities, allowing you to easily track the opponent's movements and launch rapid attacks. Don't be discouraged, your aim is excellent. Aaron carefully observed the changes in his body. This time, his physical attributes remained unchanged, but his control over his body and energy was further enhanced. With a thought, energy gathers in the hand area, as if this energy can be released according to his will as long as he has a thought. Aaron made a gesture resembling the Six Meridians' divine sword, and the energy seemed to find an outlet, gushing out instantly. In an instant, it poured down like a torrential rain into the jungle before us, tearing the lush green grass to shreds. Aaron has a keen eye. The energy blast had a strong penetrating power. It could even pierce through a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. If that attack intensity and frequency were to land on a person, it would probably turn them to ashes in an instant. Aaron then tried the energy cannon, or rather, the palm cannon. With the palm of the hand as the focal point, the energy contained in the nearby cells was mobilized, and with a bang, the boulder as tall as a person was blasted apart. Not bad. Aaron nodded, carefully sensing the energy loss. This shot only mobilized a small portion of the energy stored in the cells near the palm. Roughly, that is, 1% of the size of the right palm. Compared to the strength of his entire body, this loss is almost negligible. Seeing this, Eren was even more satisfied. If just 1% of the palm has this power, what about the entire arm? The whole body? His full-force attack must have been at least 10,000 times more destructive. No, energy power cannot be calculated simply like that. Especially in pure energy attacks, its penetrating power is absolutely top-notch. Speaking of which, Marvel's current technology has already mastered laser cutting and other technologies. If I melt this device, wouldn't I be able to release high-temperature rays from my eyes? Wait a minute, he's starting to look more and more like Superman. Eren is Eren. He doesn't want to be a Superman imitator. His mind flashed through his surroundings, and his brain, like a supercomputer, rapidly processed the surrounding light, radio waves, electromagnetic waves, and other signals. It then integrated the information collected from these signals, forming a 3D dynamic map in his brain that was more accurate and detailed than any satellite image. Moreover, this map can easily cover the entire city of New York. In short, as long as he doesn't hide underground, he can watch the entire city at any time. Of course, in this state, the brain will be overloaded with computation. Even with Eren's super brain, it's impossible to activate it anytime, anywhere. However, turning it on when needed will at least prevent you from getting lost. Eren still hasn't gotten to know New York properly, and without that ability, he'll most likely get lost on his life's journey. Without bothering Norman any further, I glanced at the sky. The sun was setting. With an unconscious push of his feet, he soared straight into the sky. And in an instant, it broke the sound barrier, its speed rapidly climbing to Mach 3, and it's still increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he far exceeded Mach 3. Eren's superhuman senses allowed him to easily detect his own speed, Mach 5. This surpasses the Mach 3.35 limit of the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft and the YF-12A. By the way, the speed of a fighter jet depends on the thrust of its engine. Theoretically speaking, the maximum speed of a fighter jet is far more than that. This is the upper limit of the pilot, not the upper limit of the fighter jet. My energy now far surpasses that of those fighter jets, and my physical abilities can withstand hundreds of times more pressure than theirs. Unless my energy runs out, I can continue to accelerate. And Eren tried to use other abilities to assist him. His mastery of Chi granted him the power to manipulate the atmosphere. Creating atmospheric pressure from behind might also increase speed. It also has electromagnetic control capabilities. Once developed, the speed will be even faster. As the experiment progressed, Eren quickly flew over New York City. Looking down at the Azure Sea, Eren slammed on the brakes, came to a sudden stop, and hovered in the air. This should be the capability of a helicopter. With my current flying skills, it's far beyond what the most advanced fighter jets can match. In his excitement, Eren let out a long howl. The loud voice carried on the sea breeze for over 10 kilometers. Even in the distant heart of New York City, the long howl could be faintly heard. On the coastline, some people looked in the direction from which the sound came, filled with doubt. At the same time, fish of unknown species, belly up, began to appear on the sea surface. Eren quickly stopped talking. Suppressing his excitement, he turned and headed towards New York City. At this moment, also over New York City, Tony Stark, wearing the Mark IV armor he had previously developed, was leisurely preparing to attend a wild party. The beauties there would definitely scream with excitement if they saw him descending from the sky in his armor. However, just now, a dark shadow suddenly flew past him. Tony watched helplessly as that thing flew further and further away, and even with his engine at full throttle, he couldn't catch up. He became withdrawn. Holy crap! What was that thing that just flew by? Jarvis, immediately replay the video to confirm the other party's identity. Tony gave the order immediately. Sir, that person's speed just now reached a top speed of Mach 7, and it's still increasing. What the hell? You said that was a person. Tony yelled. And he's someone I know, Mr. Eren from the Osborn Group. Tony's face fell instantly. You say he's a person, I have no objection. But if you say he is Eren, then I'm really interested. So, he can fly, and he's even faster than me? What kind of armor is he wearing? Wait, how can he maintain normal physical condition while flying at high speeds? The Mark IV armor's speed limit is 3 times Mach. This limitation is not due to a problem with the power source or the materials used, but rather to his frail physical condition. However, Aaron's pay was more than double that of him. Other dissatisfaction. Jarvis pulled up the video from earlier and slowed it down 100-fold. Mr. Aaron was not wearing any armor. Seeing Aaron flying through the sky without any armor on screen, Tony was completely speechless. Jarvis, are you sure you're not mistaken? Could the recording system be malfunctioning? Detecting. No fault detected. Is it possible that he developed the latest optical stealth technology and can maintain flight at Mach 7 without collapsing? Tony said, unwilling to accept it. After testing, no residual flame jets or other propulsive forces were found on him. So you mean Aaron is Superman? He comes from Krypton and wants to lead humanity on Earth to evolve and become a god among men. Tony's voice suddenly rose. Jarvis, that possibility cannot be ruled out. What fuck? Tony was about to say something when a long howl suddenly came from afar, interrupting their conversation. You're insane. Tony muttered something to himself, and then a dark figure rapidly approached from afar. Tony paused for a moment, then quickly stepped forward. Hey, let's have a competition. Upon hearing this, Aaron glanced at Tony, who was overestimating his abilities and moving at a snail's pace, and suddenly increased his speed by a large margin, instantly leaving Tony far behind. Wait, I meant fly upwards. Let's see who can fly higher and see farther. After Tony finished speaking, he immediately flew into the sky. However, Aaron's ears twitched, and without turning his head, he flew away into the distance. Idiot. Tony Stark hovered in midair. What did he just say? After Jarvis searched and compared, the English translation popped up. Idiot. Idiot? Did you hear that? He actually called me an idiot. I am the world's #1 genius. Tony Stark. Tony's lips twitched. I hate Aaron. On the other side. Trident Building. What exactly is Aaron's purpose? Nick Fury was pondering this question. Looking at the information about Aaron that I had recently collected, all laid out on the table. Before his first day, his information is 0. Authentic and reliable information. Where did these things come from? He looked up and pointed to Aaron's identity information. These items included Aaron's gun license, social security card, New York State driver's license, birth certificate, legal identification, bank account statements, utility bills, and even tax returns. It encompasses everything and is extremely comprehensive. It's even more professional and complete than the local Americans. Furthermore, these things can be found in databases and can be used to pass through 3 checkpoints, inspections, customs, aviation, borders, and so on. And there's a strange sense of familiarity about it. Nick Fury thought about it and realized that he didn't have that many things. Agent Hill, looking very capable, pulled out a document from the files. Director, these things involve many departments and have a complex network of relationships behind them. I don't recommend going into a deeper investigation. Seeing the strange look that flashed across Hill's face, a bad feeling rose in Nick Fury's heart. I took a closer look at the survey results. Good heavens, there are even some of our own people here. The first person on the list is an employee within the Bureau who specializes in making fake certificates. OMGF***K. No wonder it felt so familiar, no wonder all the documents looked so real. It turns out it was one of their own people making extra money in their spare time. Others on the list include personnel from the Immigration Bureau, the IRS, the FBI, and the CIA. What a wealth of talent. What a win-win cooperation. Nick Fury's veins were bulging. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Let professionals do professional things. All the information is traceable and absolutely true. Anyone would give it a thumbs up. Holy crap. Hill remained silent, but when she saw it, she was also utterly astonished. But that's just how it is. These departments, working together, make an Asian look more like an American than they do. This is truly the opposite of what Heavenly General should do. Get him out of here right now. Nick Fury was furious and started yelling. Are the benefits and perks within the organization bad? How can they still earn extra money on the side? And they haven't even given me a share of the money yet. That's going too far. This is all my money. Hill nodded, about to say something. Nick Fury's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it. It was a presidential telegram. He gestured for Hill to stop and began speaking with the president. However, as they talked, alarm bells were ringing in Nick Fury's mind. Oh no, Aaron's coming for me. P.S. New book uploaded. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and review votes. Oh no, he's coming for me. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury's face was as black as charcoal, and his only remaining eye gleamed with a sharp light. Agent Hill remained silent throughout. Director, the president's orders. Have someone pack up all our things and move those things immediately. These mysterious objects must not fall into Aaron's hands. Nick Fury gave an emergency order. Hill hesitated, then said, "But what about the president?" Nick Fury remained silent. Those dangerous things must never fall into the hands of unknown people. Don't just give him some random stuff to appease him. Even Nick Fury has no right to disobey the president's orders. Next, Nick Fury received several more phone calls. They were all big shots he couldn't afford to offend. At that moment, Nick Fury realized that he might be facing more than just Aaron. Rather, it is all the political leaders who hope to live longer and regain their health. Those short-sighted bastards have no reason to listen to his explanation. In their eyes, they and S.H.I.E.L.D. were merely bargaining chips to be used in their deal with Aaron. OMGF***K. He picked up the phone with a stern face. Barbara, find out Aaron's background and the secrets of the Osborn Group as soon as possible, at any cost, understand? On the other side, Barbara was fiddling with a blonde doll dressed in a little suit and black stockings, only the size of her arm, almost exactly the same outfit she had worn that day. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Barbara rolled her eyes and gave a soft hmm. However, he didn't take this mission to heart at all. I've already offered myself up in his bed. What price could I possibly have to pay? On their first meeting, she squandered all her resources. What could she do? She was desperate too. But he's so powerful. Barbara unconsciously played with the doll, holding it in her arms and shaking it up and down, occasionally letting it fall into the air. Her actions were nothing short of barbaric. The dolls in Barbara's hands were arranged into various poses. Yes, that's exactly what it looks like. That's so brutal. But I really like it. Barbara felt that her body was becoming abnormal. Even though it had only been a day, she already felt like practicing with Aaron again. I want to be like this doll. Light and flexible. Cruel torture. Barbara twitched for a while, pursed her lips, and couldn't help but dial the phone. Hey, I've gotten stronger again. I challenge you. Yes, hand-to-hand combat, only sticks allowed. All right, come to room XXX at the Edition Hotel in 2 hours. I will come to find you. At the Madison Hotel, Aaron put down his phone and looked at Zhao Hailuan coming out of the bathroom, and suddenly felt a surge of appetite. Are you busy right now? I think I just overheard a phone call. Zhao Hailuan clutched the bath towel tightly, feeling shy and uneasy. It's okay, it's a biological genetics researcher in the company who called to inquire. Let's get down to business first, and we can talk about the rest later. Biological genetics? Then I must have a good talk with her. Zhao Hailuan's occupational habit kicked in again. She became very enthusiastic whenever the topic of biological genetics came up. My body is no longer tense. Aaron smiled mysteriously. There will be an opportunity. When that time comes, I'll definitely let you exchange ideas and discuss techniques with each other. Half an hour later, Barbara, amidst a trail of fire and lightning, swiftly arrived at the Edition Hotel and reached the room number Aaron had given her. After taking a shower and dressing up, I lay in the bedroom and adjusted the warm lighting. I glanced at the time. There was still half an hour until the agreed time. Barbara was getting increasingly nervous. Her ears twitched slightly, and the noise from next door stopped. That's so fast, Barbara thought dismissively. Then I heard the door next door open. Then she heard the sound of her room door opening again. His expression changed slightly. Soon, Aaron walked in. Barbara looked unwell. I'm sorry, perhaps I've come at the wrong time. No, you've come at the perfect time. After dessert, let's begin the second round. The next day, Aaron arrived at the company as usual. As soon as I sat down, Norman, who had spent the whole night trying to figure out what was missing in the final step of the Green Goblin serum, went to report to Aaron with dark circles under his eyes. Boss, I have sent the invitations to the important people as you requested. However, I expect this Osborne Expo to be an unprecedentedly grand event. Aaron didn't care about any of this and waved his hand. I'll leave it all to you. If you don't have enough manpower, just contact those people. I'm sure they'll be happy to lend a hand. He glanced at Norman and saw that he seemed to want to say something but hesitated. He knew without a doubt what Norman wanted to ask. Stop asking. Yesterday's talk was complete nonsense. You didn't actually believe it, did you? No way. Norman opened his mouth, but no tears came. You should have said so earlier. I even spent the whole night analyzing the ingredients when I got back. Norman shook his head with a wry smile. How could I possibly believe that? I was just thinking about the upcoming expo. At that time, in addition to major technology companies and government officials, high-ranking officials from other countries may also attend. Aaron remained unconcerned. Upon seeing this, Norman quickly brought up another matter. Boss, Killian, the president of Pioneer Technologies, would like to meet with you to discuss potential collaborations in biological research. Get him out of here. Aaron remained uninterested. Don't report these kinds of things to me again. Well, that's awesome. What are you looking at? I wasn't talking to you. Keep going. Aaron squinted, enjoying the moment. Norman was a little confused, but after glancing at the table, he suddenly realized. He coughed twice. Dr. Otto asked me to give this to you. Norman took out a specially made USB drive. This is the artificial intelligence program you need, Dr. Otto said, which is a further improvement on his previous work on artificial intelligence. Its intelligence surpasses almost all well-known artificial intelligences on the market, but it still falls short compared to Tony Stark's achievements. Aaron finally became somewhat interested. Norman didn't dare to come up, but Aaron waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted the USB drive and flew it into his hand. Norman's pupils contracted. Boss, this is the power of electromagnetism. Aaron was not worried about revealing his extraordinary power. While others were studying him from a few days ago, Aaron was getting stronger every day and gaining new abilities every day. No matter how much research they do, they can only follow in his footsteps and inhale his exhaust fumes. News has a time limit. They are destined to waste their efforts. Norman didn't press the matter, suppressing his curiosity. Actually, once you know your boss is mysterious and accept that reality, you can calmly accept it. What a load of rubbish. Norman is agonizing over the Green Goblin serum again. Perhaps we really are missing just one last neutralizing agent? Norman left, deep in thought. Aaron patted his other head with his left hand. Continue. A black hole appeared on his right hand, melting the USB drive. As several beams of light merged into his body. The next moment, a familiar game panel popped up in front of Aaron. P.S. Considering that the protagonist will have more and more abilities in the future, I plan to add a character panel to integrate the abilities. Otherwise, you will forget what abilities the protagonist has now. Don't worry, it won't be a filler panel. Similar abilities will be merged and won't appear frequently. Also, please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and review votes. Name, Aaron. Lifespan, 22/5000. Attributes, Intelligence 4, Strength 7, 100, 2000 tons, Speed 5, Supersonic running or flying, Endurance 7, Near Immortal recovery, Energy Intensity 6, Mastery of various energies and ability to release them at will, Fighting skills 4. Note: the attribute cap is 7. For specific classifications, please refer to the Marvel character ability values on Baidu. There are slight changes. Strength 7 means at least 100 tons and difficult to calculate. Speed 7 means faster than light speed. Endurance 7 means regenerative ability and near immortality. Energy Intensity 7 means near infinite energy. Abilities: Data Domination, Supervision, Supersensing, Energy Control, Control of Lightning, Air, Water, Electromagnetism, Ice, Static Electricity/Temperature, Super Reflexes, Spider Sense, Iron Body, Super Strength, Web Shooting, Super Regeneration, Static Electricity Control, Super Speed, Invisibility, Flight, Super Immunity, Pseudo Fourth Wall. Click to view. See the pinned comment and chapter comments for details. I will compile a list later. I will only write about new abilities in the future, and I will definitely not write filler content. In the future, I will integrate and summarize the abilities to make it more concise. What the hell is this? Aaron was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was the auxiliary intelligence extracted after the primordial forge had smelted weak artificial intelligence. It can scan his current data and, based on the information already absorbed, organize and summarize the resulting data panel. This will allow Aaron, the reader, to gain a more accurate understanding of his own abilities. Besides, Aaron also gained other abilities. Data Dominator. Similar abilities detected, already integrated. Network manipulation. Your understanding and control over the network world has deepened further. You will become the master of the network world, virtually omnipotent, and only other intelligent life forms can rival you. So, I am now equivalent to an intelligent life form? Countless thoughts flashed through Aaron's mind, and with his will, these thoughts seemed to be digitized and flooded into the network world. In this world of only zeros and ones, even the best programmers cannot decipher the secrets hidden within the data. He could enter this world before and quickly convert 0 and 1 characters, but he could only use this data superficially. But now he can tell what these data contain at a glance and can easily access all of them. Now his control over the online world is more than 10 or 100 times stronger than before. If he wanted to, he could hack into most of the world's firewalls in a very short time, except for a few specific areas. He's practically a god in the data world. But Aaron was not complacent. After all, there's another artificial intelligence just half a street away. Aaron looked up at the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at Stark Industries across the distance, and smiled silently. Glug. Felicia took a big gulp of water, then rinsed her mouth with another cup, and swallowed it all in front of Aaron. Boss, here's an invitation from Miss Potts of Stark Industries on behalf of Mr. Stark. He hopes you will attend. Aaron glanced at the invitation. Monaco Classic Car Grand Prix. Racing? No way, I'm not going. Aaron was about to refuse when he suddenly thought of something. Is this year 2010? Felicia nodded in confusion. Hey, isn't this the plot of Iron Man 2? Tony personally participated in the racing competition, only to be brutally attacked with a whip in the middle of the race. If Happy and Potts hadn't reacted quickly, Tony probably would have called GG on the spot. Aaron didn't care about the so-called game, nor did he care about Tony's life or death. But he was still quite interested in Whiplash Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko's father, Anton Vanko, worked with Tony's father on the development of arc reactor technology, but due to his excessive selfishness and desire to profit from it, he was kicked out by Howard and was never allowed to return to the United States. He lived a life of poverty and hardship, and later fell ill and was bedridden. Last November, when Anton saw Tony Stark shout, "I am Iron Man," he was so angry that he died on the spot. So Ivan Vanko vowed to take revenge on Tony and avenge his father. That's a ruthless person. Even without money, he painstakingly built another arc reactor by hand, based on the technical data on the arc reactor left by his father. Then, using this crudely made arc reactor as an energy source, they created a super simple version of an exoskeleton. Another technical talent. Aaron pondered this thoughtfully. Dr. Otto's Little Sun project will still take some time. The Osborne Group is currently collecting large quantities of tritium and is also building a tritium manufacturing plant. But that will take time. Ivan Vank's work can also be used temporarily as a makeshift solution. Thinking of this, Aaron immediately ordered, "Arrange a private jet. You and I will depart together in a bit." Upon hearing this, Felicia happily made a phone call to inform them. Aaron then picked up the list that Norman had left for today. Aaron raised an eyebrow at the first name on the list. Water Bears. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and review votes. A state-of-the-art laser emitter, experimental-grade tardigrade culture dishes, chlorella, the plant with the strongest photosynthetic capacity, and anaerobic lactic acid bacteria. In addition to these, there are aquatic creatures like lobsters, as well as planarians that can retain memories, split, and revive, and the immortal jellyfish that is said to be able to reverse aging. This time, the items included quite a lot. Some of these are large animals, and some are even protected species, currently residing in their private underground parking garage. Even with the resources of the Osborne Group, it took considerable effort to collect all of these items. If there weren't a legitimate reason, the customs and air travel procedures alone would have caused a long delay. Even so, these lives destined to die cannot be known to too many people. Of course, I know what I should know, and I pretend not to know what I shouldn't know. Everyone should turn a blind eye, as long as it doesn't become common knowledge. Aaron opened the items one by one. Everything, including the petri dishes, was melted down. Survival of the fittest, water bears, lactic acid bacteria, similar abilities detected, already fused, super adaptation, super immunity. You possess extraordinary adaptability, automatically mutating to develop adaptive abilities to resist environmental changes. Even in environments with extremely high temperatures, extremely low temperatures, space, high radiation, etc., you can easily survive before energy depletion. Light energy absorption, chlorella similar ability detected, now integrated. Your efficiency in absorbing sunlight is further enhanced, allowing you to quickly absorb residual energy to strengthen yourself even at night. Immortality, lobster, Turritopsis dohrnii, similar abilities have been detected, super vitality. Your telomeres will not be damaged by cell division, and your cells will have the ability to divide indefinitely. You can control cell death. You will never age or reach the end of your lifespan, except for external factors. High temperature thermal vision. Your mastery of various rays has been further enhanced, allowing you to easily release stored energy within your body in various forms and automatically control the temperature and intensity. Super healing. Planaria similar abilities have been detected and fused. Even if only one cell remains, it can perfectly regenerate while retaining its memories. Every cell is you. Regeneration from a drop of blood is a piece of cake. Even with Aaron's current composure, he couldn't help but feel excited after seeing this improvement. Immortality. This is a skill that countless people throughout history have dreamed of. Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Taizong of Tang, and Emperor Taizu of Song, no matter how great their achievements, they could not escape death. Generation after generation has followed one another in pursuit of those elusive gods and Buddhas. Even someone as brilliant as Newton, one of the greatest scientists, sought God in his final years. However, right now, Aaron has achieved this ability that countless people yearn for but cannot attain. Moreover, he also gained the ability to survive and become even more powerful with super healing abilities. With his body made of steel, Aaron can say without hesitation that he has become a god. He's even more like a god than so-called gods like Odin and Thor. Odin will age and die, but Aaron will not. No! All he needs to do is find a desolate planet and dive into it. If he sleeps for thousands or tens of thousands of years, the energy he absorbs from the stars alone will be enough for him to evolve to another level. Even so, he can easily traverse the universe in his physical body. There is very little oxygen in space, and it is also extremely cold and filled with various deadly rays. But Aaron wasn't afraid of any of these things. Whether it's gamma rays or other high-energy rays, none of them could harm Aaron's body. His powerful adaptability is enough to withstand almost all deadly rays. As long as he doesn't become stupid enough to venture into the core area of the energy burst, he can recover and survive by relying on the survival of the fittest. The vastness of space, which everyone fears, is actually his backyard. But, although Aaron theoretically possessed the capability to traverse space, however, its flight speed is a major drawback. If we have the chance, we must get a faster-than-light engine or a warp drive. Other teleportation devices will also work. By then, the entire universe will be my playground. Aaron was incredibly excited. He glanced at the empty storage room. Access to the private underground parking garage is via a dedicated elevator. Several large trucks are parked here. Among them was Sky's van. Oh right, I almost forgot about Sky. Thinking of this, Aaron asked Felicia and learned that she was being fed on time every meal, so he didn't rush to do anything about it. After thinking about it, his right hand was resting on the van. Melted. Super engine. Super endurance. You possess unimaginable endurance. Before your energy is depleted, you will be able to maintain peak combat power indefinitely. From now on, you are an electric motor. Aaron raised an eyebrow. I need this thing? Thinking back to last night when he took on 2 opponents single-handedly and defeated 2 generals in succession, Aaron exclaimed, who else? Zhao Hailuan is all right. At least she can still move around a bit today. As for Barbara, who didn't know her own limitations, she lay there with her rag doll. With such meager abilities, you dare to bring several sets of special uniforms to provoke him? Truly courting death. Finally, Aaron arrived at the trucks that had clearly been modified. It contains creatures such as armadillos, pangolins, dolphins, and saltwater crocodiles. There was even a juvenile shark. In fact, these things provided almost no improvement for Aaron. But Aaron still decided to melt them all down. Even if it's garbage data, it's still data. What if there's some unexpected good news? However, I was rather disappointed this time. He improved his bite force slightly and became more proficient at sonar positioning, but other aspects of defense were completely unimproved for someone with a body of steel. However, he unexpectedly mastered the language of dolphins. From now on, he can communicate with dolphins like he controls bats and make them work for him. Wow, first he became Superman, then Darwin, and now he's aiming to become Aquaman. Okay, how about we really consider calling him all-around hero? Aaron didn't dwell on whether to call him all-around hero or something else. He sent a text message to Norman's cell phone using brainwaves. Then he and Felicia went to the shopping street to pick up their custom-made suits. Then they went to the airport, boarded a private plane, and headed to Monaco. It's worth mentioning that this special plane wasn't a Boeing model, mainly because Aaron wasn't comfortable with it. What if one of those screws is made in Japan? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Monaco is located in southwestern Europe and is the second smallest country in the world. However, their Monaco Grand Prix always attracts famous and wealthy people from all over the world. Tony Stark is a frequent visitor to this group. However, this year, the racing competition became unprecedentedly prosperous because of Aaron's arrival. Hey, Mr. Aaron, how's your journey? Very good. Aaron nodded to a U.S. general in lieutenant general's uniform and left without looking back. Then, Mr. Aaron, I never expected to meet a rising star here. I'm David, nice to meet you. This time it was a well-dressed man with a professional, fake smile on his face. One look and he was Dangjin, a disgusting politician. Aaron nodded in return as always, but David paid no attention to Aaron's almost rude behavior and instead raised his glass with a smile. Felicia added from the side, he is the governor of New York State, and his term is about to end. So he's going to step down to the second line? Then there's even less to worry about. Aaron then met several politicians or men in military uniforms. Then he saw 2 or 3 men with a piece of cloth on their heads. When he saw Aaron, he shamelessly tried to get close to him. There are also members of royal families from other countries. Aaron also encountered 2 princesses who seemed quite nice. This situation became even more pronounced once inside the competition venue. Looking at the well-dressed men and women in the audience, Aaron's eye twitched. Can anyone tell me, are there any normal people left here? Of course there is, isn't it over there? Felicia pointed to the back of the stands, where all the good seats had been bought by people who came to bump into the place, leaving the indigenous people or people from other countries to sit in the back. Want to see it more clearly? Sure, you can stand in front. Aaron suddenly thought, what if a cannonball fell from the sky at this moment? Among the 10 dead, how many were members of the royal family, how many were generals, and how many were cunning politicians? TSK, if the situation here were to get out, if any Al-Qaeda were to emerge, it could surely make history again and even surpass 9/11 in its impact on the world. After all, Monaco's total population is only tens of thousands. The security force at the racing venue was probably borrowed from France. Aaron underestimated the allure of new life for these people. People travel thousands of miles to come here and wait. Aaron was certain that, before he made the last-minute decision to come here, these people must have already been here, waiting to try their luck. Despite their immense power, it's impossible for them to schedule an appointment with Aaron through normal channels without doing so a year and a half in advance. Norman could not change Aaron's mind. The appointment would only be valid if Aaron agreed. Otherwise, whether you're the president or a member of the royal family, you'd all better stay out of my way. Hey, hello there, handsome. Can I take a picture with you? You're so handsome. Another woman approached. Aaron glanced at her. She was about an 8 out of 10. He glanced at the photographer in the distance, whose clothes were emblazoned with the logo of the Automobile Club of Monaco, struck a pose, and then walked away with a flourish. What's on the schedule today? The organizers have arranged a lavish dinner at 9:30 p.m. Okay, cancel it for me. Aaron didn't intend to stay here long. He planned to get the arc reactor and leave. I have quite a few things to do these next few days. She had to feed Felicia, appease Helen Zhao, and teach Barbara a lesson. Besides, he remembered that it was just a few days after the events of Iron Man 2. Thor is going to fall too. Both Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, and the Destroyer armor are great items. If given the chance, Aaron will definitely try to get his hands on it. There is also the bloodline of the Asgardians and the bloodline of the Frost Giants. Even Odin's data. He wants to get his hands on them. Of course, there is also the Celestial Palace treasure trove, which holds all sorts of precious treasures. Inside are the Monument to Life, the Eternal Flame, and the Box of Ice. These are all coveted treasures. Then there's the expo, which Norman hosts, but Aaron also has to keep things in order to prevent anyone from getting jealous and causing trouble. Aaron doesn't care about the so-called New Life or even the Osborn group. But all of these things are mine. You can only take it if I give it to you. Otherwise, no matter how envious you are, you have to hold back. Being a boss is really tiring. Aaron sighed, while Felicia's lips twitched, but she remained silent. Mr. Aaron, you're absolutely right. A short man walked over arm in arm with a woman who was half a head taller than him. Hello, I am Justin Hammer, president of Hammer Industries. I heard you're about to hold a grand expo, and I'd actually like to showcase something at it. Hammer said eagerly and cautiously. His female companion's eyes lit up when she looked at Aaron, but when she saw Felicia, she had to suppress her feelings. Aaron glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, "Oh, so you're the one thinking of acquiring my company?" Hammer gave an awkward laugh. "No, I was just joking, Haha, Hammer, you're really joking. You actually want to acquire the Osborn Corporation? Are you planning to acquire my Stark Industries tomorrow?" As a familiar voice came from afar. Tony Stark arrived here surrounded by Happy and Potts. Stark. Hammer felt uncomfortable whenever he saw him. Hammer Industries was able to develop entirely thanks to Tony's luck. Because Tony decided to close the weapons division, the military had to find a new partner, and Hammer Industries and Pioneer Technologies came into the military's view. To some extent, Hammer ate only the scraps that Tony rejected. Upon seeing the person in question arrive, he could only leave silently, his face ashen. Ignore him. This is probably our second meeting, the mysterious aerial acrobat. Tony Stark noticed Aaron's strange expression, which carried a strange hostility. Interested in a match? Tony pointed to the racetrack, then pulled open his suit jacket to reveal his racing driver's attire underneath. He raised his head, his face full of pride. However, when he saw Felicia, his pride vanished slightly. Damn it, he lost again. However, I will definitely last longer than you. Tony looked at Aaron's muscular physique, which even his suit couldn't completely conceal, and then thought about his own belly that seemed to have merged into one large mass, and fell silent for a moment. Damn it. What trillionaire still works out? Why don't you just go compete in bodybuilding? P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and review votes. Racing with me. Aaron glanced at Tony's professional racing suit and shook his head with disdain. Don't you think this is boring? And you. Tony Stark's eyelids twitched, and he remembered the two words Aaron had said to him before he left last time. Arrogant. So arrogant. I've never met anyone more arrogant than me in my entire life, but hey, I've met one today. Tony Stark was very dissatisfied. Since graduating from MIT and focusing on Stark Industries, he has been in the global spotlight. Every exhibition he holds attracts everyone's attention. Under his leadership, Stark Industries rose to new heights every day. Even after shutting down the weapons department and kicking Obadiah out, Stark Industries not only didn't fall from its pedestal, but its pedestal remained forever. However, in just these 2 days, the names he heard most often were Aaron and Osborn. The people I saw most often were Aaron and Osborn. Aaron's name is all over the headlines. All the high-ranking officials fawned over Aaron and flattered him with smiles. And he, Tony Stark, the chosen one, became a foil to Aaron. The key point is, Aaron's girlfriends are prettier than the girls he dates. He was physically stronger than him. It can fly without relying on other forces, allowing him to consume exhaust fumes the entire time. Damn it. Tony Stark vowed that he must beat Aaron at least once. Even just once. I lost, so I'll give you that sports car worth $5 million after the race. Aaron glanced at the luxury Formula One car and chuckled. You think I'm short of $5 million? And wait until after the game? You want to give me a bunch of junk after the game. Tony. Potts tugged at Tony's sleeve, looking at his smug expression, and sighed helplessly. She smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Aaron. Mr. Aaron, we actually came to ask you something. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Tony wanted something from me. 930? That's quite rare. I heard you've made a major breakthrough in biomedicine. Are you referring to anti-aging drugs? Or anti-cancer drugs? Or perhaps limb regeneration? Or beauty drugs? Aaron glanced at Tony, then at Potts, and nodded understandingly. You really need this. For Westerners, turning 30 is a turning point. Their appearance declined sharply and uncontrollably. Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, born in 1970 and 1974 respectively, are now approaching their 40s. The years have left very obvious marks on their faces. Potts subconsciously touched his face, quite moved by what Aaron had said. Tony paused for a moment upon hearing this, then said, Even so, if we both wave to the stands now, I guarantee I'll be much more popular. See my sexy mustache? This is the face of a successful, mature man, the most attractive feature to women. Are you sure? Aaron looked at the audience with a half-smile. Looking at the audience in the front row who were chatting amongst themselves, but whose eyes were occasionally glancing in their direction, Tony smirked. That doesn't count today. Well, it seems you really did figure out those things. Your abilities are indeed a bit more impressive than I imagined. Don't be arrogant, it's just a little bit. Tony gestured, still unwilling to admit defeat. If I had studied something like biological genetics instead of electrical engineering or physics, I would have solved the problems of cancer and aging 10 years ago. Tony is very stubborn. Aaron nodded. But you didn't. Has anyone ever told you that chatting with you is boring? Tony was speechless. Why was chatting with Aaron so tiring? Aaron asked in surprise, then you should ask Potts and Happy. They'll definitely say, isn't that you? Yeah. Tony looked at Potts questioningly, but Potts remained expressionless, while Happy turned his head to look in the other direction. It's just a tiny bit, Happy muttered to himself. Tony's face darkened. I only talk to people with ulterior motives. Tony tried to salvage the situation, then quickly steered the conversation back to the main point. Okay, I wanted to ask if you guys have anything that can solve the radiation problem. Ethnicity. Palladium poisoning? Aaron pointed out Tony's problem, staring intently at the large hole in Tony's chest that was gleaming with light. Blood toxin content, around 53%? Tony, you're in a very bad situation. Tony instinctively clutched his watch. How did you know? Nothing can escape my eyes. Tony's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stepped in front of Potts. It makes no sense for you to do this if I want to see it. These words, when they reached Tony's ears, undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions. What fact? You're not allowed to look. Happy scratched his head, his face full of envy. I really wish I had that ability too, because... Aaron didn't dwell on the topic. Perhaps you could consider nanobot technology. Tony's voice suddenly rose. You've already mastered nanotechnology? Of course not. Aaron thought of Zhao Hailuan, and the cradle of life adopted nanotechnology. But that thing won't be long. Our project is progressing very quickly. How fast? Tony pressed. The project laboratory is under construction, and the experimental staff are working as quickly as possible to get there. Tony was stunned. Isn't that just the beginning? What kind of hellish joke is this? By the time you've sorted things out, the grass on my grave will be 3 meters high. Are you kidding me? Tony wanted to yell it out, but considering the new students, then I thought about what would happen after his death. He didn't yell at Aaron. You fine, I'll go racing, damn it. Tony turned to leave. But then Aaron spoke up again. Actually, there are anti-radiation drugs, too. Tony suddenly turned his head. 100 million? 1 billion? 10 billion. Name your price. Just then. Not wanting to meet Aaron, Natasha, who was hiding in the crowd, overheard this and immediately contacted Nick Fury. Oh no, he's just trying to steal it. Quickly, stop him immediately. Nick Fury didn't want to gamble on whether Aaron had any anti-radiation medication, nor did he dare to. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm going there right now. Nick Fury pulled his pre-prepared suitcase and headed to the airport. Upon hearing this, Natasha immediately pushed through the crowd and stood in front of the group. Mr. Stark, the match is about to begin. Tony's face instantly darkened. Can't you see I'm having a confidential conversation with Mr. Aaron? Make the referee wait a bit longer. Natalie was dumbfounded. Should I go and prevent the event from starting at the time set by the organizers? This isn't that. Felicia added, Natalie Rushman. Tony was taken aback. You know him? He wondered if he had spoken too loudly to Tolly earlier. I met her once. It was her first day at my company, and I kicked her out. Aaron nodded in agreement. Natasha sighed and rubbed her forehead. Tony glanced at Aaron, then at Natalie. His first thought wasn't about any conflict between them, but rather, what I, Tony Stark, have taken a liking to is something I don't actually want. If it were anyone else, Tony might not have minded, since it was just for fun. But if it were Aaron, damn it, Tony, can't afford to lose to this guy. Natalie, you're fired, as of now. Natalie was stunned and looked at Potts. Potts hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll contact the finance department later. No, I didn't say anything. How did I get fired again? I don't understand. Damn it, you rich people. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're rich? And you, young and rich, do you really think you're invincible? Holy crap, I hate rich people. Aren't you leaving yet? Tony frowned. They have absolutely no sense of propriety. They deserve to be fired. Natasha calmed her anger. Fine, you guys want to play this game? I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm firing you. Just as she was about to speak, Aaron said, the match is about to start. I think we can talk more after the match. Tony nodded and said seriously, you make a good point. There's no rush. Let's talk after I bring the trophy back. As he spoke, Tony took off his suit jacket and headed towards the starting line amidst cheers. Natasha silently put on the mask of pain. I sat bolt upright in my deathbed and realized the clown was myself. Aaron led Felicia to the VIP seats that the organizers had specially prepared for him. Other high-ranking officials and politicians were on either side. When Aaron arrived, they both ended their conversation and greeted him warmly. Mr. Aaron, I will definitely attend the Osborne Expo. I believe the company will be a great success. A toast to tomorrow's stars. Amidst the flattery of the crowd, Aaron casually returned a smile, then focused on watching the race. He wasn't interested in any of this. It was like children playing house. With his control over his body and his reaction speed, once he leaves the field, he can directly kill the game. I'll take the first one. You can fight for the second and third. However, his ambitions lay elsewhere. Quietly wait for the game to begin. He had already spotted Ivan Vanko disguised as a staff member. In the surging crowd, Aaron could quickly identify each person's features and then lock onto his target. What's wrong, boss? Felicia always felt that Aaron seemed to be distracted from the game. Have you ever seen Tony Stark get his comeuppance? Felicia nodded, just now. Would you be interested in watching it again? Huh. Come with me. Just as the match was about to begin, Aaron took Felicia and left the stands. This immediately attracted the attention of the other spectators. Happy couldn't help but complain, are they here to watch the game or to see Aaron? Potts seemed thoughtful. Did Renee's briefcase have any straps? Happy held up the suitcase. It's with me. Damn it, come with me. On the track. The moment Tony Stark sat in the race car, he became completely absorbed in the race. This is also his natural advantage. As long as he focuses on doing something, he can abandon all distractions. As Tony raced at breakneck speed, his heart pounded, and the pent-up emotions from palladium poisoning were finally released. Until he turned a corner. He stared at a man standing in the middle of the road with a bamboo skewer in his mouth and an electric whip in his hand. Confirmed. God, I've met the right person. Sizzle, snap. Powered by the Arc Reactor University, these two electric whips are powerful enough to tear through the race car's protective armor in an instant. The specially designed enclosure was also sliced in two by the high temperature, like a bubble, under the roaring electric whip. What fuck? Tony slammed on the brakes, dodging the unfortunate man who had been dismembered ahead. But the whip had already locked onto Tony. He sneered as the electric whip crackled noisily. The unexpected turn of events on the field immediately threw the scene into chaos. No one expected that simply watching a game could lead to a terrorist attack. Those high-ranking officials and dignitaries quickly evacuated, surrounded by their respective bodyguards. Instead of immediately stopping the terrorists, the organizers ordered all security personnel to maintain order and ensure the orderly evacuation of the audience. After all, the audience here is not your average audience. The scene was in complete chaos, but Aaron, with Felicia by his side, stood leisurely watching the show. "Hey Aaron, lend a hand." Tony's eyes lit up when he saw Aaron. Ivan Vanko, a man of few words and ruthless nature, heard these words halfway there and looked over directly. With a slight twitch of his lips, he swung the electric whip in his left hand, tearing a trench in the ground. "I don't recommend doing that, you'll regret it." Aaron instantly deduced Ivan Vanko's next thought from his facial expressions and hand gestures. Upon hearing this, Ivan Vanko's lips curled into a smile. His chest arc shone brightly, and his right whip crackled with electricity. With the help of his exoskeleton, it ripped down with a whooshing sound. Aaron kept his eyes straight ahead, but his left hand flashed out and grabbed the electric whip that could tear steel apart. The lightning was still crackling, as if telling its owner, "I didn't slack off, I did my best." Ivan Vanko was quite surprised. Seeing that Aaron, who had been continuously damaged by the high temperature of the lightning, was still unharmed, the bamboo skewer involuntarily fell out of his mouth. "Aaron, I knew you could do it." Tony was overjoyed, equally surprised by Aaron's performance. He thought Aaron would fly into the sky, but to his surprise, he was able to hold the electric whip with one hand and remain unharmed. Ivan Vanko, gibberish. Aaron turned his head. "You speak human language. Why are you helping Tony Stark?" Aaron looked completely bewildered. "I already warned you not to make a move. I'm just a Kamen Rider passing by." As he spoke, ignoring Ivan Vanko's thoughts, he gently pulled him, sending the latter flying into the sky and landing in a perfect arc in front of Aaron. Ivan Vanko was shocked and quickly manipulated the electric whip in his right hand. "Be careful, this thing supplies at least 3 billion joules of energy per second, you'd better." Just as Tony was about to remind him, Aaron grabbed the electric whip again. As Ivan Vanko increased his energy output, Aaron's entire body crackled with electric arcs, but quickly returned to normal. Moreover, Aaron's mental state was clearly better. The terrifying energy of this nuclear power plant seemed to be a great tonic for him. "What did you just say?" Aaron looked over, and Tony's lips twitched slightly. "It's nothing." Aaron ignored Tony and, to Ivan Vanko's astonishment, unleashed a burst of scorching heat from his eyes, severing the electric whip and exoskeleton and placing them in Felicia's hands. Then, under his control, his eyes' thermal vision directly performed high-precision surgery on Ivan Vanko. He reached out with his right hand and removed the crude arc reactor. "The power of the sun is entirely in my hands?" Aaron copied Dr. Octopus, and Tony, who had walked over, glanced at it. "The technology is remarkable, but the cycle efficiency is a bit low, probably only 2 billion joules per second. Using impact energy to concentrate it through ionized plasma channels is a good idea, but it's not very efficient. It can only be considered a decent knockoff." A hint of doubt and surprise flashed in Tony's eyes, but he remained disdainful on the surface. "Can I have this?" Aaron glanced at him sideways. "Do you think that's possible?" "It's my trophy. But this is absolutely a shameful knockoff theft," Tony argued. Ivan Vanko retorted, "You're the one who's a counterfeiter. Your whole family are shameful thieves and butchers." Tony the butcher could understand, but the thief? "You're an idiot. Buddy, you're under arrest now. Come back with me and explain how these designs came about." Tony kicked the other man, still shaken. He'd almost really died this time. "I'm sorry, he is my prisoner." Ignoring Tony's astonished expression, Aaron swallowed the arc reactor in his right palm the instant he put it into his bag. "Sun core. A miniature sun has been born within you, constantly releasing light energy to strengthen every cell in your body. If you can further strengthen it, it may." Looking back at the changes. "Sun's core? Mini-sun?" Aaron was taken aback. He suddenly had a bold idea. Is it possible for him to implant a small sun inside every cell?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.